where it went out as the truth, and then they made this like correction. Oh, that information we gave you, don't worry about that. It was not that. It was something else. You know if that's happened in history, even in the mainstream. But
why'd they redact it?
Yeah, for the reasons being that it wasn't the information that was correct. Like
because they found out that it was incorrect.
Yeah. So what I'm telling you,
how did they find out it was incorrect?
If stuff that's not redacted as well.
Yeah. So what I'm saying though is, if that could be the case, for something that you think is true and they think is true, and they later on, who knows? Maybe not even when you're alive. It could happen after. They were like, oh, those asteroids we were telling you about, it's not really that. Something else. Whatever it is. But then you're gonna have to. How are you gonna know that? You don't know that now.
Well, you just believe them. Yeah.
Yeah, you just believe them, and so they think they're saying the truth, and you think they're saying the truth, and you just want to be on here telling us, well, why wouldn't you believe that's true? Well, because they might.
I didn't tell you why. I asked you why. I asked you why.
I'm telling you. They could even be misinterpreting the information. It's not even the case that it's not true. It's the case that. What if they're getting the information interpretation incorrect, and they're telling you something that they think is true, and they're misinterpreting the information, and you're taking it as like the truth? They're not. They may or not be certain on topics, because they aren't, right? These scientific communicators always give us ambiguous answers. Well,
no, they don't.
Yeah, yes, they do.
No, they don't.
They do it all the time.
Now you agree with the scientific communicators.
They do it all the time, dude.
Because you were throwing Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus yesterday.
Oh my God, you people, focus.
Yeah, we are.
Can you
your
focus?
prayers are noted.
We are.
Can you focus?
Yeah, we are. We're telling you the reasons why people aren't going to accept things the way you do, because the information that comes from these guys aren't these absolutes. They're telling us, well, we don't really know what's going on. It's maybe the case, but as far as we know, this is kind of in the realm of we can't say what it is. Like gravity.
Our best
being
guess.
one.
Can you show me one time they've taken a picture of something and realized, oh, we didn't. That's not a picture of something.
There's no pictures of
but
jackalope.
That's pretty general, though, man. Like, what do you? You got to be specific.
Well, in this case, we're talking about a picture of an asteroid.
Okay.
You're saying it might not be a picture of an asteroid.
Weapons of mass destruction. There's one. Thanks,
an asteroid. Well, what evidence have you put forward, Scott, into the chat? Show us one instance of an asteroid that you said, that's an asteroid, based upon their information. What do we have to look at? I don't know.
Keep on asking, but he won't show one.
Maybe there isn't that, but I mean, if you think there is, I'd
Okay,
say just put it in the text.
let's take 10 seconds and we go to Google and we type in picture of asteroid. I wonder what I come
do you think the Earth is flat, though?
Picture.
I got 6 images immediately showing. Wait, no, 9 images immediately showing.
4,358,000,000.
That's what pictures are. They are images. What do you guys want?
Okay, post it then. Go post it.
Did you ever see the bottom of the shoe that was in the Empire Strikes Back, Scott?
I just wanted you to post the image that you think that is an asteroid, and then put it in the text channel so we can all say like,
"Wait, there we go." Asteroids are not real.
All right.
Scott thinks they're rock ball.
Are they or are they not pictures of asteroids?
How far away is that asteroid?
Who cares? They're pictures of asteroids, are they not?
The Mona Lisa is a picture, Scott.
So
come on.
And so the question is, why don't you accept that these are real?
Yeah.
Why do you accept they are? That's the question.
Because
you're a grown man.
Where's the other shit?
They took pictures, guys. You're gullible for a grown man like yourself.
Okay, Scott. Why are you assuming that I'm gullible and these are not real?
Well, you're presenting
what reason do you have?
Burden of proof.
What reason do you have to think these? No, my burden of proof is
trying to force your fairy tale upon us by telling us to prove it's not real.
What reason do you have? No, I don't care if you prove it or not. I just want to know what reason you bring. What reason do you
I can get out a gray crown. Listen, I can get out a gray crown and present you a picture of an asteroid. What are these photographs? What's the camera? Where? When? Where?
Where's the bottom of the pan of that tortilla that looks like a planet? You should show him those and say, "What do you think this is? What planet is this?" Like,
I'm not going to show him a picture.
It's interesting. You guys won't even try to come up with a good reason.
A slice of chorizo.
No, I'm going to show him a picture of a check where he owes me $1 million.
You won't even try, will you? Because you know any reason you give, we're
not as gullible as you are, Scott.
That's not a good reason.
Saying,
Scott,
You sound like
pictures
a
do it-
child at
right?
Disneyland.
Yeah,
Not a good
pictures do it
reason,
for
man.
you. Pictures do it for you, man. And that's your standard of
Yeah,
evidence.
why
That's-
don't they do it for you?
Because
Give me a
their
good reason,
image-
Miggy.
There's 100 reasons why that thing could not be what they
Give
say it
me
is.
one.
Same reason
okay,
the
I'll
Santa
give you
Claus
one.
at the
I'll
mall
give you
doesn't
one.
do it for
I'll
me.
give you one, Scott. Go ahead and tell me where in reality you've seen something like that. Where? You.
Okay, so I'm telling you something
I've
exists
given
that
you a reason.
you can only see
wait
with
a
a
minute. I've
so
given you a
you can only
reason.
see with a
Scott, are you
telescope,
gonna
and
run
you're
from the
thinking
reason?
it's a good reason to
Scott,
say
are
show
you
me
gonna run-
reality
are you
where I
gonna
can see
run
one
with
without a
the
telescope.
Are you going to run from the reason? That's the reason.
The reason
I
was
have nothing,
stupid, and you know
I have
that.
nothing to compare it to, Scott. What am I going to compare that to? What? You tell me. Come on, bro. Let's at least meet
So
on
if
this
I
one
see a
thing.
picture of a giant squid, what do I
Come
have to
on,
compare
dude.
it to?
A squid.
Seen
A real
giant
squid.
squids.
But listen, a real squid.
I've never
But
seen a
like-
small squid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I have.
But what I'm saying though
Okay,
is
I haven't.
you-
What do I compare it to?
Okay.
in this
Pictures in the
instance,
book
in this instance,
of
it's not a
people
rock.
holding them.
Listen, it's not a rock on Earth. It's a rock in a location where you can't admit if it could be in that location or not. So it's the location too. It's like saying I see a squid in space. You don't see squids in space.
No, it's not.
They're
It's nothing like
above
seeing
you.
a squid in space.
Yeah, because you've seen a squid on Earth because that's like a rock on Earth, right? So you're
can't,
putting,
I can't get to where the squids live.
dude. You know what I'm
the
saying?
water?
That's
It's
not
deep,
I know.
deep. I
maybe.
cannot get that deep.
But what
Squids
I'm saying
come
is,
up on the
giant
shore.
squids.
if you see a rock on the
Yeah.
surface of Earth and you say,
On the
well, that
squids.
rock is in space.
Shallow.
How do you know that rock is up there? What do you have to compare to that there's flying rocks like that? Where?
Well,
When?
there are rocks that have come down. They're called meteors.
Dude,
And when they hit
that's
the
not-
ground, we call them
stay-
meteorites.
Scott, stay on the point. Stop.
That is the
skating to
point.
it. No, it's not. We're not talking about rocks.
Meteors are former asteroids.
Yeah, but we're talking about asteroids, not meteors, bro.
They are.
Meteorites
they are.
are
So what?
meteorites
That's
are
not-
former meteors, Scott. Get your story straight, bro.
That's why I said meteors are former asteroids.
They're actually
Meteors and
pieces
asteroids
of-
I don't
are size,
listen.
it's a size
Pieces of asteroids.
classification difference.
I don't listen.
Genius.
Meteors are former asteroids.
You're an
Whatever,
idiot,
dude.
bro.
No,
Oh,
pieces
You're
of
an idiot.
pieces of.
Hey,
former
it's actually the
asteroids.
other way around. Meteors can form into asteroids because they can gain weight, aka mass.
Oh my
like
god,
sun
you
off.
guys
Sure.
are so lost in the sauce.
Sure.
You guys are insane.
So you got it like the other way around.
So we
because an
have,
asteroid is
so we
not
have
a
some of those
Yeah,
former-
that's
space
I mean,
fine.
meteors not
rocks
former
that have
I don't
come
care.
down to Earth.
No.
We have
How do you
pictures
know
of those
that?
space rocks.
How do you know that? How do you know
How do
that,
we know
Scott?
we
What
have?
do you-
How
yeah,
do we know
in
space rocks have come to Earth?
Yeah, in reality, do you go outside and observe asteroids anywhere? Do you see them in the sky, Scott? Do you see asteroids?
He's starting
No,
to
we
repeat
know we can't see
Can
them
you
with
reason with me, Scott?
telescopes.
Scott, reason with me here for a second, bro.
I am reasoning
you
with you.
Do
You
you
tried
see
to say
asteroids out in nature anywhere?
no, not with my
Okay.
eyes. No.
I know that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm telling you. Now, if they're telling
Okay,
you
let's
that
continue reasoning. Keep going.
yeah, go on.
What's your next step in that reasoning?
Well, there's nothing I have to compare the thing that they're showing me to. How can
And so-
I say that it exists?
And so that's where your reasoning stops, then, right?
Well, what can I say about reality?
Would you
if
like to
it's not
reason further
demonstrated
with
in
me?
fairy tale
asteroids?
begins.
If
Would
reality
you like to
doesn't-
reason further with me,
Yeah,
Miggy,
if
or not?
reality does not, if reality doesn't demonstrate this thing that you're claiming is the thing in reality, then how can I compare it to something? There's nothing I have. I got nothing.
Right. You're
Okay,
a
can I
reality
pick up?
nerd,
Can I
Scott.
pick up a pair of binoculars and see something further
You
than I
just
can
ask
see
you if
without
you
them?
can see it or give us
Of
footage.
course you can.
Okay, so then I can. I'm fairly safe in assuming that if I put lenses together into a device, it'll magnify objects for me, so I could see things that are far away that I couldn't see with my naked eye.
God, isn't the damn
Obviously,
thing coming to you coming to Earth?
obviously.
And so if I take two of those lenses and build a telescope out of it, or do some kind of a reflective lens, and I point it up into the sky at nighttime,
hmm
and I can see things that I can't see with my own eyes, is that still valid to say that I've seen them?
Obviously, you're making an observation. An observation is only depicting what you can see. It doesn't matter with what
Okay.
device, so long as you can see it in nature. Right, so that's it. And if you
Okay,
can see
so-
that in
and so-
nature, then it's still in nature, isn't it?
And so if I take one of these telescopes and I put some propulsion on it and somehow move it up into the sky and then take pictures with that telescope, is it still
you
valid?
That's the leap. That's a leap of logic. You're now going into
It's not a
an
leap of
area-
logic. Where's
Yeah.
the leap of logic come in?
Because you have to make it where it's a primary experience of every observer that can actually test the claim, not to a place where you can't validate if that place that exist or not. Like you're sending
Okay,
this.
so when I put my telescope up in space, it no longer works as a telescope.
No, your claim of where it is, it doesn't jive. So that's another. You put another roadblock in front of that observation.
He's at the end of the rainbow. He's going to put his
Well, I'm
telescope.
just wondering where my reasoning falls apart. So as
Right
soon as
there.
I put it up in the air.
Yeah. Well, not the air.
Okay.
No, that's a miscategorization. I said to the place that you think low Earth orbit begins. That's the place.
You can put a
So
telescope
beyond-
on a plane
beyond the
if you
so-
want.
Beyond the
Yeah.
so-called Kármán line and such, and that's where it breaks down. But other than that, like you have to do
Okay,
something.
let's continue to reason. Why does it break down?
Yeah, because you go into a location where that couldn't possibly be the case.
Okay, let's reason that through now. Why can't it possibly
Go
be
on.
the case? What's the reason for that?
All right,
Because
so
you've never
it's-
been there and done that.
Yeah,
That's a
and-
really bad reason.
well.
No, it's not.
It can't
Yeah,
be
it is.
everybody. It can't be everybody's primary experience. Once you put it at arm's length from primary. Scott, focus, dude. Once you put it at arm's length away from somebody else, then you've made it not falsifiable anymore. I can't test and validate that that's the case because I don't have the equipment that you do. Let's say if you were privy to that information, how can I test that? I wouldn't be able to. I'd have to accept that you have the equipment that you did whatever you did to get it up there. So I
Yep.
have to take it on credit that that's true.
That is
I
correct.
can't. Right. So it's
Why
no-
don't
it's
you do
no
that?
lon- it's no longer my primary experience. It becomes I have
So?
to trust and believe that that's the part where it breaks down. I'm telling you where it breaks down right now.
For you. Okay.
No, for everyone. Unless you're
No,
able to.
not for
unless-
everyone.
Yeah, because you have to
Not
trust.
for most
That's-
people.
Yeah, for most people that trust,
Yeah,
it's
it's where
fine.
it turns
you can
into
trust.
a belief. Yeah,
You can
that's
trust
fine, yeah.
you can trust whatever that they're showing you, but then you're not going to be able to say, "Oh no, I can verify that this is the case. I see a flying rock in space, so I can do it myself." You're
Yeah,
not
but
doing
nobody
that.
does that but you guys.
No, see, here's where you wanted me to tell you
Just
where it breaks
because
down. I
most
just told you.
people believe it doesn't make it evidential.
Yeah, so we
But
don't
you
No,
can
see
that's
say
the
most people
definition of
believe it all the time.
evidential.
we don't see it in
What
nature.
most
Scott.
people believing.
Once
Yeah.
again, the argument for the asteroid fell apart because we
That's
don't
what
experience
evidence
that.
means.
We don't experience that in nature. Stop skating around from what I'm saying. My point still stands. We don't.
Yeah,
see
no,
that in nature.
you're back to where we were 4 reason steps before, and you.
Yeah, I know that,
and
but
you
'cause
forgot
we
about
can't
all
get
the ones we
past-
made since then.
We can't get past the
What do
one
you
where you
mean?
say that we have to take things to a location that we are going to challenge you on. So that right there becomes another hurdle that you have to get across, and you can't do so. So that's what I'm
Well,
saying. Here on the Earth, a regular person, you can't tell them go take a telescope and go see that flying rock. It's there. You can't do that. Nobody can witness that. Yeah.
Nope.
So that's
I'll look up to see if we can take pictures of asteroids from Earth. I have never
Go
looked
ahead.
that up.
well, you see.
Let's see what
What
I
does an
find.
asteroid
Now-
look like? What does an asteroid look like from Earth?
Picture of asteroid from Earth. Let's see if we got one.
Go ahead.
ISS should be able
just-
to watch them live all
well-
day long while it's going around the planet.
All they got is very blurry pictures.
Yeah.
Scott, have
Ah.
you ever been to the
we don't-
ISS?
So is that
don't want-
is that blurry pictures? Can you confirm that's a rock?
No,
No, the blurry,
whatever.
not the blurry ones. We the ones that I
I'm
think
sure-
I
I'm
posted
sure
were
if you
from
search-
space-based
if you-
telescopes.
If you search hard enough, you'll find something.
Shit, how about an airplane telescope? Or a hot air balloon telescope? That'll work.
I don't know.
Anyway,
I've never seen a hot air balloon telescope.
Every
Might
time
work.
I put it
Anyways.
into the search, it just comes up with pictures that are clearly
Yeah,
like
if we
CGI, like they're not
you could just
real.
if you could just concede on this point, that'd be great. We can move on.
Concede on what point?
That there's no primary experience that people have that sees asteroids in nature.
I'd be stubborn, Scott. Just do it.
Okay.
You can be stubborn if you want. I don't care.
Okay, but yeah, nobody's seen one with their own eyes. Yes, if that's what you
Yeah,
mean by
it's true.
primary experience. Yes,
It's a
obviously,
true statement.
Okay.
Yeah,
Obviously.
True statement.
Okay. That's it.
but then that
I-
just begs the question of
you
that's
can
not
go
the
off into
proper
your
term.
space mythos and
Why
say that
why
we can see it
why do
through
you
that,
guys
but I mean,
only accept things
Wait,
you can
true
see with
sta-
your
how can
own
it-
unaided
wait.
eye?
How can a
No.
true statement beg the question?
It's fine.
No, I know that's why I took it back. That's why you move to the next question after that is like, why do you only accept things that you can see with your unaided eye?
Anyways,
No, we're talking about telescopes as well, though.
Okay, so you accept things you can see with a telescope.
No, that's not. You've twisted it around. We were talking about seeing meteorites or whatever with a telescope, and you confirmed that no one has ever done that.
I agree.
Yeah. So why are you
they've never seen one. They never seen with an Earth-based telescope.
Yeah, cool. So why are you flipping it back around then?
I'm not. I'm just seeing how far we go with this. I'm trying to understand how you guys see the world.
Okay. You don't see rocks with telescopes, therefore you haven't confirmed that there are rocks in space. Cool.
Okay,
Awesome.
and so that's where you stop. Is you need to see it from a telescope that's Earth-based.
No, you haven't. Well, yeah. How are you going to see it with a telescope that's not Earth-based?
Well, that's beside the point. What you accept right now is you.
That's not besides the point. That is the point.
That's the next. That's the next step. That's the next step we can get to.
Okay, so how do you confirm that those things that you'd say are going up into space with telescopes are the things that are going up into space with telescopes? How do you do that?
I get the feeling I need to first.
Then you got to start a story and create a belief.
Yeah, then I get the feeling I have to convince you that we can put things up in space.
Can you
telescopes?
This is the problem, right? Because you can't confirm it. So you're going to start a story and come up with a belief, and then you're going to try and convince us that story is correct, and you need to believe what I believe.
I'm just trying to understand why you believe what you believe. I know you guys don't believe that, but that's what I'm trying to do.
What do you mean? I believe that we haven't. I believe that we haven't seen rocks from Earth with a telescope. Yeah. Is that a belief?
I'm trying to understand why you believe that.
No, it's not a belief.
Well,
we've all determined
because he hasn't seen it.
We know for a fact that you can't find it.
Okay. We agree. We cannot see the asteroids from Earth with telescopes. We agree.
Yeah, I know. You've already admitted
the next
that.
question is, do we agree that we've seen them with space-based telescopes?
No, because you can't confirm that they are space-based telescopes, and you're going to create a story and a belief, and then you're going to try and convince us that's the story, and your belief has to be correct, and we need to believe what you believe.
Okay, so why don't you believe there are space-based telescopes?
A weird excuse and a
because you haven't presented it.
Could not be evidence.
How many times is this going to go through?
What would you just so you guys can tell me a story?
You can't verify the authenticity of it.
What would you accept? Sorry, T-Dib. Poke over you. My bad.
Saying you can't verify the authenticity of it. It's as simple as that.
What would I need to What would I need to do to verify it according to your standards?
Gas pressure next to a vacuum. Can you demonstrate that, Scott?
Nobody claims that. Nobody claims there is gas pressure next to a vacuum.
Oh.
At least with the common understanding. At least with the common understanding in the English language of what "next to" means.
Adjacent.
Adjacent is the same meaning as "next to," and nobody makes the claim that there's a gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum.
Inside, mofo.
Okay, why is there a pressure pocket or something in between them?
Nope. There's a gradual.
Base is not a vacuum.
What's we're looking for? A gradual change in pressure as we increase in altitude. There is no point at which vacuum.
Yeah,
there's no point at which we go vacuum. Look, next to it is not vacuum. That point does not exist.
There has to be. Yeah.
No, there doesn't.
Because at one stage you've got pressure, and then at one stage you don't. So in between that.
Nope, we don't.
The space
That's not
that
true.
We're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
what you
saying
just said is incorrect.
The atmosphere has no clearly defined termination.
But what you just said is incorrect. That is not what we say. We do not say there is one point at which we have pressure and another point at which we have no pressure.
There's no clear termination. There's no defined termination of the atmosphere.
That is correct. There is no clear defined termination.
Yeah, so it's still next to them.
It's arbitrary. Where we say that Kármán line is arbitrary, it's just a...
Scott, but it's still next to, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Okay, so what's in between it?
More variation, more gradation.
Yeah. So next to.
That's not next to.
It is, because there's no defined line. So it's
Am I
next
next
to
to
it.
you right now, Timbo?
Yes.
I'm next to you right now?
Does atmosphere stop? Does it stop at a point where there's no more Earth's atmosphere?
Not really.
It's the entire universe.
You're trying to understand how we think. I'm trying to understand how you think.
Well, here's what I think. I think the atmospheric pressure, the gases around the Earth, these gases are shared throughout the entire universe. Hydrogen is everywhere. And I'm guessing all the other atoms and all the other molecules of gas are everywhere also in various quantities. Huh?
What happened to trusting the experts? I thought you trusted the experts, Scott. That's not what the experts say.
Let me finish, and I'll tell you exactly what I believe. And then you can tell me exactly what you believe. And these gases are attracted to the Earth when they're close enough by gravitational forces.
Gases attracted to the Earth. What?
The gases are attracted to all mass because they have mass themselves, and they create atmospheric pressure, and that pressure gets less and less and less as we move further and further from the Earth, and there are fewer gas particles as we move up the ladder, I guess I'd call it, until there are so few gas particles, and the force of gravity is so light because it's far enough away from the Earth that these gas particles are no longer orbiting or in some kind of synchronization with the Earth, and and sometimes they're far enough away which they become other planets, i.e. Jupiter, i.e. Saturn, and then they have their own attractions, and so those hydrogen and nitrogen and all these other helium molecules have their own attractions, and they're pretty much independent of Earth, although there is a very, very, very small, unmeasurable gravitational pull from every other piece of mass. That's what I think. Now, what do you think?
A couple of pieces of gas got together, and then they accumulated more gas, and then got more gas. But
more than a couple.
Away from that, the other gas just floats around and doesn't do anything. But then it created a gas mass in a vacuum.
No, it didn't create a gas mass. The gases always had mass, and at some point, enough of them came together, and they started attracting other gases.
So is Jupiter getting bigger?
I don't know if there's any more mass.
That's what I want to know. Like, why don't they just continually add mass?
Because they've, from what I understand,
they just stopped. That's enough. That'll do.
So in hydrogen gas,
do you want the answer or not, or do you want to just try to be cute?
I haven't ever seen 100%.
No, that was my answer. They just say, "Well, that's enough mass. Let's stop here."
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You don't want an answer. Okay, that's fine. You don't need one. I mean, you can get through life just fine, not knowing the answers of these things.
That is my answer. That's what I'm explaining. How I interpret your explanation.
Well, I didn't ask how you interpret my explanation, did I?
So
you can go ahead and say it anyways. It's a free country. It's a free world, I guess.
So is the Earth accumulating?
Jupiter's atmosphere? Sorry.
Yeah. Is the Earth accumulating more gas from the gas?
I am not aware that it is. I have not looked into it.
I think it's at a net
small amounts, yeah.
In small amounts, so it is. So why do we have the same gas pressure at sea level then?
Well, I don't know. I was not aware that we were attracting more mass.
We're also losing mass at the same time. We're both losing and gaining mass.
Oh, we're losing and gaining mass at the same time.
Senior, do you know these things? Have you looked into this?
No, I'm asking questions.
No, I was asking Senior if he's looked. He's saying he knows the answer to these questions. I don't know the answers to because I've never looked into it. I'm just wondering if Senior has actually looked into it.
I know that there's just like cosmic dust in general, various, whatever that comes into the Earth, and then at the same time we're always, losing gas from our atmosphere, getting shot off
at the same rate as we're accumulating.
I didn't say at the same rate.
It's
I
not
said
the
at
same.
the same time.
I don't know if it is more or less, but pretty sure it's
so
a
it's
net
not
loss.
A balance. Yeah.
At what rate?
Yeah, if we're accumulating gas
more than we're losing
gas at the same time, where's it all coming from?
I don't know how to say this.
It's all out there in the universe already.
Where
Earth's mass is
did
variable.
where did you go?
So we get gas.
changing
All the
because our
gas.
mass is changing.
So all the gas that's accumulated on Earth comes from space.
Yeah.
Where
You
else would
serious?
it come from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Where do you think the gas comes from, Timbo?
Right, so it
Gas
comes
comes
down
from
and then
space.
gets attracted to the Earth from space.
I think it's the other way around, but yeah.
Timbo, where do you think the
What?
gas comes from?
Wait, no, stop, man. So it's the other way around. Can you explain that?
The attraction to the Earth is what causes it to come down.
Okay, from where?
Didn't you just say space?
Okay, so is the gas pressure on Earth getting higher?
Well, I was just about to read. It's I just googled it. It says Earth's mass is variable, subject to both gain and loss due to accretion of infalling material, including micrometeorites and cosmic dust, and the loss of hydrogen and helium gas, respectively. The combined effect is a net loss of material estimated at 5.5 times 10 to the 7th kilograms per year.
Basically negligible compared to the mass of the Earth.
So it's like it doesn't happen at all.
Is that negligible? I don't even know.
It's definitely measurable, but it's not enough to really make any difference in a human lifespan.
I've never.
Okay, how do we measure? How do we
measure?
measure that?
How do we measure what?
What
Well,
you
he
just
just said
claimed
it's
was
definitely measurable.
What I said
measurable.
or somebody else?
Air.
Someone said that it's definitely measurable.
I was just mentioning. I mean, we only know so much about the amount of mass.
If we're accumulating mass,
He was
the
just mentioning
gravitational
it.
force be
What an
greater,
idiot.
and it just continually can.
Yeah, I'm mentioning it because
measure
it
part.
said before.
Yeah, where's the measurement bit?
Hold on. What are you measuring, bro? How?
According to me, I didn't catch that last one.
Yeah, how are you measuring what you measured and where and how? Like,
oh my,
how did you measure what you claimed? Brother? Stick with your topic that you're talking to us about. You can't do that.
Well, we definitely track a lot
Pressure,
of the
the
things
air,
that
the
enter the
atmosphere,
atmosphere.
the gas.
I mean, I would
Repeating a
imagine
claim.
You said it's
You're just repeating a claim. So you said it's definitely measurable. So how do they measure it?
Well, we track the amount of things that enter the atmosphere and fall to the Earth.
You're just restating a claim. How is it measurable?
Well, that is how you measure it.
How are things
Hold on
measurable?
a
Or
second. You said dropping something in air is how you measure
you're lagging
what the
pretty
air is
hard.
doing up there, how it releases. So the rate of release of the air pressure into a vacuum, you measure by dropping apples. Is what you just fucking claimed, bro.
I think I missed part of your
Literally.
statement, but I think we're just pointing out that you can
I
look
think
at like
you missed part of your own
micrometeorites.
statement.
Well, no, you were lagging.
Yeah.
But
What the fuck are you talking about? Read your statement again. Read it back. I don't think you're comprehending what you're reading, buddy. That's the problem here. You got to get better comprehension skills when you read.
is he talking to me or the other guy?
The guy that's
Person
reading
that
this
made
shit,
the claim.
the claim about the pressure of gas, and you're reading dumb shit, and you don't even know what you're reading, and you're giggling. Read it again.
I read about like the gain or loss of mass. Somebody else was making a statement about like how to measure it.
Yeah, how do we measure it?
How do we measure that gain or loss and where it's gaining or losing? Where do we do that at?
I don't think that guy's going to answer, but I mean, I could take a stab at it. Like I said, we can monitor what
We don't want to
micrometeorites.
stab. We don't want to stab. We want to know how it's been measured.
Well, that's not. If I can't take an attempt at it, what do you want?
I want to know how it's been measured.
Well, tell me when you're done, like consulting with God with perfect information. Otherwise, I just got an attempt at what it is.
So you
No
don't
need
know.
to try and bullshit us.
So what's your attempt?
My tip would just be to say that we can monitor, say, a certain amount of the sky, right, for micrometeorites entering, for
Right.
Oh,
that's how you
How
know
do
it's
you
going
do
to be
that?
good. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. He's got to confirm with himself that it's right.
what did that guy yell?
So how do you measure bits of the sky?
On.
How do you do
Well, I mean,
that?
you can see micrometeorites come down.
It's the seeing's not measuring.
Well, you can go and collect it. I'm sure by this,
No,
You need a
get
microscope.
life.
I'm sure. I don't know if it necessarily means that, but I'm sure by the.
So you're
What's micro?
you're still talking out your arse.
Micro, like 2 millimeters thick.
Timbo, do you think if you have, say, a bucket of water, it's half full, and then you pour more water in that bucket, that you need to measure the total volume of the water in that bucket to know that there's more water in that bucket?
Mez, go try to figure out how to wash your feet on your own. We're in the middle of something.
I think we need to do the Cavendish experiment again to get the new density of the Earth.
Yeah, because it's changing.
Shit. More frickin' crazy circus frickin' contraptions. Lovely.
Yeah, and Mez, the answer would be yes, because you have a bucket, you can measure the amount of water, extra water that's gone in.
So you have to measure it. You couldn't just know by the fact that
No,
water
you know,
was poured
because
into the
water
bucket.
the water level raised.
Even without looking at the water level, if I pour water in a bucket, you can't see the water level.
Yeah,
Do you know that there's more water in the bucket?
Yeah, you've added
Brilliant,
more water.
great.
Yeah.
So we add more stuff onto the Earth, and then we know that the Earth's mass
Okay,
increases.
where are you adding more
Right.
stuff onto the Earth? Where's that?
Like we said, we can see meteorites, asteroids, whatever, fall into the Earth.
Yeah, shooting stars. You're
Shooting
dreaming
stars.
that those are rocks.
Shooting straight down to the Earth.
Yeah,
Not
and
looking
you're
at it.
dreaming that
You
those
might
are
miss the
rocks,
bucket.
bro.
Could be
Where is it
Hello
that
Kitty
we
notepads for all I care.
Just
Who's
curious.
going to pick the Earth up and put it on a scale so that we can weigh it and find out how much got added to it? This is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
So that's what they're asking is
Right.
like measuring every single meteorite against all the gas that we've lost. Is that
That's what the guy said he was going to do.
Yeah. He said he claimed they measure the amount coming in and the amount going out.
Well, I was saying that they would look at a specific location and obviously extrapolate.
Yeah, you were.
from that.
Yeah, you
How do you measure that?
If you were going to bullshit to us,
Excuse me?
you're excused.
I didn't understand what you said.
You prefaced it that you were going to bullshit. You were going to speculate. You were going to give it the old college try. That was you.
Yeah, I'm not an expert in measuring micrometeorites.
Okay.
Sorry.
There you go.
Well, why would you say it then?
I mean, why are any of us saying anything? I'm sure none of us are experts on most of this stuff, right?
Listen, you've got bruh cheerleading for you for absolutely no reason.
He just mimicked me.
The thing is, right?
The cheerleading?
So
I don't understand that.
okay, the thing is that we're asking a question. You came in saying you can measure things going in and things going out. All right? We're just asking you, how do you measure that? And you're saying, I'm just going to come up with a story about how they do it. And then you say, I'm not a expert. That doesn't matter whether you're an expert or not, but you did say that you were they measure it. And we're just asking how they measure it.
Yeah, the claim is that you're measuring it, so we need to know how.
Yeah, it's Google fingers broke
Well,
now.
you're not going to like the answer, but according to this quick bit of Google foo I've done, they use satellites.
You guys might as well be cyborgs at this point.
Oh my god.
I'm seeing one on Antarctica. Like a method they use particularly to analyze that area. And
What's it do?
extrapolate.
I bet.
So what's one little satellite do to measure the whole Earth when it's only in one spot? One little microscopic dot, and the Earth's going that way, below itself. What's it doing for the other side, and the right, and the left? What are you talking about, brother? You seriously think one little fucking thing sitting in the dot in one spot in some cold region is going to tell you what the fucking Earth is doing everywhere in the air? Are you kidding me? That's ignorant. That's the dumbest. That's
what
dumb.
are you asking?
How can a balloon or a satellite, one little satellite compared to the whole size of Earth, tell you what Earth's air is doing all around it when the satellite can only be in one spot at a time? Go ahead.
Okay, who said that? Who said that there was only one satellite, and who said that the satellite can only be in one spot?
Show where they at. Show us. Show us how you do that. Show us where you put them to read the atmosphere.
Well, just hold on. You understand that there's more than one satellite,
I don't understand
and the satellite.
How many satellites do you need?
You don't
I
understand
haven't seen a satellite yet. Not one. I don't
I'm going
understand.
to assume, right? It's a crazy assumption. The more, the better.
No, we're not going to assume anything. You're the assumpter. We're going to stop you from assuming.
You assumed that there was only one satellite. And you assume that they don't move. You said you don't know anything. The last thing I agree with.
I assume there's no satellites. Not one. You're assuming there's one.
There you go.
You guys are the ones that said you were cosmic dust measurers.
Yeah, where's your one satellite at? Can you find it for us real quick? Can you point it out in a telescope from your house so we all know it's there, your magic one telescope? Least you could do.
Actually,
right.
I've seen the ISS pass by my house. You don't need a telescope to see that.
You don't need a telescope? How about getting an airplane and look up and see it?
No, you don't need to get in an airplane. See it with your eyes.
Oh, yeah, you definitely do to make sure something's that high, you do, liar.
No, you don't.
So we need to stop you boys
Have you
from
heard of
shit.
Have you heard of trigonometry?
Closer to the building to prove the building's there or mirage. And once you get close to the mirage, what happens? It's not there anymore. Trigonometry. So now we're not going to do that. So what we're going to do, Rainbow Fetcher with trigonometry, right? We're going to stop trigonometry and stuff. We're gonna go up in an airplane or a high altitude balloon and get footage of the
damn globers with their goddamn trigonometry.
Yeah, we're not going to use that. We're going to use our eyeballs from above.
I don't need no goddamn triangle.
Yeah, we're not.
I just walk to the building and other buildings. I don't use my damn eyes.
Airplane either.
Are you a bit slow on the uptake? He's making fun of you.
So we don't need to look.
Oh my god!
Place that, Mez. That's an upgrade to your current utterances. It sounds like you're in a perpetual tea time the way you talk now.
We actually need some high altitude footage of this thing you say is 250 miles up. We have to make sure it's not an airplane. Dummy.
No, you don't.
Who don't? Liars like you?
Don't.
Losers who believe you owe me $1 million because I show you a picture of it, of the receipt?
No.
No, now you don't owe me $1 million. So now you don't
No,
just believe shit.
I'm pretty sure I don't owe you $1 million. I don't know what you've hallucinated.
I'll show you a picture. I'll show you a picture of it.
Okay, show me a picture.
I'll write out something that says you owe me $1 million, and I'll take a picture of it. Is that going to work for you?
No, that's not going to work.
You guys like pictures, so pictures don't work now.
Where'd the $1 million come from?
No,
son of a bitch! It's what you owe me.
Photographing something that you've written down
about my proof that you
doesn't make what you've written down true.
You'll need a satellite,
but it is evidence that you wrote down something.
The evidence is you'll need a satellite to see the proof that he owes me the $1 million. Do you
so
have
we need a satellite
ready?
To prove satellites.
No. You need.
But then we've got another satellite. So how do we prove the second satellite?
Listen,
hey, real quick. I just put my 2 links into chat, not based on the satellite stuff, but just the Antarctic study. The first one's just an article about it, and then the second one is actual scholarly article.
Can you reference something? Can you reference something from it that's going to be useful to the conversation?
Well, we were asking how do they measure the amount of cosmic dust coming into.
So that's one little spot.
Can you reference out of those articles? Can you reference a section?
Well, I mean, if you read the first one would be easier because it's just like a news story type article. It's not like an actual scholarly one.
So it's just words. Yep.
I can copy and paste a line from it.
With clean sampling techniques and accurate ages for dust deposits, the researchers calculated that around 5,200 metric tons of micrometeorites fall to Earth every year.
I will say that they'll likely disagree with it because it's estimation and extrapolation. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, you guys won't even get an airplane.
At least you get it, bruh.
It's weird you guys that act like you want to go find proof of stuff, but then when we say just get in an airplane and film the ISS go above your head for us, you can't do that now. Oh, look from the ground. That'll prove it's above an airplane for you, little guys.
You guys are now
So can
arguing
you?
space stuff in Antarctica.
Yeah, that's right.
So you're claiming that
Sounds like
the
it.
ISS is below airplanes, or whatever the thing
No
that
one,
the ISS
no one
is
made a
below
claim.
airplanes.
No one.
Lord
He
save
didn't make
us.
a claim.
Well, I mean, he was saying get in an airplane and look for the ISS. And you won't see
Yes,
it.
sir. That's not me making a claim. That's
So is
me
the
asking for
argument
you to
that
get
because you think
evidence.
there's space dust in Antarctica, the Earth must
Oh,
be
yeah,
a globe?
sorry. Let's stay with Antarctica. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, I just want to
Space dust.
understand, is the argument that because you've read an article that says there's space dust in Antarctica, that's what makes you think the Earth's a globe?
No, maybe you should say
No.
this one out, Cyclone.
I think you just joined
You
the
way off.
conversation.
Well, that's what you
Hey,
posted.
Mez.
Hey,
Mez,
I've
it
got
wasn't
a
your
suggestion
article,
for you.
Hotshot.
There you go. There we go.
We're looking for
You
this
posted
globe too the
space
whole
dust
time, guys.
space dust in Antarctica, therefore globe.
Senor.
No, you just joined the conversation. We were talking about something other than specifically why the Earth was a
No,
globe.
we're back to
Was
the
it-
brass tacks.
Yeah.
That's what
Now he's starting a
that's what
new
everyone's doing
conversation that we're going to go along
here.
with.
That's what everyone's doing here, though. They're looking for evidence that Earth's a globe.
Okay, I was just going on with the conversation when I joined.
Very
Well,
valid question.
You think the Earth's a globe?
Well, you can continue right now.
Good people, what are we talking about here?
We're looking for evidence that the Earth is a big spinning ball.
Oh, well, you don't need evidence for that.
Firsthand.
You just need common sense.
Don't need evidence for that. That's an interesting take.
That's cool.
And his evidence is so-called common sense. I'd like to see that.
Common sense logic, actually.
Okay,
Which
go
of your
ahead.
senses-
Present it.
Yeah, which of your senses detects a
Yes.
globe Earth?
Well, you see, it's very simple. Actually, I have a team of scientists that
You have a team?
They climbed a really big and tall tree, and they saw that the Earth was clearly round.
The scientists climbed a tree. So I guess climbing
Yes,
a
and
tree.
this is the
level
This is all backed up by evidence.
that we get here.
But even without
Isn't like-
the scientific evidence, I already knew that the Earth was round because it's
So
common
we've
sense.
got, so we've got space dust in Antarctica and scientists
Round like a
climbing
quarter?
tree.
No, more
guys
like
should just
round like a ball or
do
something.
No evidence. You should just stick to no evidence if it's climbing
No,
a tree.
There's common
or
sense,
space
logic,
dust
and
in
scientific
Antarctica.
evidence from
You
my
should
case.
just try a different voice changer.
1 sec. Can you just present that common sense logic for us? Go ahead.
Right. So basically, my team of scientists, which are my buddies,
They climbed a tree.
A really tall tree, actually, not just a tree. A
How
really
tall
tall
was this
tree.
tree?
And they actually
How
saw
tall?
that the Earth
How
was
tall
round.
was the tree? How tall was the tree?
I would say it was like a good 100,000 feet up in the air.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So this is where you guys should just not talk.
You sign
Go on.
off on this, Scott?
See what happens when you clammed up, Senor?
When I clammed up,
Senor,
is that what you said?
You should do.
Yes.
You should talk because this guy's
Did I
not doing the
clam
globe
up?
any
You mean?
favors.
Well, you acted like you acted like you're not the cosmic dust measurer guy.
What do you? Well, I wasn't the one that was talking about measuring it initially, and then I put in those 2 articles. Once
Okay.
that guy
Do
was
you think
speaking after me.
your 2 articles have anything to do with the topic of the server?
I mean, assuming that we got onto that tangent from the topic of the server, yeah.
Okay.
So you
How
do
did
think
we
that
get
the
on?
space dust in
I wasn't here.
Antarctica is a
I
globe?
had joined and was hearing
Oh,
you guys
okay,
talk about it.
So
Huh,
does it or does
interesting.
it not prove a globe? The space dust.
I don't know. It depends what the topic was, what the tangent you guys went down was.
Someone
Well,
was
topic
one of the
is-
outer space believers, i.e., Scott, was talking about space rocks, and then you started talking about measuring cosmic dust.
Cosmic dust sounds like a good.
And then
drug.
the other guy started climbing 100,000 mile tall tree with his team of scientists. And we're back to you now.
What's a team of scientists doing up a tree?
How'd they ever get back?
AISSING.
Probably.
So maybe you can present a logical argument for the Earth being a globe then. Cosmic dust.
Can you people prove to me scientifically and with common sense logic that the Earth is flat?
It's not a science question.
Of course
Yeah,
not.
we all climbed a tree
It's not
and we saw that it was
scientific at all.
flat.
It's very uneducated.
Yeah, we all climbed a tree and we saw that it was flat.
You think shapes are scientific?
What was that, Aussie?
You said it's scientific flat Earth, yeah?
Yes.
Right. So, do you think shapes are scientific?
Right. So I think that shapes are just shapes.
Yep. So why would you ask for a scientific, logical statement?
Because this is a scientific problem.
But we just agreed that shape is not a scientific question.
It is. I proved it.
Okay.
Are you from Australia?
No. Papua New Guinea.
Because it doesn't exist according to you.
Let's get you to define science. Define scientific. Define scientific.
Right. So the scientific is just the way you can prove things in reality of the universe.
Oh, is that so? Can you provide a citation for that definition of scientific?
I told you it.
No. Can you provide a citation that supports what you say it is?
Well, my team backed me up scientifically
So no?
on that definition.
So that's a no.
No, that's a yes.
You're just talking bullshit. You don't know what that term means to you. It's just a label you slap on something, and then you go there. It's good. It's scientific. Yeah, I said it's scientific.
No,
Yeah.
calm down.
Yeah, so I said it's scientific, so it's good, right? That's just what you use that term for. Beyond that, you have no clue what it actually is, do you?
Wait, don't cry.
Okay. Anybody else?
Are you from Australia?
Doesn't matter, dude. What's scientific mean?
Scientific means using the scientific method to prove things in reality.
Really? Okay. That's great.
Yes.
Can you show us how you're going to run a shape through the scientific method? Give me your dependent, independent, and control variables.
Right. So I could give you multiple examples of things I can make up on the spot.
Start with one.
But
One. And the
example.
one is going to be how you're going to put a shape through this method.
Okay. Well.
Didn't he just say a shape was a shape? He didn't say it was science.
Oh, he's back to
Now
thinking
he's
it's
arguing
science now.
against himself.
I would put the shape the trapezoid.
Great. So what's your
You're going to go on mute.
trapezoidomoid?
What?
Yeah, your scientific hypothesis for the trapezoidomoid, please.
No, you mispronounced it. It's the troxomoid.
Excellent. Now, what's going to be your scientific hypothesis?
Are you Australian?
You're starting to sound Australian.
You're Australian. You don't exist.
Okay. Anyway, point proven.
You didn't prove anything, actually. You seem very uneducated.
You're just an idiot, dude, that calls people uneducated, then throws out terms that you're not educated on, like scientific. That's all. I just wanted to elucidate that fact. That's all. You can carry on putting your foot in your mouth now. I'm good.
Wait, are you a flat earther?
Doesn't matter. You're a retard who doesn't know what scientific means, even though you drop that word everywhere.
Okay, thank you. You have proved to me that you are uneducated and retarded. Thank you.
How did you wasting our time?
Hey,
Okay,
can I ask a question? I have something I want to ask.
All right, go ahead.
Is it better than his question?
We were talking about measurements earlier on and using eyes and stuff, yeah? Like no satellites, like we use planes and we go off and we fly around and we look at the Earth, yeah?
Who was? In what?
Yeah.
Can you specify what the subject was about?
I remember it was like we were talking about satellites, but like satellites is a no word. So I just want to understand. So
It's
do
an
you
Arthur
guys
C.
have?
Clarke word.
I just want to understand. Do you guys have a map of flat Earth?
Oh, I think he's googled how to debunk the flat Earth in 10
No,
ways.
this is just me. This is just me. I
Yeah.
haven't googled.
Okay.
Hey,
What
pick
do you
any
know
map.
do you know what a map is?
Hmm?
You know what a map is?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
a scale.
So a map
base of the planet. Yeah.
A map's flat.
Yeah.
A map's flat.
Yeah.
There you go. There's your map.
Yeah, but
There you go.
but
Map of Earth.
we need a flat Earth map just because we have globe. We've
Well, that's a
globe
map of Earth that's flat. So there you go.
Well, that doesn't really make sense though.
Where are you trying to get to?
Yeah, you're saying you're about to say we have a globe map. Can you present?
I need
can you
a
show
scale.
us?
Like,
Can
your
you
map
show us a
doesn't really have
globe?
a scale.
Can you show us a globe map?
Hmm?
Can you show us a globe
You want
map?
that, sorry? No, I want a
Globe
flat.
map.
I want a.
They're all
flat
flat.
Earth map that is not distorted and has a consistent scale.
They're all flat.
All I'm asking
Pull
for.
out a map and put it on the table.
Okay, I will.
Hey, could you show us a map that's not flat?
What's a map that isn't flat? No, because. Okay, one sec.
There you go.
Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
There you go.
Very interesting.
No. I'm getting you your map. 1 second. It just takes a second. My internet is a bit.
Do you think they go up on ships like you go up on a big cargo ship and they've got a?
Actually, I just realized. Why?
They've got a globe. You think they navigate with a globe?
Why do I have to provide the map? I actually don't know what the map looks like. Yeah, I just want to see
map that isn't flat. Remember?
He sounds confused.
I just want to see one of your maps, like the flat Earth map.
They're all maps.
Well, all the maps are flat, so that's
okay.
Goes without saying. But you're saying that you can give us a map that's not flat, right?
Yeah, but you guys, if it's a flat Earth, how can you circumnavigate the planet? We can circumnavigate it, yeah.
Yeah, around north.
So you're not gonna.
We can go like from Australia, yeah.
So you can travel in a circle.
Yeah, with a flat map. Yeah.
And we can do
you know that east and west are circles around the North Pole. You do know that. Is that correct? You should know that.
East and west are circles around what?
East and west are circles around the North Pole. That's how you circumnavigate.
Yeah.
It's really easy.
Yeah.
Okay, so you agree. Hey, welcome to Flat Earth. Great. Excellent.
It doesn't make sense that 1 second. I forgot what the flight was. You know the South Pole, yeah?
You've got planes following a map.
What website do you guys follow?
Can you walk around your house in a circle and get back to where you started?
That's circumnavigating.
Yeah, but what about the boat race that
Well, hold on, just answer me that. Can you walk around? Can you walk around your house and end up back where you started?
I can, yeah.
Does that mean your house is a ball?
No, but that's because.
Well, there you go.
Because you walked around in a circle.
Like how can you go around Antarctica on the flat Earth?
How did you go around it?
I didn't, but there's the Antarctica Cup yacht race.
Well, we're not claiming that we went around it either, so.
Yeah, check the map for where the route of that even goes.
I've seen so many
that yacht
maps
race.
of flat Earth. I just want to know what the actual one is, because all of these globe tards, we all have one map.
If you want to know what it's about,
we all figured out that this is our map.
Listen,
What
you
is not a
didn't
map?
figure out anything.
Just
You didn't
map.
figure out
Just not a
anything.
map.
You were given.
A map is very, very helpful.
You were given.
You don't have a
story.
map.
You didn't figure anything out.
Yeah, what map are you claiming?
You know, my understanding generally is that flat earthers.
Stop.
I can show you the flat Earth map, the flat Earth. I mean the globe Earth, the globe map.
Dude, stop.
The
Answer
model.
Crit's question. Dude, stop. Answer Crit's question. Which map are you using?
Fucking atlas, the globe.
You said the globe has a map. Which map are you using?
I'm using the inverse Mercator.
Is that a map to scale?
Inverse Mercator.
Is that distorted or is that 100%
No,
accurate?
it has a scale depending on latitude.
So it's distorted. So you're asking us for a map that's not distorted, but you're using a map that's distorted.
I also
having
use
a scale
an
doesn't
AE
mean
map.
distorted, right?
Well, it's, you got to go in distorted in comparison to what? Yeah.
Globe.
Right. Let me just cut this map chat. Right. Do you understand that we're not here?
I just want to see a
map.
model. I just want to see a
Listen,
model.
we're not
of the
here.
flat Earth.
Listen. You said if you want to understand, we're not here claiming a map or a model. We're here pointing out that Earth's surface has no curvature,
but that's my point. You're claiming nothing.
We're claiming
You don't have a map.
the Earth's
You don't have a model.
surface doesn't have curvature.
I can show you multiple
Listen, let me see if you
globes,
understand
in
this.
fact.
I need to see if you understand this. Do you understand that we're saying that the Earth's surface doesn't have curvature conforming to a ball of a radius of 3959 miles? Do you understand that, yeah?
I understand
so
that you're
if the Earth doesn't have curvature, then it can't be that ball, can it?
But I don't understand. So, like, you just keep saying my stuff isn't real,
That's our
and
position.
you guys have nothing.
Do you understand what I just said? If there's no curvature, it can't be a ball, right?
No. But you have.
Hold on,
you
just
have
answer
no
the
model.
question.
You have no
Is that
model
right or is
for
that
your
wrong?
non-curve.
If there's no curvature,
I have a model for my curves.
you don't have any curvature.
Wait, can I just get this clear? I just want this clear. You have no map.
Why are you asking for one?
Listen,
why would you ask for something you think that no one has?
I'm not asking for something. You guys say that you have.
Listen, you don't have curvature, bro. It's that simple. Bro, it's that simple. You do not have curvature, so you can't have a ball.
Okay, listen. Let's say
No, don't just talk past it.
with you're just brushing over my thing. We're two people with two things. Yes, I'm here.
No, you don't have a thing. You don't have curvature.
I do. I'll. Do you want me to walk you down to the shop and we'll buy a globe?
Okay, who measured curvature
and we'll buy a globe?
Okay, verify that there's curvature first, then we'll entertain the ball idea. So who measured curvature?
No, but we're two things. You know, you're saying it's flat. I'm saying there's
no,
a curve.
Yeah, you're saying there's curvature, right? So who measured that curvature?
Who measured the curvature?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say these because you guys hate the satellite.
No one
and
measured
you hate
it.
NASA.
No one measured
I
it.
personally don't know. I don't think.
Yeah, no one measured it. That's the whole point.
I want to know.
No one measured it.
There's scientists that have looked at the Earth, okay, and I trust them because they all consolidate on one.
None of them have measured the curve or observed it.
They have using.
Okay, who did?
Scary satellite. Whoa.
Okay, who did that? Who measured the curve?
I don't know them personally. I'm sorry to say.
Do you know their names?
I just want to know. All of these, these globe-tard scientists, they all point to one map. I just want to know.
They don't point to any curvature.
What? No,
Whoa.
I just want to know. I just want to know, where do you flat earthers point to? Where do you?
We point to the fact that there's no curvature.
To the ground.
So it can't be a ball. No curvature, bro. You need to stick with that until you can overcome it. No curvature of the surface.
And we focus on reality too.
A map is a projection of a globe.
No, but we need your curvature in reality. So how did you prove that?
Okay, so what we're gonna do is, you don't have a map, yeah? Okay, like you don't have any.
What we're gonna do is,
my point is, I don't think you.
What we're gonna do
is,
you're
dodging. You guys are dodging.
We're gonna keep repeating that there's no curvature until you show curvature, and then we.
All I'm asking is for a map and a model of your system.
All
if you
we're
have a
asking
system,
for is for some
every
curvature,
single
bro.
system. Okay,
I'm an
electrical engineer by study. I'm an electrical engineer by study.
Calm down.
Another goofball losing his mind, dude. Just pay attention to the questions, man. We're talking about reality and what the ground actually is.
Longitude and latitude lines that come from flat Earth measurements. So whatever map you look at is a flat Earth map. They were derived from flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris the sun and other celestial bodies. And that's how they plotted all of the globe and created it and put these positions into the celestial sphere and created your globe. It's all derived from flat earth measurements. Sorry, dude, you've been lied to.
But we're not going to dwell on the maps because we're waiting for the curvature. That's what we need. Then we can start talking about a ball. You need curvature first. So, you said you don't know who measured it. Find out. Come and tell us.
I mean, is it fair for him to ask his question?
Not if it
I don't think
assumes
he
the
has the
curvature.
answers to a ball.
Not if it assumes the curvature that he hasn't proven.
I don't think he is. I think he just
Well,
wants
yeah.
a model. But I think you guys have already given that answer that you guys don't assume any model specifically.
Yeah, that's right.
all
So,
I was
so
saying
you
was-
got to listen to this, right? So that, all right. So the claim is the Earth curves in all directions into a sphere, right? So we need to get past this first step before we can start talking about maps. Because in order for you to claim that your sphere map, which I haven't seen yet, is correct, you'd need to present curvature on the surface of the Earth, so we know it's a ball, and then we can talk about it. Now, that's the main claim. So if we can get that sorted out, then the conversation can move forward, and then we can talk about maps.
I don't think he was claiming his sphere map. I think he was trying to find about yours.
Yeah, he did. He said we have sphere. He said we have sphere maps, and they are correct. All right. So
No,
where is
what I
this?
was saying is our maps are a projection of a globe onto a flat
Okay.
medium.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I just said. You said you have a sphere map because you said it's a projection of a globe, right?
Yes,
So in order to have a globe, you need curvature in all directions from your position. Now, can you present this?
What I'm saying is, okay, if you have
Okay, it's a yes or no question, and then what you do is you add with a citation or evidence that it is curving. So, can you present this? Yes or no?
Okay, you keep speaking over me, so I'm just going to speak over.
No, you're just going to go on mute if you can't answer the question. Who's that other guy chiming in? Maybe he could have a conversation. Was that Senor?
Huh? What's up?
Were you the one just speaking there?
Yeah, I spoke like 20 seconds ago.
Yeah. All right. Well, we can speak to you because this guy's not capable of having conversation, apparently.
I don't think that's fair. I think he was looking for something specific, and then you guys kind of pushed him
But
down.
he's asking, but he's pushing us to make a claim we're not making. I made it very clear to him the claim we are making, which is that there's no curvature of the Earth. So you can't proceed from that and say, well, I need a map, otherwise there is curvature of the Earth. No, you need curvature of the Earth.
Numpty wouldn't know how to evaluate a map anyway.
I think it would just be more fair to hammer down that point that you don't
This is
claim
what we've
of
been
any
doing for
map,
like 20
more so
minutes.
than like taking him down like some conversation path that you've all been
Oh,
down.
that's really
many
helpful.
times.
Why don't we just make you the head mod and you'll run this chat from now on? Or you can go Karen somewhere else and let us just carry on.
Well, you have to agree that the
I'm not
premise of
stopping
this
anybody.
debate
Surely you'd
is
be able to
curvature.
take a flat. If you had a flat.
Okay, thanks for revealing yourself there, Mitchell. You're permabanned from all of these servers. Bye.
Oh, I was still alive. Rip.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, I'm not going to assume you speak for everybody, but in general, would you say that you reject any curve or just specifically the curve that's generally presented?
No curve is ever presented. That's the whole problem.
Well, of course, they've, whatever, 3 point whatever squared, it's everywhere across the internet that they talk about, right? Got their curvature sites.
People can talk about
What
anything
did you
they
just
want
say?
to talk about. That doesn't make it real. No one's observing it. No one's measuring it. That's the problem.
I know. I'm saying, do you reject any curvature whatsoever, or just specifically the curvature of the described Earth of globe Earthers?
Can you show me some curvature to reject?
Yeah. The trouble is there's no curvature that we've been presented to reject. So we're just looking for that first. That's the first step of this. So we can't reject anything that we don't have.
You've never. I feel like I'm being baited.
Do you have curvature?
Yeah, we're not baiting you. We're just looking for like someone to present some curvature.
I mean, why are we acting like it's not been presented all over the internet and you haven't had this conversation a million times?
Well, show us, please.
No one's ever presented curvature.
It's a serious question there, Senior. The thing is that we're not rejecting curvature. There is no curvature for us to reject. If you are aware of where the curvature is and you can show us the curvature, we will be more than willing to take a look at it. We've never seen it at this point in time. We've been at this since 2014, 2015, and nobody has brought us curvature. So if you have it, please bring it forward.
I mean, I've been in the server a very long time. I've been in the main one for a very long time, off and on. I've definitely heard plenty of arguments.
Have you ever heard anyone present any evidence of curvature?
Many a times. It's the entire point of the server, right?
Where is it? What can you show? Like, tell us. Please expand on that. Like, you just saying it doesn't show anything.
Yeah, who did they say measured it?
Should we go back to your cosmic dust articles?
We're going to go to Eratosthenes. Pictures from space.
Can I just ask something about the curvature thing? You know the way you said you wanted to prove curvature. Oh,
no, you need to prove curvature.
Lunar eclipse. Lunar eclipses, yeah.
What about them?
So, like the sun, it shines the shadow of the Earth on the moon, yeah. Is that
your claim?
We agree on this? I just want to know if we can agree on this.
Well, how do you know that? Well, how do you know that?
What about a Selenilian eclipse?
All right, I'm gonna have to go on mute for a bit, so someone else pick this up.
Does anyone wanna? I'm just trying to educate
I will.
myself
So
here.
if you shine a, so first we have to, conclude that is the shadow of the Earth and it is a curved surface. Because if you claim the moon is curved, then if you shine a straight line, you get a shadow of a straight line on a curved object, you're going to get a curved line. So what are we talking here?
No, but so I don't understand. We shine a light, yes, on the Earth, yes.
Yeah.
Its shadow is cast onto the moon, yes.
Yeah, and what's the shadow?
The shadow of the Earth. It's curved. You can see it.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
is
So
curved.
all right. So let's go. So if the moon is a curved surface, and you had a straight shadow, would that shadow be curved?
Let's just say, okay. I
answer the question, man.
Oh.
Please.
It's all good to just say I don't know, too. Just FYI.
I mean, I said I'm not 100% sure, but I would say that the shadow would only be curved if the Earth was curved. Yes?
No, I just asked you a question. If you had something straight, and you shine a light on the straight thing and present a shadow on a curved surface, right? The moon, being the moon, would that straight line now be curved?
Straight thing. I just want to make sure. You mean so the Earth? You're presuming it's flat, yes?
No, I'm not saying that at all. Right? I'm just saying if you it doesn't matter. Can you just answer the question? Because I'm putting two proposals in, right? You're saying
in this scenario,
okay, just listen, dude. Just listen. You're going to talk over the top of me. I'm not finished, right? So I'm presenting two scenarios, right? You've got a curved surface of an Earth with a shadow on another curved surface of a moon, right? And then you've got a straight surface presenting a shadow on a curved surface of a moon. What happens to those lines when the shadow goes on those surfaces?
So you're saying what happens when a straight line is cast onto a curved surface?
Yes.
I don't fully know, but I can go and get a ball and a sheet of paper, and I will test that for you.
Yes, great. So I've done this before, and what it presents is a curved line, right?
Okay. You know what? I'm going to be bold here. I'm going to be.
So we've got two. So we've got two scenarios that present. So we've got two scenarios. That's saying that it is the line being of the shadow is the Earth. We've got two scenarios that create the same disturbance, right? The same curved line. So how do you know which one it is? Because this is your evidence, right? So in order for your evidence to be correct, it can only happen in one situation.
Okay, so
if there's two examples of it happening with different situations, then it can't be 100% correct what you're saying, can it?
This brings up another issue for me because it's like I'm trying to understand your guys' logic, like want to be able to use it. So I've been told that the moon is not a sphere because none of the other celestial bodies are spheres.
Okay. In this example, it doesn't. In this example, it's a rebuttal to what you're saying, right? So you're presenting.
No, I just want to understand.
So you're presenting. I'm not making any claims about the moon, dude. Right? You're presenting evidence that the moon is a sphere and the Earth is a sphere, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, if the moon is a sphere and you have a straight line projecting onto the moon, which is a sphere, then it will create a curve shadow on the curved surface of the moon because you believe it is a sphere, right?
Yeah.
If you have a curved line getting projected onto another sphere, a sphere onto a sphere, it actually creates a straight line. Imagine that. That's pretty fucked up. But this is what happens with shadows.
Wait, whoa. Are you saying, I just want to make sure. Are you saying if I get two balls, I shine a light on ball 1 and it'll cast a straight line on ball 2? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, you have to get scale though. So right, so you've got so if you get a basketball, which is the Earth. What?
Why does why does the scale sort of matter?
Well, you got to keep it relative to what we're actually witnessing and what you're claiming, don't you?
But you're on about like the two spheres, yeah, and how the shadow is cast. Like the scale, it's still going to be somewhat curved. You can scale it back as far as you want. But if you look really, really, really super duper close,
What happens if you put the balls
curved.
touching each other? Would that be different? That's why scale is important.
Yep. Now, I've done this before, so I'm going to leave it up to you to do. Right? So you can do it.
I just want to say we're talking about distance, not scale.
So you don't have to worry about scale then. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because the two spheres are separated. It doesn't matter what distance. No matter the distance.
Are you serious, dude? You're trying to make a claim. You're trying to make a claim about a ball, right, which is the Earth, and then a moon, which is 1/3 the size, right, at a distance of 243,000 miles.
Yes.
Now you've got to get that scale correct, don't you?
But what I'm trying to argue here now is your claim of I get a ball and another ball, and I shine a light on ball A, that the line on ball B will be straight.
Try it.
So we're doing this. Yes, we're on this point.
Yeah, try it. Go ahead.
We're just trying to replicate your story. So when you do it, we need to verify it. That's how you do it.
Yeah, because your claim is the Earth's surface, which is curving, is the only way that you can get a curved shape on another curve, which is incorrect.
But
there's no ifs and buts about it.
It does. It doesn't give a straight line. It's still a curve.
Okay. Have you done it? Have you done it?
You have.
Yeah, believe it or not, I actually have.
Okay, can you show us that?
I don't have my balls with me. Surprisingly, I don't have 2 balls on hand. It doesn't matter. You guys are trying to.
I knew it.
You guys,
so you haven't done
this
it.
Is the whole
so
thing
dude,
with the flat Earth community. This is the whole thing. I just don't understand.
No, this isn't. This has got nothing to do with. This has got nothing to do with flat Earth. You made a claim that the Earth's surface, curved surface, shines onto the moon another curved surface, right? And this proves that the Earth. This proves that the Earth is curved, right? No, dude, stop talking over the top of me. Your claim is
you've overtalking me. Actually, if we go back into the audio logs and we go all the way back, you started overtalking me.
I'm trying to explain to you that your claim that the Earth's curving surface is getting projected onto the moon as a curved shadow, right? And the only way that you can do this is if the Earth is curved.
Yes.
Correct? Is that your claim?
Yes. Yes.
I'm presenting to you that it's not.
You know, you're claiming. You're not presenting. Can you show me the presentation?
No, I'm asking you because I've done this before, so I'm asking you. I'm asking.
I've done this before
hang
as well.
on. I'm asking you. I'm asking you to prove to yourself so that you don't have to listen to me. So that you don't have to listen to me, so you can go away and do this yourself. Get a flat piece of paper with a light behind it onto a basketball. Move the paper up and down, and you'll get a curved surface. You'll get a curved line. Right? So that's from a straight surface. So the only way for you to have a curved line on a curved surface is not
Dropped out. I think Johnny dropped out.
No, I do have a topic if anybody's curious to discuss it. I'm actually kind of curious about the so-called final experiment happening later this year. I'm not sure if anybody's heard about that.
What about it?
I was asking earlier in chat whether or not it's being discussed in this server.
I think it's been probably brought up a few times. Doesn't prove anything, so it's kind of a waste of time. It might be fun, it might not be fun, but it doesn't prove anything. I mean, the Earth is still measured flat, navigated flat, used flat. So if the sun were to stay above the horizon for 24 hours down there, that would be interesting. It would be neat to see the video, but it doesn't prove anything. The Earth is still flat.
Oh my God.
That interesting.
You guys are worse than religious people that do the same thing every single day praying to God. Man, you guys say the same thing every single day. How do you not get bored of this shit?
Calm down.
Anyway, I just wanted to brag about how much money I made the past 2 weeks. I made $1,800 something dollars. I'm like really proud of
You're just
myself.
spiraling. You just got here. Is there a moderator? Holy cow.
Yeah,
that's definitely not helping.
The Earth is flat. I'm gonna keep talking about the Earth being flat and say.
Okay, shut the fuck up.
I mean, yeah, you understand the channel is Earth being flat, like.
Unreal.
Well, as I was going to say, wouldn't it be interesting though? Because as far as I'm aware, given the flat Earth model, the 24-hour sun wouldn't be possible.
Yeah, but you're preempting a result. Like it'd be all right to talk about it when it's been done, but you can't really talk about something that hasn't been done. So it's kind of a waste of time talking about it until it's done. Yeah, you would agree with that, wouldn't you?
To an extent, but the one thing I appreciate about the way they're going about it is that they're willing to hear all suggestions over whether or not it would be falsifiable, whether or not there are better things that they could do in terms of the methodology. They're completely.
That's right. They haven't done anything yet, though.
So hang on a sec here. If it's true that it's a globe and it is the way that they say that it is, I live in a place where I experience 24-hour sun over a 3-day period during the summer equinox, okay, where I live. And
Northern or southern hemisphere? Just curious.
In the northern hemisphere. So for it to be true in the south, it should be very easy for people in Australia. They should experience 24-hour sun once per year for at least 3 days, like I do here in the north.
No, they shouldn't.
Exactly.
Not far enough
Far
south.
north are you?
Exactly. Exactly.
Are we talking?
Sorry, say again, you got cut off.
How far north we're talking? At what,
58 degrees, 58 degree latitude.
Okay. So the southern tip of Australia, to an extent, would be at least that far south.
No, it's not.
Oh, I'm just curious because the equivalent claim during both solstices would be that you have to be far enough, either north or south, to be able to see the 24-hour sun for a given 24-hour period close to the solstice.
I think your only comparison would be to South America. Australia's not far enough south.
The southern tip of South America would be more southern than the southern part of Australia?
Oh, yeah, definitely. The bottom of Australia is 38, 40 degrees south. So,
and we don't see anything like that. We don't see the reports from there, and they should be there if it's just that simple. And it's just not that simple. And again, even if there is 24-hour sun down in Antarctica, it doesn't prove anything because we still navigate, measure the Earth as being flat and stationary, non-rotating. So nothing changes. It's just the path of the sun, which is also a mystery. It's an unknown. It's what we observe over our heads every day. We see sunrise, we see sunsets, we get daylight, we get dark. Everybody observes that. So, but as far as this proving anything, it doesn't prove anything. It's literally a waste of time, although it might be interesting.
I would agree, but
people in Antarctica say there is no 24-hour sun. So
they're going to test.
What's wrong with the people? What's wrong with the people's observations in Antarctica who say there is no 24-hour sunlight?
They would say that though. I've got
multiple. Yeah, they do.
Well, I just
they say I know of sunlight.
I know of people that go down there.
So there's no evidence of 24-hour sun. We don't have anyone.
It's been recorded. Whether or not you agree with those observations, that's up to you.
Are you saying sunlight, daylight, or sun, or what are you saying here specifically?
Well, specifically, the sun is above the horizon for 24 hours straight.
Well, that's a claim, but there's no evidence of that. It's completely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can deny it, sure, but there's plenty of recordings. It's happened many times, which is what they're
not funny.
People who live in Antarctica deny it, bro.
Yeah, and I would disagree.
Okay, so isn't this what they're...
Okay.
But this is what they're trying to... This is what... If it was so self-evident, why would they have to go down there again then?
Fairly self-evident. What they're trying to do with this whole thing is they're trying to satisfy all the different camps of ideas. That's why they're asking for different recommendations from all the different people that are involved in this type of discussion.
So it'd be nice when they do it. It'd be nice to talk about it then. I would agree.
I agree as well, but I think it's interesting to be able to kind of conceptualize it and add, our 2 cents to the discussion, especially when they go down there.
That's great. So conceptualize something that hasn't happened yet. So if you look at...
all I'm saying is, if you guys can have...
I don't think they're going to see... I don't think they're going to have a clear day, because when are they supposed to be going? December and January?
It's going to be, I believe, about a week-long trip.
The occurrence only occurs like at the winter solstice and a few days after or something. The apparent occurrence, so you can't just go anytime.
But where they are, I think the midnight sun actually occurs for around 3 weeks. As far south as they're planning on going.
Okay, so what happens is, so if you look at the weather for the Australian Antarctic Station, over the last 3 years, there's been one clear day in the month, or 2 or 3 clear days in the month of December, and 2 or 3 in the month of January.
Okay,
I don't even think they're going to be able to see it, but
it's understandable. But I mean, let's assume that they will, just for argument's sake. Is there
why
anything?
Why are we going to assume that?
Well, because there's potential that it would happen. There's good potential that they would have at least 24 clear hours of the sun.
Okay, we're gonna start making assumptions on assumptions.
It's more of they're making the trip because they assume that they're going to be able to see this. It's more like considering the experiment, though.
No, but for us to talk about it and make assumptions, we're making assumptions on something that hasn't happened yet.
And I
agree. We can't really talk about it then, can we?
I know. I would disagree, just mainly because we can conceptualize.
It's going to be a circular conversation. Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is the fact that if there is anything that anybody can contribute to make this a more rigorous experiment, then that's what they're looking for. They want as many different inputs as possible.
I got one. Look harder. Wait, no, hold on. Look heavier. Wait, no. Look faster. I don't know how do you manipulate this experiment? What can you do?
It's not a manipulation. It's more about the recording of it happening, just to make sure.
Record slower.
Yeah, so it's not an experiment then. Yeah, it's just an observation.
Yeah, not experiment, dude. Sorry.
Whatever you want to call it, sorry, an observation, but let's make the observation falsifiable to the point where if anybody can come up with any type of idea that would falsify the observation of a 24-hour sun, they're more than willing to hear about it.
Yeah, measure some while they're down there. They can measure some curvature.
Really necessary given what they're actually going
through. They can watch the sunspots and find the sunspots to correlate it to the sun that we see.
Actually, that's a good suggestion right there. You could have solar telescope.
Why have we got to do everything but measure the curvature, which is what we're looking for?
Yeah.
Why? I just don't get it. That's all we need. That's all it is.
Because you were kind of saying it was irrelevant, because you say, "Oh, this proves that it's curved," but when I said, "Oh, they can just measure the curvature," and you say, "Yeah, but what they're doing is," then that measurement would become irrelevant. Yeah.
But the observation that they're making doesn't have to do with curvature. It's just due to the shape of the Earth based on the observation.
Well, that shape would be curved, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that shape inherently has the curve.
It would be a globe, I do agree, but the point is that the observation doesn't really need to take account of the curvature of the Earth to prove what it's trying to prove. That's the main idea.
No? What?
Okay, what's it proving then?
Well, it's proving that the 24-hour sun is possible, and if you consider it on, say, a flat Earth model, whatever you guys may consider to be your model. I know you don't agree on any one. I really don't. You kind of reject the idea of a model. I understand that, but any conceptualization of a flat plane with
you should start getting ready.
Hang on, I just want to finish. Like any conceptualization that we can understand of a luminary above a flat plane doesn't really comport with the idea of a 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, so you should get ready for it. What are you going to put forth when you don't see it? Like, what are you going to say? The Earth's the what? When you don't see this thing.
If I were to see something that doesn't confirm what I expect to see, I would question. I would be critical.
Would it prove it or not?
It would not necessarily prove it, but I definitely would.
So why do you have the double standard with flat earthers then?
It's not a double standard. It's that I don't take one.
It is a double standard because you're saying if you see the 24-hour sun, then there's no explanation why it wouldn't be a ball. But if you don't see the 24-hour sun, then it could still be a ball. But
no, you're right. But all I'm saying is I don't attribute one.
So
no, hang on, listen. I don't attribute one piece of evidence. I don't attribute one piece
if you see a 24-hour sun, then it can still be flat. And you're saying, well, it can't be, but you've got the same standards.
I'm coming from
there's two outcomes here. You see it, you don't. So what does that?
No, I agree.
What do we get from that?
All I'm saying is, if I see it, which I expect to see a 24-hour sun, I completely agree that I will see.
I know,
that.
but what's going to happen? What are you going to say when you don't see it? Like, what's
If I
be,
don't
why,
see that,
why
then I will take that as a piece of evidence. But I don't use one piece of evidence as
Let's
proof.
start giving some ideas now. Let's get ahead of this thing. Can't we talk about it? Why didn't you see a 24-hour sun on the globe?
We can talk about it all you want. I'm just telling you, my personal perspective is I don't take one piece of evidence to be proof of any one thing. Like it's.
Let's just talk about it. Why didn't we see a 24-hour sun on the globe?
Well, it makes sense.
With clear weather. Why didn't we see it? Why won't we? We're not seeing it.
We see it? Well, that's what I mean. But that would add to greater speculation. That's not a singular.
Speculate. Isn't that what you have to do? Go and speculate for me. Why didn't it happen?
Well, that's what I mean. I'd have to look into it further. That's what I'm saying.
You'd have to qualify it as an actual occurrence before you speculate.
It's just that it's
definitely you definitely aren't good with the double standard thing. Do you like cheat on your girlfriend like every day, and then you better never cheat on me?
Oh, that's quite the
wife. I don't know. Like what else do you do? Do you like eat McDonald's while you like stand out front with a sign picketing against McDonald's? What else?
Okay, whatever.
Does one outcome prove it or not prove it? Like, what are we doing here?
One outcome. It's the fact that when it comes down to it, that will be expected, and if it doesn't happen, that's where you start questioning things.
Yeah, why didn't it? Why it didn't happen? So what's going on the globe Earth? Why didn't it happen?
I'm more saying it will happen. That's what I'm saying.
You not remember? This is your idea. Can we speculate, guys? Can we?
Yeah, you want to speculate, so let's just.
I was more just curious about a discussion on the topic. I wasn't looking at my
personal
beliefs.
It is a discussion, isn't it?
I'm talking about my
the whole discussion is a speculation. So this is the discussion that we're having.
I'll speculate for you guys. If they don't see the 24-hour sun, then the Earth isn't a globe. There you go.
Is that it?
Cool. Awesome,
bro.
Yeah. Now you guys speculate. So when they do see it, what will you guys think?
I don't know. They'll have to measure curvature.
Yeah, so it's still not a globe. So we're both like, no matter what, it's not a globe. We're both on the. That's it.
Well, like,
bro, didn't you hear it? We both said it. If it does happen, it's not a globe, and if it doesn't happen, it's not a globe. So we did it.
I don't know what you think you heard me saying, but I said that if they don't see it.
If they don't see it, go ahead. Then what?
Then the Earth isn't a globe. But if they do see it,
it's not a globe.
Oh, I would just say it's further evidence towards the globe model.
Ah, shit! What the hell? I can't.
So when they do see it,
standard.
Oh, really? Is that right?
Because you could get what you wanted and say it's a globe, and I can't get what I wanted and say it's a globe. It's not a globe, so double standard again.
I just told you if they don't see it, then the Earth is not a globe and it's flat.
All right. What if? How could it? Well, yeah, fine. I'm good with that.
Yeah. So when they do see it,
no, when they don't, when they've never seen it before and they don't see it again, then what?
Okay, if they do see it, then what are you gonna? Is that gonna be like evidence against the flat Earth or what?
No, I still agree with you. It still won't be a globe.
Okay, will it still be flat?
The sun or
the Earth?
Yeah, the Earth would still measure the same way it's always measured.
Okay. Well,
it might heat up. It might heat up more or less. Like if there's more sun there or less sun there, it could get hotter, but it still measure the same.
Right. Okay. Sounds good.
I always think it's funny that you have to go to Antarctica to try and find globe evidence. You can't actually find globe evidence where you are. You got to look at the sky and go to Antarctica to try and find some globe evidence. So good luck. I hope you find it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I could just think. I don't know. I guess I could start thinking of stuff what do I really think? Not in regards to whether they're going to see it or not, but like how does this all work? Like, do we have a containment, or do we have do we have containment created by the sun, right? So to have a reflection, can life, so if we bring life, if we bring trees and plants and people to to Antarctica or areas that don't have the natural gases to interact with the sunlight, giving them their energy and this kinetic process, can this containment expand? I don't know. So these thoughts do come to my mind, and I wonder, but I don't know. I would have to see it. You got to qualify it.
Okay.
All right,
I
what
don't know
about
much about this trip, so I don't really know what's going on. But
yeah, nobody even knows if it's actually going to happen. It's just listen, I think maybe it's done with good intentions. The guy who's doing it. I don't. Who knows if it'll happen?
yeah, I don't know.
It's gonna be again, like the only people going to go try to prove the globe are flat earthers. It's like,
I feel like it's just a marketing ploy, get more views. Like, whoa, look at what we're doing.
I feel like, but like, if you guys really wanted to go to Antarctica, if you have the financial means to, good. I'm not trying to say that everybody can. If they you can go to Antarctica if you really wanted to.
yeah, I would. Listen, I would probably, if there was a way, like if there was a different world, if there was like, let's say, airships, right? Like the hydrogen, like balloon, there's large groups, like a whole neighborhood, a whole town. I wasn't just going alone. If it was a different situation, but to be like, oh, let's just go one guy on a boat, like fighting whales, to go not see the sun in the freezing cold. It's like, what the fuck?
I mean, so you want to go on the fucking Hindenburg? I mean, you could go with
Yes,
like a
sir.
tour group.
I want to make sure I can get in and out, no problem, in the air, nice and easy. I went like multiple helicopters set up for my safety, airplanes, like not just like, hey, go see if you can go where no one's ever gone before, because nobody will believe that the measurements that you show them every day.
Nobody's gone before. People have been there.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you guys aren't going to believe this, but I know somebody personally that has taken a trip to Antarctica.
No, I mean, I believe that. Yeah. I mean, I'm just go where no man has gone before. Like, we'll say, like, go out there, fight the wilderness, climb the mountain, hike with, just a granola bar that's, organically made, because you can't bring, anything that's got pesticides on Antarctica. All the restrictions that, like, say you can't go comfortably. I would like to go with a nice community. That'd be nice.
Oh, okay. I don't know what the conditions are like on the tour or whatever, but I guess we can look them up. No pesticides, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. They're kind of strict.
Where'd you see that?
It's just, you got to keep it clean.
What?
You got to keep it clean there.
Where did you hear that?
Like, I would want to go with a quad and a truck and a lot of
Where
stuff.
did you hear you can't bring anything with pesticides in it? Like shit grown with pesticides or what?
It was like the veganantarctica.com.
Veganantarctica.com. Okay. Very interesting.
Like, go vegan, go Antarctica.
So wait, are you fucking with me now, or am I fucking with you?
What? I thought this was like a fuck with each other relationship we had. I thought we were both fucking with each other.
No, I was trying not to.
No, well, I mean, I'm half serious. I'm half invested in the conversation. Not against you, just on my own. But yeah, I'd want to go like I go to any other civilized place. I wouldn't want it to be like some awful trip.
I mean, if people pay to go on this Antarctica trip, I feel like they would make it like pretty somewhat comfortable. Like it's not going to be awful, I guess.
Yeah, no, the trip is one thing. You had mentioned why don't you guys ever want to go to Antarctica? So yeah, there's that.
Well, if you don't have the money to pay for it, that's fine. I understand that. I don't. That's why I haven't gone, probably.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to put my $30,000 towards,
it's
I don't know,
$30,000.
I'm not going to go there. Yeah, I think in person.
Well, I'm gonna look this up.
Yeah, I think he was the guy who Duffy was advertising. He was saying, "Listen, it's a 3-week thing, all expenses paid." I was talking to Whitsitt about it. It was like $12,000 for X, Y, Z. He was talking about putting it in writing that if there's a storm that comes, if like a storm comes in and they have to house them for longer, it was this much per day. But he doesn't want to get stuck with the bill. So they're kind of going over some of the numbers, the costs.
Okay.
It's not like what they're looking to do is not just the cruise. I don't think. I think they're looking to get on the land and get rent out the spot, get the meals paid, and all that.
So we're looking at 11-day trip, 11 days. I guess you go to the peninsula. It's $7,100.
Yeah, it's still a lot. You go to
I agree.
You go to Cancun for like $600 for 4 people. Cruise.
If I was a travel agent and I was advising you like where to take your vacation, I probably wouldn't recommend Antarctica. So
they work on commission, dude. I probably would. I'd be selling everybody.
You'd be selling everybody Antarctica or Cancun?
Antarctica, $7,100 if I'm getting commission
for 11 days.
Yeah, go to
$7,100 for 11 days. That seems like pretty cheap to me, honestly. Depends on I don't know. It depends on where you go, obviously. Cancun, I've never been to Cancun.
Yeah, Cancun is like $600
for 11 days.
For like 4 days, 5 days, something like that. It's cheap.
Is that including like airfare, like where you stay,
it's on a cruise,
food?
It's on a boat. You're staying on the cruise ship.
Oh, really? Bro, send me the cruise line, bro. I'll book one right now. $600 for 5 days.
I think so. This was like 10 years ago. We did it, but I don't know. Maybe
you ever heard of inflation? 10 years ago.
Even if it's $1,200 now, I'm just saying. You get belly dancers and all sorts of stuff.
Okay. Well, anyways, you can go to Antarctica.
Maybe it's still $600. I don't know.
Okay, I don't know either. I guess I believe you.
I'm hitting book now. I was going to see how much it is to go to Cancun. Yeah, it went down. It's now it's 5 nights for $259 for Cancun trip. So I don't know, deflation, I guess. I don't know.
Or cruise line. It's a cruise line.
It's in Margaritaville.
What? Is that the cruise line? Or is that where they're going? Hello?
Oh, I just Googled something real quick and went onto the website.
I mean, I've only been seeing ships.
Whatever it is, I posted in the chat.
Five nights Progresso and Cozumel, starting from Tampa Bay, starting at $259 per person, double occupancy. Margaritaville Sea. I've never heard of Margaritaville Sea.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you can go to Cancun for like nothing. Yeah, that's what I said. It was like a bunch of it. It was like $600 altogether. It was like 4 people, $600 for like a week. It's still, apparently the price is still the same.
Dude, what the?
But you're telling me to go to Antarctica for $8,000?
Bro, there's one for $31,000. And you only get to be on a ship? And maybe go on a kayak? No, that's good. That's good.
What, Antarctica's 30,000?
No, I'm seeing trips varying like high as 31 to low as 6K. Well, 7K. No, 4K. I lied actually. So 4K to 31K. Alright, so fucking wow. just to be on a ship and fucking take a kayak, bro.
Guys, I have an argument
I
against
don't know.
flat Earth.
I don't know what you're talking about now.
I have an argument against flat Earth, you guys.
Bro, you talking about flat Earth or are you talking about Cancun? Or, sorry, I meant Antarctica. My bad. Not flat Earth. Red.
Guys, I have an argument against flat Earth.
I was saying, were you talking about trips to Antarctica or trips to Cancun for like 4K to 30 or whatever?
I was just talking about the trips, bro.
To where?
It was the
to just Antarctica, bro.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's so overpriced, and it's only 11 days, 8 days, 6 days. So no, you can't fully go to Antarctica like any other country. You're not eligible to freely go there.
Oh, you're not. So if you can't like book a trip there for
yes, you can.
$4,000
only for a certain amount of period.
For only a certain
like if I want, let's say right, I'm Canadian. I want to go to Brazil for fucking 6 months. They won't fucking give a shit. Antarctica is this 9K trip is for 13 days. The 31K. Well, where's the 31K? I know I read that. Oh, 31K for 5 days. Probably cool shit. I don't know. 8 days for 11K, 8 days for 16K. What the fuck?
I get you could go to Brazil for 6 months, I guess, if you wanted to. But I mean, you can go to Antarctica for 6 months too, but they're not gonna like house you.
No, but
you
that's
have to figure it out yourself.
No, but that's a problem.
That's crazy that you think. So wait, you want them to like pay for you to go for 6 months?
Hell no, I ain't going over in Antarctica, dude. I was just fucking joking around with the fucking prices, dude. These prices are insane. Just to go go see glaciers? Wow, crazy.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's expensive. I agree.
When you could just go to Cancun for $259. All expenses paid.
What is Cancun? Never heard that place.
Mexico.
Oh,
Bro's probably looking at a flat Earth map. Am I right, guys? Doesn't know where Cancun is.
I ain't even a flat earther.
You are a flat earther? The fuck's wrong with you?
I'm not. Bro. If I was, I'd be mentally ill. Oh yeah, hell yeah, bro. Oh my lord.
Get him, guys. Sick him.
Bro, I post one screenshot of a flat Earth, bro, and I almost get banned off the chat. Like, what's up, dude? I'm supporting the cause here. Like, what? I'm being, I'm just being accepting of the flat Earthers, bro. I'm just, nothing wrong.
To hear you come back with such an feigned arrogance, Rhinoceros. You used to at least sound sincere. Sound lost in the Kool-Aid these days, bro.
Wait, what did I do?
Not much of anything. You're doing a lot of coping.
Okay. What have I coped with?
Dude, Antarctica guys. So if you guys see the sun, dude, enough. Where did you get this attitude?
I don't know.
You used to be sincere. Now you just sound like a smart ass. Not very good at it either.
I was messing with him earlier, like
Wait,
fucking around with each other. Yeah, put it into him.
I know. He used to sound sincere. Now he's just a little pretending to be a prick. He realizes that's the flavor of the month to try to save the globe.
Old Haas. It's been a long time, brother. We haven't talked in a long time.
I hardly recognize you.
Right.
It's a shame, bro. It's really sad to hear you.
It's all good. I'll talk about anything you want to talk about.
Pathetic. It's pathetic, bro. It's not all good. Fucking goofball.
I'm really sorry you feel that way.
Nope, no problem.
Well, what do you
It's
want
the
to
way
talk
it is. It's the way it is. There's nothing to talk about with a smarmy little feigning, arrogant asshole like you.
Damn, dude. I'm sorry I made you
Yeah,
upset.
damn.
I'm not meaning
Damn
to.
is right, bro. Yeah, go find the guy that was sincere
Dude,
years
you
ago.
sound like a retarded version of J-Slot, bro. That's cursed.
What? Are you talking to me?
I got an easier task. I got an easier task for you. That is just present demonstrable surface curvature. Go ahead, please.
I can't hear what this guy's saying. Rojas, I don't know what I've said to make you so upset.
Present. No, I'm not upset, boy. I pity the fool.
Okay.
Your feigned arrogance is pathetic. So, do you have any surface measurement of this water ball right now?
No, none. Zero.
Okay. So why so arrogant?
I don't think I was being arrogant.
Fucking moron. Get off your high horse.
Oh my god.
Okay.
You're not too far. You're not too far behind, bruh. You guys sound like Antarctic travel cruise agents. Sound like a travel. Sound like a travel.
Oh, can you do something?
Travel agent convention in here.
I wasn't part of this last conversation.
I want your opinion on something, old. Can I get your opinion on something, man? Okay, bro.
I'm sure you can.
Okay.
I would venture to guess you already know what I'm going to say.
Oh no! It's just I just want your opinion on an image because I really love that image. Okay, and I just want your opinion on it, on how you feel about it. Can you go in the open chat? Could you do that?
I'm doing. I want to see it. Yeah.
I'm there.
Oh, okay. Well, what do you think about this image?
Yeah,
I think it's funny.
Yeah, it's a funny straw man of
Dude,
I
think
Photoshop
this
steel man of the
image-
globe.
What do you think about it?
I think this. I think it's fucking wonderful, dude. See the fucking
Yeah.
pyramids. Fucking see everything, dude.
I mean, sorry,
Cool, bro.
nice touch.
Shit is fucking beautiful, man. I wish I could see that every day.
Yeah, so that's the steel man of the globe there, Red. So that on the globe they
Yeah,
don't
stop
take
going.
the
All right,
angle.
thank you. Yeah.
Red.
Yeah.
Red. What
what's
do
up?
what do you
that's what he
think
was-
that image does?
I think that image is concrete your proof, right? Like this is evident
Wait,
proof.
did you say this concrete to proof?
No, yeah, this is
Who is
concrete
concrete to proof?
This is concrete to prove.
Concrete to proof.
This is concrete. Like this is proof.
Yeah.
This is solid proof. Yeah.
I'm a Glober,
Okay.
and even I would call this.
Well, I'm glad you interrupted for that, Red.
Oh, don't worry. I'll just be back.
Not
I don't know.
worried.
I think, there's Globers who come in.
No, I mean, I
thinking
just
that's
want
what
your
they would see
opinion on it. I
on
mean, if
a
you find,
on the
if you
earth. If they were
find
flat
the
red, I'm
Earth
talking
being
right now,
round is so
dude.
stupid,
Shut up,
what's
man.
the concept of this so stupid
Shut
to
up,
you?
dude. Dude, shut up. Right, so
Wow.
this is what they
Can you
say.
give me
You
your
should,
opinion on that?
dude, shut the
Oh.
fuck up. What's wrong with you, kid? Shut up. Yeah, so this is what they say that you
I'm
should
new to you
expect.
guys, but,
Dude, shut the fuck
just
up.
letting you
What's
know.
wrong with you, man? Right, so this is what
Sounds
they
like
say.
Red got triggered.
Oh, do you want to give me your opinion on this image? What
Shut
what do you
up.
feel from it? Oh, so you're stupid.
Yeah, you sound like a
It's just
broken theremin,
pictures.
bro.
What do you want to know?
It's fine. It's fine. You
Like,
know,
fuck
when you
that.
get into old age, your brain kind of stops. So I mean, it's fine. It's fine.
I would even
get it.
comment on this one.
When you're 15,
I
you
definitely
shouldn't be
would.
talking
fuck,
about
dude, I'm
shit
trying to
you
help
don't
your case,
know.
old, you know, I'm sending an image.
That's
I'm
why I
sending
didn't want to even
proof.
talk to him. I'd rather have just spoken
Bro,
to
I'm
the
just,
room
I'm just doing fucking God's
and
work,
just stated
man.
out loud, like, which is not really
Just
like
doing
a
God's
secret.
work.
This is what the Globers say you should see. No
Yeah,
angular
this is
side
the
reduction.
level of Glober that we will get from now on.
Well, I disagree. Like, I disagree with this image. I'm a Glober, and I completely disagree with this image. It's actually a little bit. It's completely ridiculous.
What do you?
Yeah, but
What do you?
yeah,
No,
I
love this
there's
image.
nothing to agree or disagree with.
No, that's what I was saying. It's not even agree or disagree. I mean, it's purely a troll. It actually doesn't make any sense.
Bro, I mean, what do you mean, bro?
Purely.
Bro, explain this image.
This is what you do when you're 15 years old and you don't want to know anything about truth.
No, Red's a half-wit. He's doing his
Is that
best.
picture
No,
showing
yeah, I
you
would
the
agree.
truth? Fucking ridiculous. These
I just
kids
want
are
to say,
fucking
this guy,
stupid, and we're making them dumber by putting them in public schools and teaching them this heliocentric.
Yeah, he sounds just like you,
Religion.
Rhino.
Does he? Okay.
They were gelling, those two, for a minute.
I don't know that dude. I swear to God. So don't lump me in with him.
No, you guys all
Nobody
sound
thinks-
the same.
Nobody thinks that picture is real because it has the Eye of Sauron, which is a fictional tower.
Although I find it to be a very good addition. It's funny.
So Haas, what did I say that was so arrogant that you can take a trip to Antarctica? Or
Oh,
what?
bro, go re-listen. Compare yourself to last year to your feigned arrogance now. Maybe you can
Yeah,
figure it out.
I was a little surprised, but I mean, listen, I don't think you were that much of a piece of shit, Rhino, right? But I was surprised to hear how dismissive you were, only because I saw you in here all morning and that all day. You've been in here all day, and your only argument of all the arguments since Oakley was been in here and everybody else was about Antarctica.
I
mean, that's-
haven't. Yeah, this has been like one of the one times I've talked, and it was just what was the topic in the room. So
I know. So I mean, you haven't spoke. You were sitting there listening. I don't know. Maybe you weren't. But you were there all day. So I was like, oh, you probably heard some of the arguments from earlier. And then when you open your mic, it was just the Antarctica affirming the consequence. 24-hour sun.
like I said, it was
Which is
just
fine.
a conversation going on in the room. So that's why
Like, you didn't hear a word that was said all day.
Back it up, hotshot. Walk it back now. Goofball.
You down? Okay. I guess.
You're
What do you
mumbling
think
right
about
now.
What do you think about sea level, Rhino?
One second, guys. I'm sorry. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. Somebody repeat their question to me. What was asked of me?
Yeah, somebody said they came in with some globe evidence, some evidence against the flat Earth. Where'd that guy go?
Yeah, it wasn't Rhino.
Nope, wasn't me.
No, it was somebody else. He sounded like he had a voice changer, maybe.
Red
But he was gonna come
bounce.
in and try some bullshit. No, it wasn't Red. Red was belligerent. It was the guy with an accent. He said he had some globe or some evidence against the flat Earth. Probably looking at lights in the sky.
Okay,
I didn't
well,
cut out there, did I?
no, I heard.
Loud.
No, it's just silence from all the Globers now. I get it. They may have been muted and then just left because they're being belligerent. That's cool.
They know they're left holding the bag, and their only option is to do what Ryan does and feign arrogance.
I don't
And
know.
not actually
Get.
Okay.
Really sad, dude.
Yeah, this
I'm
is
so
the
sorry.
level of
You think
Glover
I'm
we're
arrogant,
gonna get.
but I just
No.
I don't
No,
know
I
how.
don't
So,
think you're arrogant. You're feigning arrogance.
so I'm actually what? How can I feign? Okay.
You're full of shit. How's that? You used to not. Maybe you were
But the
hiding
problem
your
is
full of shitness.
You know you're
But yeah,
full of
you used
shit.
to sound sincere.
So the only
You
thing
know
I
you
talked
have.
about
You
that
know you
probably
have nothing. You know you have nothing. Therefore, you do this. Peacock show. That's pathetic.
Okay. The only thing I've talked about is that you can take a trip to Antarctica. So if that is arrogant of me to assume,
Yeah, but you said you don't know anything about that, so why even talk about it?
Know anything about taking trips to Antarctica?
That's right.
I was able to Google trips to Antarctica that you could buy.
Yeah, and you told us you had a friend. Yeah, big deal.
I do know somebody that went
So
to
do you have any evidence the Earth is a ball? Did your friend come back with any globe Earth evidence from his Antarctic trek?
No, he didn't.
Oh, okay.
Other than he.
So you have nothing, as usual. Now you're just feigning arrogance to hide the fact that you have nothing.
I wasn't making any claims. I was just talking about trips to Antarctica. That was it. So sorry if that is arrogant.
No, you said, what are you, a dumbass flat earther?
Oh man, send me the YouTube timestamp of where I said that. I'd be very interested in that.
Dude, you've got the attention span of a gnat, so it doesn't surprise me you don't remember it. But it was about 12 minutes ago.
Where I said somebody was a dumbass flat earther. Who'd I say that to?
I don't know, one of the idiots.
Oh, you don't know? Okay. Well, maybe bring the timestamp up and we can find out.
Nah, I'll just wait until you do it again.
Okay. I don't.
So do you have a claim? So what are you doing?
Yeah, I have a claim. My claim is that you can take a trip to Antarctica if you want.
Okay, what does that have to do with the server topic?
Nothing.
Okay, sounds like you need a search for a travel agent enthusiasm server.
Okay.
Well, let's say that me and you go over to Antarctica. We pack our swimming shorts and our bikinis because it's so nice and warm, right? So we go to Antarctica. Can we freely explore? Can we just go wherever the fuck we want?
I don't think.
No, because that's what we say, right? We don't say you can't go, right? This is the stupid globe earth straw man that we always get. No one says you can't go. We say it's very difficult to go, and you can't freely explore.
Yeah, you can't just pack up your snowshoes and go walking off the camp.
Right. You can't just turn up and go, sup guys, I'm just going to, hang out with the penguins. They don't allow it.
Yeah, you might.
So, I don't know why Globers, because that's easy to find that information. Like, I don't know why Globers even challenged this, apart from to, waste everyone's time.
I really don't think he was making any claims. He was just talking dead air.
Right. But then, what's the point of talking about it? Because if everyone agrees that it's difficult to go to Antarctica, but you can go and you can't freely explore, then there's nothing to discuss because everyone agrees with that.
Yeah, I'm on that page.
Yeah,
Right.
The only claim I was making is that you can go to Antarctica if you want to. If you want to freely explore Antarctica, feel free to go yourself. But
No,
they're
you
not
can't
going to
do that.
give you own.
That's not an option, Einstein.
That's not the. That's
You
my
missed the point.
You can't do that.
Why not?
Yeah, you can't.
Because they
you
would
can't.
doing that.
No, you can't.
Okay. How do you know that?
Say yes, you can again.
Maybe
Read
you can.
the
I don't know.
Antarctic Treaty.
Maybe you can.
Actually read. No, stop. I've read it. You actually read it. And then you find out that no country's ever disputed it, and the one country that did got in big trouble. Their leaders.
You've read that whole Antarctic treaty? You're breaking up, by the way.
It's not that big.
Yeah.
It's real.
It's not big.
I don't know if you're still talking about you're breaking up, but
Am I still breaking up?
not now.
Am I good?
I think so.
I'm good? Yeah, no, it's not that long of a treaty to read. Like, I've read books. A treaty's not that bad.
Okay.
It's a couple pages.
Right. And what did it say?
This guy. What the hell is wrong with him? Go read it yourself.
Like I said, I read it. I read it. You haven't read it. Have you measured water to be curved?
Hold on one second. So Why would I go and read it when you're right here and you've read it and you can just tell me what it says?
Yeah, no,
Because in your
it's not
denial.
important for me to tell you what it says.
Okay.
It's important for me to tell you that there is no measured water curving. Because when you use a water level to make a horizontal plane of reference, that throws the whole ball of Earth in the garbage. So Antarctica doesn't matter to me. Seeing the sun for 24 hours doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is, in reality, you can measure that there is no curve to water. Water lays flat and level.
Okay, that's
why
great.
they use it as a horizontal making tool. All right, cool.
The only
You should really
that's
look
great.
into it more and stop being so arrogant. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm really sorry. I'm so arrogant.
Antarctica. Yeah, it is. You should be sorry. Yeah, Antarctica is your guys' strange little weird last second Hail Mary you're throwing. It's odd.
This was the conversation of the room. Like I've told you a million times, Haas. The only thing I was saying is that you could take a trip to Antarctica. if you
It's
really
the
want
flavor of the month. It's the flavor of the month of you desperate globe copers.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, until December. They'll be coping with this until December. When the shit doesn't go anywhere, nobody goes there because it gets shut down or something. You watch.
He literally just
Not
said
even
that
gonna
you
happen.
can go there. That was it.
And they're just gonna cope.
That was my only claim, and I don't think anybody has disagreed with that, even you, Haas.
And they're all.
Right, Haas?
No, that wasn't your only
You
claim.
can go, right?
Oh, bro. True goofball, Rhino.
Wait, you agree you can go though, right?
You're a goofball, dude.
Just answer the question.
Shut
It's
up.
okay. All right.
It wasn't your only claim though. You also claimed that you know people who are there right now.
No, not people who are there right now. Somebody who has been.
Like a good friend of yours, or
coworker.
And your coworker didn't come back with any globe proof. Whoops. Go hassle him about it.
Not even a 24-hour sun claim. I've been waiting 8 years for it. Come on, man.
Maybe he did. I don't know. He went to go launch a sounding rocket. So
launch it where?
I work for an aerospace company. That
so we're talking about your buddy.
Okay. What about him?
Where the hell did he launch his rocket?
I don't remember.
Okay, glad you brought it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rocket Man, you do know you're arguing with retarded people, right?
all right. So when he this is all that really
That's Elton
matters,
John.
Rhino and Jake. All that really matters is, did the guy who went there, did he believe the Earth was flat, or did he believe it was a globe?
Hey,
That's all that matters.
it's not really a matter of belief anymore, you guys. The Earth is obviously a triangle. You're all wrong.
Is that true,
Okay.
Rhino? That's what your friend believed. That's all that matters. Is if he
You
did
outer
something
space
and believed-
ideologists are doing really well.
No, I don't think you believe that. I don't know these people, dude. I'm here on my own. So all these people chiming in is not me.
You're all on the same goofy ass ship.
Okay. Well, hey, it was great talking to you guys. I'm gonna.
We are all on the same
You tried.
ship.
I'm gonna run away.
You tried, Rhino.
away.
See you later, pal.
I tried.
We try with
All
it,
right.
guys.
Love you guys. Big kisses.
Kiss off.
You guys I love you all so much.
Still
You're
no
all that's
globe
left.
proof.
Jake, you realize how dumb you sound, right? When you say the triangle thing, right?
Bro, don't argue with me. It's a triangle. It's got
Well,
three
yeah.
flat sides. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, what's it? That's the thing. When you say
It could be anything. It could be anything.
yeah. So you're saying a triangle is a triangle? No problem.
This
You
is
know,
the level of troll we're gonna get, Tank.
You know, don't fucking. You don't have proof that it's not a triangle.
Geometric proofs exist.
Prove a not that.
Yeah, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove to me it's not a triangle.
What do you mean it?
I have no burden.
The Earth.
There's no
Prove to me the
burden
Earth.
for me to prove you
The
wrong.
planet that we are is not a
You
triangle.
back up your claim.
No, I'm making the claim,
Back up
and now
your
you have to
claim.
prove me wrong.
Yep.
You're an idiot.
Back it up. No, you have to back
No,
your claim.
I'm not. I've seen pictures. It's a
If you
triangle
understand
there.
what the word of proof.
I just explained the
your
proof.
Picture of triangle A.
No.
You know. Present. This is the level of troll.
Let me draw it really quick. Do you really think that you're not?
Gotta do.
All right. What about you, Sanjay? I've never seen you around. Are you better than him? Mr. Destructo, are you better than him?
Still no globe proof.
Yeah, the best you have is like these guys who identify. You know, they say, "Well, it may be this, but it identifies as that." Those are the best guys for the job, I guess. I don't know. I do feel like for Scott Mackey though sometimes like he says he wants to know like the mind. I feel the same way. Like, why do these people fight for something that they don't even believe in? Like, what compels them to crawl and scrape for these ideas?
It's the ridicule they will receive from their peers that they're even talking about the subject every day on the.
Yep. Pride, victims of peer pressure. Really sad.
It is sad.
I don't get it. I mean, dude, I wear
Show me the measurements.
I wear you don't live on a ball
One
t-shirt to
motherfucker
the
just
gym.
shows me the measurements.
I tell everybody that when I play basketball with you don't live on a ball t-shirt. They're like, well, where'd you get? I tell them I got it with my new pair of when I bought my Kyrie's. You know, it came with it was a free with one pair of basketball shoes.
The moccasin Kyrie's. I love those things. Gotta get me a pair of those.
They're like, oh, I see why it came with that. That makes sense. It's like, yeah, you guys think you live on a, but I break it to them. Nobody mocks. I don't get mocked anywhere I go.
The moccasins. The moccasins. Kyrie's got those new moccasins.
Yeah, I know. No, I know. That's why I laughed.
Oh, I thought you were saying mocking.
Yeah. Yeah, but nobody makes fun of me when I make fun of them. I like where I lure them in. So I don't know about the whole ridicule thing. I don't experience that. I mean, there's people dressing up and going to these parades with rainbow flags, on their foreheads and nothing else. And you're gonna mock me? This world we live in right now. I don't know where these people, anybody would get off mocking anybody at this point.
If I could add to that, unfortunately, I live in Canada and it's big worse up here. Catholic schools flying it the same way as they would the rest. The Canadian flag is at half-mast for many days of the year for recognition of things that we never did.
Oh shit! Looks like the new. Is this a new Beverly Hills Cop that came out? Is it out already? Yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gents.
What's up, buddy?
Did you guys hear the Earth is flat as fuck? Did anyone hear that?
Well, we've all heard it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the news that has the Globies upset. Yeah.
No, most Globies don't even know you exist.
Yeah, most Globies don't know you exist either, though, to be fair.
I know that. Jeez.
You cry enough for the rest of them, Scott.
Yeah, why bother saying it then?
I'm one of 8 billion. Yeah, I blend into the crowd.
How many
I'll take
people
the
do you
under
think
on that
know you
number.
exist?
We're like the rock stars of this debate. You guys are just like the minions.
Okay.
You're rock stars.
You're like, oh, banana! And we're the Gru of, yeah.
Brenda, he said rock stars.
Well, Whitsitt is one of your celebrities, isn't he? Also, Jaron and Dave.
No one's more famous than you, Brenda.
I'd say they're celebrities.
The shoe put you over the top.
Why, is there a problem with being, like, well known for having an interview?
I do listen to that show often. That's a good one, Brenda. Thank you.
Yeah, Witz's got that rock star personality. I haven't seen him come on Discord in like a month. Ever since that debate that he won.
He sometimes argues with the people, kind of, but
Yeah, he's too busy, like, wrecking Globers on YouTube debates. So, yeah.
No, good for him. I mean, it's good for him. He's getting stuff done since he gets off this week.
So why do you guys let Nathan Oakley get away with the stuff that he does here?
I mean, it's not my decision because it's not my server, so.
Okay, I thought maybe you might know. Sorry.
Get away with what? Dedicating 2 hours of each show to you?
Oh, he doesn't do that. I don't.
Oh, okay. I'll take you over 2.5 hours. Every time he shows up, you're on the line.
What exactly does he get away with? I'm interested.
He gets away with violating the server rules.
In what way?
Bullying and talking over people.
Oh, well, I mean, maybe complain to the politics server about that then.
I was just wondering if he had some kind of special arrangement that allowed him carte blanche.
Well, you're the one that tries to force this idea that a shoe is a naturally occurring phenomenon. Talk about bullying.
No, what I actually said
Lunacy.
What I actually said is that shoes are part of your phenomenology. That's what I said.
Revisionist history 3 years later.
No.
You're funny. Why would you complain? You're like you're in
I'm pretty certain your shoe was the natural phenomena.
Yeah, no, revisionist
it was
history.
your natural phenomenon.
Crazy.
You still stand by that, or have you changed that?
Brenda,
don't bully us, Brenda.
I wouldn't disagree with you, but I don't have the answer either. So I wouldn't have the answer. I don't think anybody would have the answer that you're looking for. It's not my style.
What's the topic and what's the argument for that?
I think the topic is why Nathan Oakley hurt my feelings.
No, I wasn't that at all. I was just curious. It's just curiosity.
Yeah, so that was the topic.
I don't care about Nathan Oakley. What are you talking about?
You said, well, I mean, you just asked about him, so you must care about him.
He doesn't get 1,000 viewers.
I don't give a shit. I don't care about him. You brought him up. Then you're pretending not to care about him. So it's like, well. Does anyone want to complaining about Nathan Oakley, or
Rope outing a
we move on
lot
to
there
another
for me.
subject?
Try again,
I'm sorry.
Crypto.
You need another hamster for your router.
You cut out a bit, to be clear. All the condescension and.
Am I back?
You're good.
You sound good now.
Hey, yeah, I always sound good.
Jesus, just give it up,
I
man.
mean, you're not breaking up. Okay, maybe you are breaking up. If you're trying to talk again.
If you're asking for non-fallacious globe proofs, there still is none.
Yeah, we haven't gotten any globe proofs today.
Spoiler alert.
Same thing will probably happen tomorrow. But I'll probably be here anyways.
Yeah, it doesn't even feel like Friday. I got confused. I figured out it was Friday like a couple hours ago.
Can you explain
They all
based
end
on
in Y for me.
Can you explain based on the flat Earth model why people looking in opposite directions see the same thing?
Could you elaborate on that? Like, what
Yeah.
direction are they all looking in?
Somebody in the southern point of South America and somebody in the southern part of Africa, both looking in different directions, see the same constellations.
Brenda forgot that the map is the lie.
Brenda forgot to bring evidence of her claim? So you're just going to tell me a story about these guys looking in different directions?
Yeah, they can both see the Southern
Oh, okay.
Cross.
Thanks. Can they?
Yeah, the same thing. Why can they see the same thing?
First of all, I don't know that they can see the same thing because you just told me. I'm not just going to believe Brenda when she just tells me.
Brenda, what two locations?
Nice try, Brenda.
Somewhere in the southern hemisphere, sufficiently far that both people can see the Southern Cross, but they could be on opposite sides of the dirt pizza, looking in completely opposite directions.
Since you're well aware of the model, clearly you're insisting that flat earthers have a model because you've been in this argument long enough. Why don't you just steel man the position?
So do you have a model?
Oh, so you cannot steel man the position to the answer to your question?
No, she can't.
The problem is that whenever
How long
I
have
ask,
you been doing this, Brenda? I'm just wondering.
the problem is whenever I ask a flat earther, they
8 years?
they give me different
10
answers.
years?
So no reasons why.
Oh, so all flat earthers should believe the exact same thing as you?
Can we have one of them? I'm just asking
If
for
it's
one
an
of them.
objective, if it is a real model of the Earth, the flat Earth, then yes, all flat earthers should have the same answer.
Do you think that it is a little wider at the equator or below the equator?
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question is, why do observers?
I want to know if your model of reality is exactly identical to the map.
I asked first.
No, flat earthers hold the position that the map is the lie. So there you go. So now can you answer?
You have no model. You have no model?
Yeah, that's fine. So
How
can
do
you answer?
So you don't even know if the Earth is flat or not then?
Well, there's like mountains and tides and waves.
Nobody thinks that the topography of the Earth makes it flat or round.
No, the Earth is definitely
Nobody
level.
thinks that.
Do you need the model for?
You know what, Brenda?
Except for Bev try thinking.
I'm glad that you said that because that's the most annoying part of the let's call them the level Earth movement, is when they say stuff like, mountains mean that the Earth is flat.
Yes, that's Bev Try thinking, and he's a flat earther.
He's not a flat earther. He's a level earther.
No, he's just lying. He's just lying.
Well, I agree with you. I actually agree with you. Fucking hell, we've found common ground. Hallelujah.
I guess it's like a piece of glass, right? If you were to zoom in on it, it would have undulations. But overall, if you were to zoom totally out, it looks flat, right?
Yeah.
That's
So
weird.
why do observers looking in opposite directions see the same thing?
I can't verify that claim. I don't know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
okay. So you don't know your own model. Okay.
I thought we were going to stick on the common ground for a minute. That was a beautiful moment. I don't know why you're so keen to move on. Oh,
Yo, is it a little fatter under the equator or not?
Something like 24 miles.
Does it make you feel good to say dirt pizza? Sorry.
Can you find me which latitude line that is?
I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Okay, what if all the latitude lines are identical above and below the equator in distance? What does that do?
That isn't even true on your model.
I'm not talking. I'm asking about the globe right now, Brenda. I would like
on the
to have
globe.
an answer
Right
for
on the globe. On the globe, the circumference at say 10 degrees from the North Pole, that's much shorter than the equator. Yes.
Okay, I agree, but the latitude lines do not translate that, right? So that's like your Earth is different shape than your coordinate system, correct?
I don't know what you mean by they don't translate that. That I don't understand.
The latitude lines like 24 degrees south latitude and 24 degrees north latitude are identical in size.
Probably not exactly identical.
Go ahead and please cite that source.
I don't
know
know.
you said probably, but you're just
not my
assuming
claim.
that, and you can go. You don't understand your coordinate system, then obviously.
No, it doesn't have any effect on the coordinate system, right? It just means that maybe the Earth is a little bit fatter in the southern hemisphere than the northern.
Show me which latitudes. Show me which latitudes.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think I need to.
Because it doesn't exist. Because the coordinate system.
How do you know? You don't know that. You don't know that.
I do. I know. We've checked we checked every latitude line, and we go ahead and look at the claim circumference of them all, and they correspond to each other north and south equally.
Oh, well, it's possible that the source you looked up wasn't accurate, or it's possible that you're correct.
But if I'm correct, that means your coordinate system doesn't match your geoid, because what you're saying is it's a little wider underneath the equator, but the latitude lines don't show that, so your map isn't. Where's your map, dude?
I think that the source that you looked at was not sufficiently accurate. After all, the
Brenda doesn't have a map. They don't have a map, dude. They don't have a map showing the equator. Below the equator is a little more, like, pear-shaped. It's a little more pear-shaped. We know it. It's like that. That's what the science says. It's pear-shaped. Why doesn't your coordinate system show this pear-shapedness?
So nobody has an answer to why people looking in opposite directions can both see the Southern Cross.
We're done.
Nothing?
There's no reason to answer it.
Yes, there is, because otherwise it debunks your flat Earth.
How?
How do you know that?
By showing
From
a
looking
contradiction.
at lights in the sky, you're magically curving water. Good job, Brenda. That's cool.
It's you debunk claims by showing a contradiction.
Yeah, the water contradicts the sky. Good job.
So, if two people are looking in opposite directions, then they can't be seeing the same thing.
Okay.
If that's true on your map, then your map is wrong.
All maps are wrong then. Good job, Brenda.
If that's the case, Brenda, so
Hey,
you're
Sanjay.
affirming then that they're not looking, they're
Tell Sanjay in the chat he
not looking
doesn't
in
know
different
shit.
directions. It was no, you don't have a mile long hose. You got what? You got like a 100-meter one or something?
The problem is a logical one,
All you need
which
is
is why
100
you're having
meters.
such trouble. Which is why you're having
I'm
so
not
much
having
trouble.
any trouble. I'm living my best life.
No, I mean
Fucking hat.
you're Brenda. Those are your conclusions. You said so. If they see the same object in the sky, then they're not looking in different directions. They see the same object in the sky, therefore they're not they're not looking in different directions. You said
Except
it.
that the Dirt Pizza model predicts that they would be looking in different directions.
No, all the observers are looking away from north. That's the same direction.
No, that's not. It's not
Yeah.
not how direction works. Yeah.
Well, no, maybe you don't know how direction works,
Are
but
two-
if you go away from north, you go south. That's how it works.
Are two people who are back to back looking in the same direction?
I don't know what you mean by that.
You don't know what that means. Back to back.
No, people back to back aren't looking in the same direction typically.
No, they're not looking in the same direction.
I
They're
don't know
looking in
though. If
opposite.
they're looking up, they could be looking in the
That's
same
why
direction.
it's called back to back.
Well, they could be looking in the same direction if they're looking up. So
They're definitely looking up.
It just shows your desperation and how far you're willing to go to defend an
you coming in
irrational
with that
belief.
question shows your desperation, Brenda.
I don't have
Show
any
us
evidence.
measured, curved water.
We have no
Earthly
evidence.
things. Earthly things, not the things in the sky, Brenda. Keep it down to earth.
All right, brother. So he's asked you a few times. This should be easy for you to do. Can you get the live stream video of the three guys with their cameras noting the same time and the same observation? Can you grab that and just post it?
It's a simple conceptual. It's a simple
It's still not
conceptual.
going to prove that water is curved.
And wait,
Next
all
day.
these guys are back to back to back, like they're back to back.
It proves that the flat Earth doesn't exist.
How do you know these guys are back to back to back?
Look,
That's part of the hypothetical.
Brenda got a pretty simple thing here, right? She said, if this thing happened, it couldn't happen. Therefore, the Earth isn't flat. There you go. That's it. It doesn't need to actually happen. Doesn't need to be shown. Just that's it. If
So
it
as
happened,
we
it
understand,
can't be the case. Therefore, it's not the case.
in science, we have a hypothesis, and then you compute the consequences of the hypothesis, and then you do a hypothesis test. This would be that test.
Yeah, you're saying like if I took
Yes.
yellow and green and mixed it together, I would get this. Okay,
Do you think it's a
can you show me the yellow
coincidence
and
that
green?
it's a high?
That's how science works. That's what all scientific hypotheses are going to start with. If this, then that.
High pot he is.
Right? And then you try to refute or support your
Just
hypothesis.
show. He asked you a few times. Just show it. Qualify it. Qualify that yellow and green observers exist in these spots.
Would you
Show the
would you
video.
agree? Do you agree though that two people looking in opposite directions seeing the same thing based on a model, then that model can't be true?
What the fuck of logic is that?
Yeah, good job,
It's
Brenda.
called a refutation by
You
contradiction.
can have a model. You could have a model that like actually says this is what causes this, and then you see this happen, and that's what you see in reality. Yet all of it's wrong. You understand that, right?
Brenda, have you ever seen? Do you understand that? Go ahead.
What? Why is
the best model.
Why is Johnny B's mic open?
You know why?
This guy's done. You're done.
I didn't hear a question. You guys talk over each other, and it's hard to understand you then.
Okay, like if you have a model, right, and you make hypothetical scenarios, and you say, you know, so and so does this, and it causes this to happen. You go out into reality, that all happens. That doesn't make the model correct, right?
Correct. It would either give support that would make it the model more probable, or if you could show a contradiction, it would refute the model. And I'm saying that this refutes flat Earth.
If it happens, or that it does happen.
Two people facing opposite directions, back to back from each other, seeing the same thing on the dirt pizza model can't exist.
Can you present the evidence for that? When does that happen?
People looking
when are
at
these
different
people back to back to back? I want to see three people back to back to back take a picture and see the same thing, because that's what your claim is right now. You're saying we have that.
People in the southern hemisphere looking in totally different directions can all see the Southern Cross.
They're back to back to back. These guys are shoulder to shoulder to shoulder to shoulder to shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, you can run away from it all you like. I think it's because you guys know that
We're
what I'm
just
saying
asking
is
you to
true.
qualify it, dude. Just show it.
I did. I did.
All right.
But I just get a sense that you kind of know that you can't support this, and so you're just running away from it instead of being honest.
Where did you send it? Where did you post it?
I didn't post anything. I'm just talking.
Oh, I thought listen. You said listen. Two people can't stand back to back and see the same thing if they're looking in opposite directions. Okay, true.
Two people looking in
that
different
somewhere.
In the southern hemisphere, this is a fact. In the southern hemisphere, observers at different places on the globe will see the Southern Cross, even though if they were on a dirt pizza, they would be looking in completely different directions.
So they're back to back on your model. They're back to back on your model.
No, they're not back to back on our model.
Yeah, they are, dude.
No, on
They're
our
literally
model.
back to back.
No,
That's
on our
exactly
model.
right.
On our model, they're all facing the southern polar axis.
Yeah, that would make them back to back.
But you don't have. Your model doesn't have a southern polar axis.
Neither does yours.
You don't have a southern pole.
You don't have anything on your model. You haven't shown
Yeah,
it
we
yet.
do.
Keep
Yeah, we do.
imagining.
We have a south pole and a north pole.
Show the evidence, Brenda.
No, a model of your of reality for you would be a little ball in a fucking lab with all the dog crap you claim.
Brandon, why wouldn't you just want to show your evidence? What's going on?
The actual evidence of how a ball works with all the shit you claimed.
Would it be true though? Would you admit beforehand that if it was the case, then that would refute your model?
No, nothing refutes our model.
I'm not talking to you, Democ.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, it'll refute it. Show it.
What? So this would refute the flat Earth model, right?
No, just my model, but show it.
What would?
I don't know. Whatever he's not.
Johnny come lately, we're not here to hold your hand, Democ.
Show us.
Yeah, we're not here to hold your hand.
Don't hold my hand. Show us. Show us the evidence.
Show you what?
Your evidence.
It's simply a fact that people in the southern hemisphere looking
We
towards
don't
the
care if
south
it's a
pole.
fact or not. Show us the evidence. Easier
No,
said.
no, you look it up. People in the southern hemisphere
No,
can
you
see.
have to provide the evidence for
No, I don't.
something that isn't there, being observed or scientifically, mathematically.
I don't have to prove things that are
observational.
trivial. I don't have to.
Okay.
You're done.
I don't have to prove trivial things like 1 + 1 = 2. This is a trivial thing.
One what?
It is not about a linguistic mathematical cohesion.
Yes, it's a simple logical relationship. People who are looking in different directions.
1 + 1 doesn't.
Okay, if your observation then is so cohesional and logical, then why is it that we have two different parties observing different things. The other thing is in imaginary, which I can state is basically your
What's
part.
imaginary?
And the other thing is that we observe reality and comparing it to actual measurable things that we can see in real life.
Well, the
This is
reason we
our
have
part.
Number one.
no, I can
Nobody
answer
have
those.
number one or
Demo,
two.
be quiet. Sit down.
Shut
So
the
the
fuck up.
reason that we have two different camps is because some people.
Yeah.
That's why.
Did you get muted?
I'm not muted.
Oh, okay.
Someone is sleeping.
Who's taking a nap right now?
Johnny B probably. Probably passed out. How many liters of vodka did he have today?
Oh, keep on going with your
The
thingy.
same amount of liters as evidence you had? None.
I don't have vodka. I have gin.
No, I said
No.
evidence.
Rum is way better.
I'm giving a lot.
Why does he keep on cutting out?
Brenda, you keep cutting out.
I don't think I am.
No, you are. We're telling you.
Yeah, you said you're giving us a lot.
Whatever.
Oh yeah.
I think I'm giving you a logical argument, right? For
About what?
why flat Earth can't be true.
With just talking to us about it? You got anything?
Yeah,
to
that's
show
how
us
logic
when you're
works.
telling us a story?
Yeah, that's how logic can work. You can
Like
just
you
talk.
make religion
Too bad no measurement of the globe, though. That's all. That's the one thing you don't have.
No.
No measured curvature.
Exactly, yeah. And
That would
spheres
not be.
have curvature. They necessitate a drop over the distance.
That would
Measurement.
not be
That
this
should be-
argument.
What?
This argument isn't about measuring the curvature. This argument is about falsifying the flat Earth. Yeah, through logic, right?
Okay.
Do you
curved
agree that?
surfaces-
Do you
Do
agree
you
that?
agree curved surfaces have measurable drop over the distance? The Earth has no measurable
Not
drop over distance. Therefore, the Earth is not a curved surface.
Yeah. So that would be an empirical argument.
No, that's a logical argument.
No, it's empirical because it uses empirical evidence.
No, I just gave the first two premises and then the conclusion.
Yes.
Retard.
It's literally a logical argument.
It's an inductive argument.
You don't even know why induction exists in the world.
Empiricism is
He said
inductive.
inductive, not induction, retard.
Right. So people in the southern hemisphere can see the Southern Cross even though they're facing in totally different directions. That falsifies flat Earth.
But do you agree that those people on your model, you could draw a line from one of their backs to the other back, and they would be technically back to back, just like in the same way you can draw a line from their front of their face
That
to the
would
other
be-
front of their face?
They would be closer to the, if not on the edge, they would be closer to the edge, but on opposite sides of the disc. Right?
So they're back to back on your model,
And
too,
facing different directions and yet seeing the same constellation. How was that possible?
Brenda, I posted an image showing which constellations are visible from Cape Town versus Melbourne at the same time.
Well, you have to remember that this is just trying to falsify the, like pi model, whereas
right.
the people in
Yeah.
here will not, will just say that they don't have a model.
Yeah, but that's just denial. I mean, that's not being intellectually honest. Honest people, when confronted with something that refutes a belief, will abandon that belief.
What's the argument for that?
Brenda.
What's the argument for that,
You want to
Brenda?
know
That-
how it is possible?
Because it
that
would be shown to be
can-
false.
No, I want to know why it was intellectually dishonest to not hold to a model. Please give the argument. We'd like it in form of
Because it's-
premise 1, premise 2, conclusion, please.
Because it's dishonest to believe falsehoods are true.
Like you?
Falsehoods?
Like
No.
water
okay.
sticking to a ball when it spins?
A person
Falsehood.
not having a belief in any model is not believing a falsehood.
If you believe in a
They're-
model,
They're actually agnostic.
Do you have a
What?
problem with
That's
agnosticism?
not how that works. So if you have a model, then we can figure out the consequences of that model.
You can't even make your own model. What are you talking about, stupid?
Right?
Yeah, no, you can't even make your own
Yeah,
model.
can you go
Another
post,
bit of
post a
evidence is
model in the chat?
another evidence is simply Australia. Australia isn't that size. It isn't shaped like that.
Where?
And that
On
just falls on the model that Matthew learns, just the
What model?
the azimuthal.
So those latitude and longitude lines don't add up properly. Like
They show the incorrect dimensions for Australia.
yeah, but are the latitude and longitude points like if I were to pick a point in Australia and get the latitude and longitude on that map, would it be similar to on your map or no?
That's because they're projected from a globe.
Okay, then
So
I
why
don't know
are
what
you
you're
showing your
talking about.
globe?
And
Why
yeah,
are you
so
showing flat maps?
Australia doesn't have that shape at all.
The proportions are all off. The north,
It's
south, and east west proportions.
Australia is not a hot dog. It's not a hot dog. It's more like a hamburger, not a hot dog.
It's not a shape. It's not a shape, actually.
It's absolutely a shape.
Comparing it to fake satellite images.
Yeah,
Look at how-
actually,
look at how-
show us some pictures
look
from
at how
Australia,
desperate you
please.
have to be.
How do you verify the shape, Brenda?
You could take flights or you could drive.
I could for you. That's how you verify stuff. Is
You
by
could.
me taking a flight.
How accurate is your odometer in your car over 3,000 miles, Brenda?
Pretty accurate.
But
They
like
usually
what?
are.
Like what? Plus or minus what?
I don't know.
Why don't you go look it up? You say it's
Why?
pretty accurate.
Why?
What kind of car do you have?
The
Right
fact that you
into
see
West Nile.
octans from looking straight south from both Melbourne and
So the
Cape Town
fact
at the same time.
the fact that we can use our eyeballs doesn't work, you guys, on flat Earth. That's
Are
fucking
you?
crazy.
No. Are you actually being mentally retarded? Like, do we need to get you in a mental hospital?
always
They're
been like
telling
this.
you that your
He's always been like
eyeballs
this.
Yeah,
don't work on
Demok
flat Earth.
doesn't contribute to the conversation. He just says words. He might be an AI model. I don't know.
You guys
I'm
are
just using
talking
them.
about debunking a cartoon fucking piece of paper with
Exactly.
reality or not with
So,
reality. No,
so
exactly.
what type of flat
I
shit
never
do you
declared that my
believe in?
model. Did you declare that your flat
So
Earth model?
what's your model then? What
He
is
just curses.
Reality. I
He
just
just
fucking
curses
told you.
people.
reality? What? Okay, so reality is globe.
No, it's
You're
not.
retarded.
Yeah, it is.
You're
Smooth
retarded.
water curving at rest.
Yeah, the
Show
water
us
is the reality is globe. Tis globe, Demok. Tis
Well,
globe.
up close and personal. Show us water curbing from a fucking horizontal line.
Tis globe.
We showed you how it doesn't work with
What
constellation.
doesn't? You just keep saying the word it.
Your model, the model.
What model? Where? Show me it.
It's inside chat, my bro.
No, my model's not in a chat, brother. You couldn't possibly fit my model in a chat. You couldn't put it in words.
He's retarded. There's no shot.
Can't draw the earth. Your paper's not big enough. You're
No, he
retarded.
may or may not be have a mental disability, but he has personality disorder for certain. Because all he ever does is
You
curse
guys
at
keep
people.
wanting to make a cartoon.
It's not like
believe
you're
a
not
cartoon
capable.
religion.
How is it? It's how is it
I'm
a
not a
cartoon?
third
He just
grader drawing
curses.
fucking cartoon pictures and claim it to be reality like you guys.
He is.
What type of
I
cartoon
think.
pictures are you yapping about?
Well,
Whatever the
it's
fuck's in the
Demok.
chat.
What
The cartoon picture in
And
chat.
he is a
Claim
shining
it's your
example.
model.
He is a shining example of flat Earth.
Your model
Every
and you
flat
are
earther
your
should be
model.
proud of this foul-mouthed human piece of garbage.
Well, he is debating 1v5, and
It's not 1v5. It's one retard against 5 smart
It's
people.
1v5 cartoons that don't exist in reality. Now listen,
You don't
reality is
exist
good
in
enough
my
for
reality,
yourself.
okay? So
Why do you deny?
shut up.
Water doesn't stick to spinning balls. Why do you deny this?
Who's denying it? I'm
You.
saying that I haven't even spoken to you. I just called
So
you a
go
retard.
get us
That's
your
all.
model that does something different than what my model reality does, stupid.
What is your model?
Water doesn't stick to a spinning ball at 400,000,
How did you get that
66,000,
conclusion?
1,000 by spinning the ball.
By spinning a ball. Have you ever heard of centrifugal force, my friend?
Show us. Show us water sticking to a ball with it, bitch.
Do you know that little thing that
You
you
don't
use
have
to?
to understand what you can't demonstrate, stupid. It's Narnia, right?
How do we know that the universe exists? Then we can't.
All we got to work on is one thing at a time, fucking Narnia. Water on a spinning ball. Can we just do this one thing, Narnia?
What a spinning ball. Okay.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Now it's a joke, right? Now it's comedy class because the globe just died, right?
What do you mean the globe just died?
Reality is water doesn't stick to a spinning ball. So unless you can demonstrate that,
You demonstrate how it doesn't work.
what's the word? It doesn't work. Clowns don't kill you.
Oh my
What are you
god.
talking about?
Listen,
Movies?
just take a fucking tennis ball or a football or a basketball and pour water on it and see what it does when you spin it. You know, or
I'd
put
rather have
even
a
a magnetic
crystal ball.
field inside it. I don't care. It doesn't
I'm going
work.
to take a crystal ball and pour the water on it while it's spinning 66,600 one way, 1,036 miles an hour at its equator, 400,000 miles an hour, right? And then we're going to pour the water on it. That's your globe. That's
Or
the
to put it
steel
a different
man
way,
in your globe.
0.000694 RPM is how fast the Earth is spinning.
Pretty fast, honestly.
1,036 is what we're looking for. Whatever you want to claim that is, we're going to go 1,036. You can make up it's whatever you want. You could say that's 0 point nothing now. We're good with that. Okay. And then do 66,600 and say that's 0 point nothing plus. And then you can do 400,000 and say that's 0 too. We're cool with that. You can say that's 0 if you want. Goofies.
Goofies.
We're going to stick with reality though. We're going to call it what the fuck it is.
Alright, so what about like the planets that have a surface that's just water?
How do you demonstrate a planet in the lab? Now we'll need more garbage.
I don't fucking know, man. I'm not a
You don't know.
scientist.
Then why do you believe the dog shit?
Because I've been told that it's like that, and I believe the people, my bro. Like,
Can they bring you the ingredients, my
You're
bro?
pretty gullible.
I
You
mean,
owe me
you
$1
can
million.
call it gullible. I'll call it having a simple life.
You owe me $1 million.
I-
Now, what's my
Ignorance
money?
is bliss, I know.
So you don't believe me, but you believe some other sad saps. That's
Fuck
fucking
yeah.
sad.
Yep. Yes, sir. When they have a
So
degree
any
and they know
Bob,
how to
Dick,
yap.
and Tom you can believe, but not me. That's crazy, brother.
Absolutely. And I will
Then
stand by
I'm going
that
to tell
fact.
you about reality only. Only what me and you can
You can't
demonstrate.
even
Only
tell you.
what I
You
put
can't
my
even
money
tell me
on.
what your reality looks like. So what am I supposed
Everything
to
we
do?
can demonstrate. Damn, this is hard, isn't it?
Oh, what do you mean?
Why do you believe anything but what we can demonstrate, stupid?
Hey, sorry.
So anything that's not reality is a globe. See how easy this is to debunk the globe that never existed and couldn't?
So if this is just like a fact of life, right? This is just normal.
Reality is reality, yes.
If this
I'm
okay,
with you now.
if this is just reality, why wouldn't people just why?
All right, moderation. If anybody
Finally, thank
if,
you.
If anybody thinks that the Earth is a globe, please put your claim first and then back it up with evidence. So if you're in here and you think that the Earth is a globe, claim first, then evidence next. Claim, evidence. Claim, evidence. Let's see if we can do that.
Thank you.
Johnny, you have a hot mic.
Yeah, he's
Alright.
sleeping in and out,
Yeah.
basically.
I'll get him to. I'll fix that in just a moment.
Who has the hot
Claim
mic?
evidence. Hold on. It's Johnny, I think. I'm just gonna disconnect him. It'll help him along.
Johnny B.
There. Disconnected him. Alright. Claim evidence. Claim evidence. Anybody that thinks that the Earth is a globe, claim evidence. Should be easy. Should be easy. If not, we'll just talk amongst ourselves. Welcome to the channel if you're brand new. I see some new names in here, like Hero. Dank is new, I think. Who else is in here brand new? MPX is back from a long stint. Sanjay, I think you're a Glober, aren't you? And Voting Tomorrow and Patrick Jane. How you doing, Globers? Any evidence? Bring your claim first and then your evidence. Should be easy.
Well, what? Oh, sorry. What Brenda was doing was attempting to bring evidence that the Earth, the AE model map can't be true. So a different tactic he was doing.
Yeah, but seriously debunking the globe because AE is just a Mercator flattened out, isn't it?
Right. So it debunks the idea that Mercator map matches reality.
Well, if that's the case, then you'd have to say that the AE map is also true. It's either it's all or nothing. Once you debunk one thing, you debunk the whole thing.
Yeah.
So
you debunk the idea that if you take a globe projection, make it flat, that matches reality.
Yeah, but then the third question comes into place. Why are both, even though both maps could be true, why are they not then? What are the actual shapes?
yeah, we're in search for what people think the Earth looks like. And it seems like we can't get there through maps. Maps are reification fallacies. World maps anyway. World maps. Not just your regular atlas or just a local map. We're talking about world maps.
Yeah, if the surface of the Earth is basically flat, then you should be able to make an accurate flat map.
No, that's incorrect.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Why?
There isn't a gold standard map anywhere, and they're operating on a flat stationary plane. So that's
Oh,
incorrect.
no, I agree. You're saying that it doesn't exist. I'm saying it should be possible. Whether it exists or not is a separate question. Whether it's possible or not is what I was.
Well, the problem in cartography is you can't depict the Earth as a whole. So you're going to have distortions in distances and sizes. there's going to be inaccuracies from scaling up and down. You can't get the correct sizes in proportion to like where the land is in conjunction to the other. So it's going to be kind of hard to place everything where you want it to be. I mean, you can get more or less like an idea, generalized idea of where things are, but you're not going to have like a specific, like laid out on an Earth looking top down kind of look. Even if the Earth is flat and stationary, I would say the problem for flat earthers is because you have the idea of like where the sun is hitting the different places geographically on Earth. So you can't have that looking different if the sun isn't over that specific area. So I think they attempted to do it. Antonio Subrats and Mark Sargent were actually having some people draw up like a way that the Earth can look as a flat Earth, and it differed from the AE map. So
yeah,
it was very. It was. I don't know if you've seen that or not, Matthew. They attempted to do it.
I've seen the quadrupole one, which
Yeah.
it's supposed to, but I don't know. But the
I
point
think they're
is,
working on another one, but I'm not sure. They haven't come out with it yet. Not that I know of, anyway.
yeah,
No
what if
matter
you,
what
what
it
if you
is,
said
it's gonna be
1,000
square.
miles equals 1 inch? If you use that scale in both directions, then you should be able to. This is all theoretical, of course. If you had perfect knowledge, you should be able to like draw a map that has no distortions.
Can you take a stick and a laser and then all right, think about it. You test it first on you like 3D print a model. You have a model of a what's it called? A sphere cut in half. And then you take a stick and you take a laser and you shoot the laser, and then you see how much the like it's offset, like offset the from the ground. Like let me explain to you. Like you take a stick, take a laser. Take it, Tinkercad, look. Take a stick. You take a laser. Wait, you take a stick. You take a laser. You shoot the laser. And then you see how much
It sounds like he has a speech
stick is
impediment. I think we should
offset from the ground.
He might have a speech impediment. We'll give him a little bit of grace.
No, I'm Stephen Hawking, bro. I came up with this myself.
Take a stick.
And a laser, yeah.
No, I'm the incredible Dr. Man. You don't understand. I'm the incredible Dr.
Wait, you put the laser on the stick to increase its range or something?
If we're to take you seriously, do you seriously have like a speech impediment, or are you like for real not understanding?
He's trolling.
Strolling.
You take a stick. Look.
Yeah, I mean, you can troll, but it's not going to get very far.
How about you draw it first, and then when you're done, like drawing it, then come back in and explain what you're talking about.
I agree with that. I vote for that.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, me too.
All right, I'm going to mute you, but yeah, don't repeat what you just said. Just draw it up and then come back and tell us.
I think all you're going to get square pictures no matter what anybody does, and you're going to try to put them together like a puzzle to the best.
I'm trying to find another shapes are similar to prove.
Yeah, but don't do it on the fly. Come prepared. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'm just come on. This is like a class.
On. No, this isn't. Come on. This is you being unprepared, right?
This is incredible.
This room is full of people that are ready to have the discussion. You're not. So go get ready, come back, and then present it.
See how much it's offset from the ground.
No, we're not going to bargain with you. Go and do that. Come back. It's already been told you. That's a great idea. We all agree. Even the Globers in here agree. Get prepared, come back, and then, let us know what your argument is. Being unprepared is not the way. I'm telling you that right now. All right, I'm going to mute you so that you can do that. Go away, come back. Pretty simple. Or you just mute up. How about that? Just mute up and don't speak. And listen to some of the conversations prior to you interjecting.
There's something wrong with my visual dexterity right now, but...
Well, there's a lot with the way you're articulating your point.
So, like I'm standby right now.
Yeah, but why?
Take a
Why do
break.
you have to keep speaking, man? Just put yourself on mute. It's embarrassing. Seriously. Even if you're trolling, it's an embarrassing troll. Like,
You see my
for
screen?
God's sakes, nobody wants to look at your screen except for some people that are morbidly curious.
What does that mean?
Yeah, it means that
Like,
you are
what-
very you're if it's a heavy
little more.
troll or you just got weak debate abilities, like super weak.
He said, "What's that mean?"
No, we'd be happy to look at your diagram, but we just would request that maybe you draw it first and get it all ready, and then once you're ready, then we could look at it instead of sort of having a narration of you drawing it. That's all.
Yeah,
We'd be
visual
happy to-
might be better than vocal for you.
Can we do like a vaudeville hook on this guy?
No, we're gonna leave that guy alone. We're looking to the channel, see if anybody is prepared to have the discussion. If they know that the Earth is a globe, make a claim and then present your evidence. Pretty simple. Well, I would say it's simple enough for everybody to understand that what I'm requesting is make the claim, whatever it is, then back it up with evidence. Preferably, I think would be great to have some citations or sources that we can look to. That'd be great.
Some sources you can see. All right. Let's look at this right now. Let's try to.
Oh.
All right. Look. Listen. How you use shades together on Tinkercad?
You know, I don't like to mute people, but I do occasionally when people just are persistent. And we've asked you kindly to please not jump in because you are very unequipped to have this discussion right now. I don't want to go on to a long discussion with somebody who doesn't know. If you know anything about the globe, I'd like to talk to you. I really would. It's important. People need to know why they have the mindset of the Earth as a globe, because a lot of people think that it's a foregone conclusion. So this isn't a troll. This is for you guys to realize, how do you know the Earth's a globe? Make a claim, present your evidence, and let's see if it stands up to scrutiny. And you guys have the mic. I mean, jump on the mic. You don't have to be in text. Jump on the mic.
I posted my argument.
You can articulate it, right? Through voice?
Yeah, absolutely. Is that okay for now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, my argument is kind of simplistic. I say the world is a globe because we can see the details fall away on the horizon.
The details fall away on the horizon.
Yes, we lose sight of things as they go across the horizon. They fall away and then we can't see them anymore. I would argue that if the world was flat, we would have line of sight to everything in the world.
All right.
But shit wouldn't shrink in the distance.
Yeah, so what we're gonna identify is your knowledge on why you think that would happen. So what is, in the case for it being a globe, why do you think that occurs?
I believe that occurs because if you take your position as a point on the surface of the sphere of this globe, and you were to draw a line of your line of sight, it would by necessity not curve around the globe. It would go off into space. And this is what we get. We get a view of the sky on the horizon instead of more and more trees and hills and mountains and cities and things. We get a view of the sky and everything else disappears. So everywhere you look around, it's all sky.
All right. Now, what is the evidence to back that up?
This
That's a claim.
is this
That's a-
could be yes.
That's a claim.
The evidence
So
to
now
back
give
this
us the
up
evidence.
can be obtained by anybody by going outdoors and looking around.
Okay, that's that's not evidence. That's just you saying, "Well, just look at the thing that I'm telling you
Okay,
to look at."
turn on your phone.
No. Okay, so I think you're still stating a claim. The claim is
Okay,
to make
well,
it. The claim,
okay.
sir.
We have two different ways to present this as evidence.
Sir,
Okay.
Sir.
Don't yell at me. Don't yell
I'm
at
telling
me.
you.
Do
I'm telling
not
you.
yell
Hold
at
on.
me. No, you don't yell at me.
Yeah, you don't yell at me.
No, you shut the
forum,
hell up.
Yeah, this forum exists so that people can actually scrutinize the person that's saying the
Yeah,
claim.
but you're not scrutinizing anything. I
we
offered
can't
you
because
evidence.
you
It's
keep-
called
it's not
anecdotal
ev- it's
evidence.
not
You can
anecdotal.
add to the anecdotal evidence by
No.
going out there and
Dude, we
adding
have
some
to
to it
talk
yourself.
one at a time, or otherwise it's pointless.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he already talked over me.
Listen, dude, you made a claim that you make an observation of something happening at a distance. And then you said the evidence of that is making an observation of something that happens at a distance. It's circular. Your claim and your
Yes.
evidence are the same.
Yes, that's
It's
correct.
not
You can deal
supposed
with
to.
that, can't you?
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's circular. You need to give an evidence of the claim, not make the
Okay,
claim
you would
again.
like
You restated the claim
you would like
basically.
bolstering. All right. You would like bolstering evidence. Okay. So you would
Bolstering
like the
evidence.
evidence.
No, just
Yes,
evidence.
you would like
That's
the.
all.
I'm telling you, if you go outside and look around, you can't see the whole world at line of sight. It
I
falls away
know.
from your point, your line of sight.
Listen, that's your observation. But what is the evidence
Yes,
that
that's
is
the observable evidence. Yes,
observable?
it's
Okay,
observable
so
evidence.
you
I'm
see
not gonna.
things.
No. So wait, you were invited here to not know what evidence means?
Hey,
I'm
man,
what's
just
happening
chill, just chill. He just think
What you
about what he's
talking about,
saying.
bro?
No, I just won the argument. Don't tell me to chill. He doesn't know
No,
what
I don't
evidence
think you
means.
did. I don't
You
think you
want
know what you're
nothing.
saying, to be honest.
No, objective evidence is something that everybody can, in tandem, go out and observe for themselves. So go out, touch grass, look at the horizon, and see you can't see the whole world. It's because it
Okay,
falls
and
off.
what
Because
does that do?
now, then I offered. Wait, I offered bolstering evidence, and I'll offer this in a geometric fashion. We'll use geometry. You can do this right in front of yourself on your table next to your phone, or you could use a Microsoft Paint app or something. Sorry, I got to get a piece of garlic out of my teeth. Now, draw a circle. You could use a compass to make sure it's an actual circle,
We're
or you
doing
can.
stuff. We're doing stuff
Now
on a
look,
piece of
look.
paper or a computer.
Yes.
We're not outside. There's nothing.
So now, which one are you okay with? Are you okay with none of them?
I'm okay with you saying that we see something happening outside. That's the claim. And
Okay.
I'm okay with you stating this is the evidence of why it's happening. Right?
Okay.
So
Well,
claim,
then
evidence.
I'm telling you, then I'm offering you bolstering evidence of why. But if you're not going to accept your own eyes, then you're going to need to use another unit of your physiology. Let's go with the brain.
Wait. No,
we're going
accepted.
to use symbolism,
dude.
and I'm going to show you a projection, a 2D projection of what
Here's
I'm
what's gonna
describing.
happen. Fuck this. Enough of this shit.
What are we talking about here?
You literally can't argue.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he's roboting.
I'm sorry, Alpha.
Fuck that, dude.
Oh, 24/7 flat Earth. Oh hell yeah. I
That
want to
was
hear
0
people's
to
opinions.
100 real quick.
Yeah, real fucking quick. All right, so we got Lou that came in here. Lou, welcome to the channel.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Lou.
How you doing, Lou?
Hey, Lou.
Hey Lou.
So
Hey
here's what-
guys.
We've been asking people that jump into this channel.
Oh hell yeah.
So we want people to make a claim for the Earth being a globe if they think it is, right? If you think the Earth's a globe, make a claim, and then all you got to do is back it up with evidence. Pretty simple.
All right,
claim
cool.
evidence,
All right.
claim evidence.
Alright, so like I was always bought the globe as a child, so it's a globe. I've never been around the world, but I used to fly commercial aircraft, and the world is shaped like a globe. Other than that, I have no solid proof. So you know what? You guys do with what you have to do with that. But the world is a globe, in my opinion.
Yeah. So
But when I'm flying, it seems flat.
All right, Lou. Thank you very much. Yeah, you're being
that's
honest,
it.
man. But like the point is, like, if there was a globe, the claim would be it's a globe, and the evidence would back it up that it is
Correct.
a geometric shape. But I mean, if it's fine. Listen, if you didn't have anything to add other than it looks pretty flat, I mean, but you still believe it's a globe.
Flat. It's flat when you fly. It's always flat when you fly.
Sure.
But I've never seen it from outer space, so you know what?
That's fine.
Earth is
Lou,
flat.
hey, we're not holding that against you, man, because you can't go to that place or whatever. But the only thing we're asking new people is if there is any evidence they can bring forth, then let them do it.
Well,
I mean, it
I will-
doesn't matter if you believe it. I mean, we don't care
Right.
about that. So
I will give you one corrective piece of evidence that you can use against everyone else. Unless you've flown an airplane or been that high in the sky, even if you've been in an airplane, if you've flown an airplane, it just seems like you're on a flat, straight. It just flies straight. And then other people are like, oh, I've been on an airplane. It don't matter unless you've been in the cockpit. It don't make a sense.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, it seems flat to me.
Yeah,
it
we've
seems
talked to many-
flat to me.
we've talked to many
But-
pilots as well, Lou. So it kind of
Yep.
corroborates with what they're saying. Because
Love
it's like-
you.
Yeah, all right, man. Yeah, but like the thing is, other people don't have the same opinion because they're in the passenger side, so they're just stating that they see globe, and it's like, well, if you're saying at what is it, 40 to 50,000 feet cruising altitude, that you
41,000 for me, 41,000 usually for me, but yeah.
Yeah, but if you see curvature from that altitude, then it would follow that on the ground it would be noticeable, or at least measurable. At the very least, measurable.
You do see curvature, but it never matches up to where you're flying.
Okay.
It just seems to stay straight. But yes, that is my opinion. And for the next piece of shit to join in and tell us everything, thank you.
All right. Well, we await the next person to step forward, guys. If you have evidence, we want you to step forward and make a claim, and then provide the evidence. We've been doing this for about 6 years now, and 24/7 live streaming on YouTube and Rumble. So we have channels both there. So we have an audience there as well, and we welcome anybody to come in and make a claim and then bring the evidence forward. We're asking everyone, people of all types of intellect. And the reason
just
why we
wanted to
also do
say,
it for
Alpha.
everybody. Go ahead, man.
I just wanted to say I've been here 8 years. Thanks.
Yeah, you've been here quite a bit, man, for sure. Yeah, and we appreciate everybody that has stuck around. I mean, because it's been a wild ride. This is stuff that we've heard probably knock your socks off. I mean, really, the outrageous ways that people want to make a belief into reality. At least from my perspective, things that I've heard. But hey, I mean, like, it's give it your best shot if you think that you have some type of evidence. I honestly, it's kind of therapeutic for you guys to come in here and do your best. See if it's possible that you can have some evidence to back up the Earth being a globe, or you just believe it, which is what we usually find out at the end. People just believe it. They don't know, just like everyone else. They're told it's a globe and they believe it.
It really doesn't matter what field either. I mean,
Yeah, they never spent the $100 in materials to get a water level and rent an auto level and do the shit for themselves. Fucking crazy.
Yeah, the writing's on the wall, but we have to just let the rest of the world catch up, because they think that there is reason to believe that.
What do you mean the writing's on the wall? You think that a flat Earth will become?
Oh, here we go.
No, the problem is, like, it should be already a foregone conclusion that it's not a debate. But it seems like people have the idea that there is a debate. In our eyes, it's just like people need to realize that once they figure out that it's all an imagination, it's some interpretation or an abstract that they've been following, they're going to realize soon. But it is, if you want to believe with all your heart and soul that the Earth is a globe, nothing's going to prevent us from saying, hey, you know what? You can have your belief. It doesn't bother us.
That's right. It don't matter what you believe in. I have a bachelor's in science, major in astrophysics. I'm a commercial pilot for a living, and I've been at the top of the world. Half of you can't even say you've done that. And it's pretty flat, because when you're flying around the globe, it don't matter, because you're flying at 41,000, 46,000 feet, and it's just a straight shot. It don't make sense. Gravity makes sense. Yes, it does. Everything else in the universe makes sense, but nope. It's flat.
We've had meteorologists come in here. We got a pretty cool guy comes in here. His name's Brendan, and he's been kind of like into this topic for quite some time now, and he wrestles with the idea as well. But he's leaning towards flat right now because he's been challenged, and I think that's the most important thing that we've done so far. We're not looking to like win somebody over in an argument or convince them. We just want to challenge them, whether or not they believe it. At the end of the day, that's totally up to you. You can go to bed at night thinking that these idiot flat earthers that I came in there and talked to. That's great. But it's still going to remain the fact that you can't prove it. It's no way. Can't do it.
Absolutely. No one can prove it. Like a baby.
Yeah. Same here.
I'm a little bit suspicious that Lou is a real pilot, but that's just me.
Oh, Matthew, come on.
Reality.
Yeah, that's fine.
We don't have to look. Nobody needs to see his credentials, bro. Like, if you say you're a doctor, Matthew, I'm not gonna want to know like what's your. I mean, listen. If you are what you are, then it'll come out in how you speak and what you say about the thing that you know to be true. Like, if he's a true pilot, he could tell you things, right? It's just simple as that.
Uncle Lou, I miss you, man.
I miss you too, brother. Why does that sound familiar? It would sound like Camino. Oh, Zol, what up, nigga?
What's up, bro?
Zol knows. Zol knows I used to be a pilot. What up, nigga?
Hey, dude, Lou used to fly everywhere. Real shit.
Exactly. See, that's my boy.
Well,
Well, he did like he wasn't like fucking Boeing 747 flying, but he was like flying his own little shit, you know.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I don't care honestly.
He claimed to
The
be
only thing
a
that's-
commercial pilot, though.
Yeah, he says.
Well, maybe he did that too.
I was,
shit,
I
dude.
was a commercial pilot, yes, for a long time. Yeah, type rated for 767, 737, Airbus A380,
Oh, I thought you
A320.
only had your own like little plane that you took when you went camping and shit, in like the fucking weird like mountain areas.
Nope, I have my Cub Cadet, but that's how I got that, by flying commercially. That's what I did for years, Zol.
Yeah, see, this nigga flies planes, y'all.
I don't know.
Sure.
Might agree with Matt on
That's-
this.
That may be the case. It may not be, but obviously, the only thing that we're interested in is for people to make a claim about the shape of the Earth and back it up with evidence. So, if
Oh,
that's
dude,
you,
I think
if that's
it's
you, then
flat.
go ahead. Well, that's fine. But if you
My
do have
proof
the
is, dude, I be looking sometimes and I don't see a curve.
well, we're waiting for people to talk about it in a way that they can have evidence to back it up. So. Maybe
waiting
that's
for a
not
while.
you, gentlemen, but if there is people that have that idea, then step forward. We've been doing this for quite some time, by the way, guys. So we know all the arguments. We know people come in here and troll. We get the whole gambit. We know it. We know what it sounds like. It sounds pretty ridiculous.
Sound
when
very
you hear it.
self-aware.
Well, we don't know you
I'm
from Adam.
glad.
so
I'm
we
glad
have to
you
wait
know what happens around you, man. That's very
for
important.
sure. All right. Anybody
It's
else?
arguably more important than knowing what the world is actually shaped.
Well, it's helpful, but
But Zol, it's flat. Zol, it's flat. So
It is flat. It has to be.
well, think about the arguments. Have you guys heard any of the arguments, or is it just like memes that you heard on the internet, or probably these? There's okay.
I mean, like for me, it leads with like this, fucking Cold War. Like I think that's where it starts back to, man. If we want to go there, like
it's a bit earlier.
I think, nah, dude. For me, it starts in the Cold War. You know, I think we just wanted to show everyone that we got a little bit bigger balls than everyone else. You know what I mean? So we tried to get there a little quicker, and we might have found out it was flat. You know what I'm saying? And we probably told everyone, like, dude, go knock yourself out. Like, fucking the moon, been there, nigga. You know what they're looking at now? Damn, bro. I don't really think the moon's as cool as we thought it was. Boom, world's flat.
bang.
Yeah. Semi troll.
Real shit.
I'm listening to you say things, so you're just coming through as a
Hell
troll
yeah, dude.
right now.
Glad
But,
my voice is picking up in your headphones.
Nah, it just sounds like you're.
Dude, I'm very educated, okay? I'm very
That's great.
educated. You're insulting my
Good
intelligence
stuff.
right now.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, that's not
Insult my
globe proof
intelligence.
either. That's not globe proof either.
It is, dude. The world's flat.
Don't feed him.
That's why
fuck's
we
sake.
have waves.
Let's
The world's
mute him.
flat.
I'm going to.
Heavy troll.
I don't think that's why we have waves, though, buddy. I think we have waves because of the moon's gravity.
Yeah, you guys
That's
seriously
the
having a
tides.
conversation amongst yourselves? Like, what's going on? I'm only allowing it because it's like it's not really anything bad or anything, but it could tip the scales any moment, which is what I'm waiting for.
I just ironically ran into one of my friends. That's all I'm saying.
That's cool.
So Lou, what does ATC stand for? I think you said you're
Air traffic control.
Okay.
Any more questions?
Get him, Matthew.
No,
Go dig into it.
He
Dig into
got-
it.
he
Like,
just
what-
got owned.
But no, I'm just saying, like, if there's any questions that you want to test his knowledge on whether or not he's a pilot, like ask him
Go
what
ahead.
he does before he takes off. Like, what are the checks that he does with his equipment?
Right.
You know you want to, Matthew. You want
The
to
A
tell him.
cars. You want to talk to me about the A cars? You want to talk about the ATIS? What do you want to talk about? Let's go. Go ahead.
How did you get type rated for three separate, very different types of equipment? The 747, the 767, and the A380.
I started off in a CRJ. Actually, I started off in a really small, very small airplane, and then I went from a. Actually, it took a long time to get where I got, so it took 7 years. I started off in an. What did I start off in? An
Exponential
Embraer.
career.
Yeah, I started off in an Embraer. Went from an Embraer and then I went to a 757. I got type rated for 757, and then I got boosted up, and then from there, because that was American Airlines, and then I went to JetBlue, and I got type rated for an Airbus A380 from an A380, and now I want to go to FedEx really bad, so I got to learn how to fly a 757, 767, 777. But right now I have a few type ratings, and it's great. So from there on, I will never get to 747 rating because that's too crazy. But right now I have four type ratings. Yes, 4 type ratings, and it's fantastic. But I don't even fly airplanes anymore as much because I do repossession. But whenever I want to go back, I can go back because I have my type ratings. I just fly my own little Cub Cadet. I have my own little airplane, and
How many flights do you have under your belt, Lou?
Total, commercial, or in general?
Well, I would say in general, but commercial, because they're more commercial is more long distance, isn't it? Like,
How about multi-engine
I did a lot of standby.
yeah.
I've always been on standby. I never really. I did like one flight with a 737. But commercial hours, I probably have like
All right,
700
sorry, I'm
hours.
bad. Some fucking Globers try to cut my Wi-Fi off, dude. Swear to God, shit's crazy,
700,
man.
700 hours commercial, and then private, I probably have like 6,000.
Damn.
Okay,
Pretty good.
so I do think that he was a pilot. He said enough of the keywords. When you asked how many, he answered in hours, which is the right way to answer.
The right way to answer.
But the thing is, if he were a real pilot, I would have expected him to say something like this. Ladies and gentlemen, it took me 7 years to get to the 747.
Nope.
Is it?
His dad's probably the one.
That's the pilot voice. You know the pilot voice?
He's.
Dude, if my pilot talked like a faggot, I'd leave. I don't want a straight man, straight white man trusted to get me.
Yeah, so when a pilot says, "Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it'll take us about 2 hours to land in Phoenix," I'm like, dude, you better know where we're going. How come you
That's
can't
a
just say
pilot voice.
And that's when you start gripping the seats
All
a
right,
little bit
ladies
tighter,
and
man.
gentlemen, that's
No, I was always nice when I worked for American. I was like, yeah, we're gonna be late, but that sucks. I was never a piece of shit about it. I was like, yeah, we're gonna be late. Oh
You
well.
just say it like it is, man. People either accept it or reject it. Who gives a shit, man? They're in your plane. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we're gonna be late. My biggest thing was like my favorite one was like a flight from New York City to Nashville, and there was a bunch of bachelorette parties, and I was like, they're like, oh well, blah blah blah, they're yapping. I was like, yeah, by the way, we there's a storm, so we're gonna be late, and they're like, I'm like, stop, that's not gonna make the plane land faster. The more you complain, the longer I'm gonna take to land this plane. So shut your mouth, drink your booze, and we'll land it faster. And we landed it faster because they shut the fuck up.
I semi-believe that story. Like, semi-believe that somebody would say that shit. This is your captain speaking. You need to sit down and shut the fuck up. Like, hey, man, he's just pissed off.
My favorite thing to do is when there was like a child with special needs who wanted to meet the pilot. I'd walk up to a random person. I was like, "Oh, are you the child that needed to meet?" And they'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I'm like, "Oh, my bad." I would just pick someone randomly, and they would get so offended that they'd be like, "Oh, okay," and they would get the joke.
Fucking Lou.
Oh, the good old days. Now I do repossession.
Dude, fucking, how old are you, man? You don't even sound like you're that old.
Sounds like he's like 17.
There was that TV show. There was that TV show that showed repossession of airplanes. It was pretty entertaining.
I don't think I've.
Yep.
How the fuck? Oh, but they gotta be. I was like, yeah, okay, I get you.
What was the name of the show? Just Repo Man or something like that?
No, airplane repossession. That's what it was called.
Did you ever
That's
go on it?
That's a very dangerous. No. It was a very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing because you have a stack of paperwork to do airplane repossession.
Yep, I can imagine that people aren't happy about it either.
And yeah, that's
It's
crazy,
just
dude.
it's a lot of paperwork. It's not like I do vehicle repossession now, but airplane repossession is like takes a lot more because you need to have like a lot. You need to have like a fucking 10-inch binder full of paperwork. Otherwise, you get arrested. It's crazy. I've repossessed like commercial aircraft, but
How the
I
fuck?
I've got arrested like 90% of the time.
Really?
Yep.
You mean kidnapped?
Oh my gosh. Anyways, thanks for chiming in, Lou. I mean, buddy came in.
Love you. Love you.
Yeah, man. Fuck, dude, I don't think there's any business. We got Mercy that just jumped in. Mercy, if you're there. Anybody else? You got evidence of the Earth being a globe? Give us your claim for the Earth being a globe, and then back it up with evidence. That's what we're asking. We got government in the house. Hutaru, welcome. Ladies, gentlemen, welcome, welcome.
I'm gonna help you out here, brother.
Go for it.
Who the fuck thinks the Earth is flat? Speak your claim now.
Me.
There you go. Why do you think the Earth is flat, brother? Tell us.
I mean, it's pretty obvious, you know. We observe it as to be flat, so therefore, everything that comes in the vicinity of observational state, pressure from the environment, and also our equipment that we use is also contributing to our observation as help.
Okay, and why do you think that, though?
I mean, can you be more specific?
Can you be more specific? Yeah, absolutely. Like, show your claim, state your claim, and like let us know why you feel that way.
Yeah, the same could be true for the reverse for flat Earth. Make your claim
Yeah.
and state your evidence. So just do that.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he already gave you his reasonings and for why he understands the Earth to be flat, and you're just sounding like a douchebag. Oh, can you be more specific?
No,
You're right. You're right.
He's totally fine. No, he's totally fine. I mean,
Here's how you can
where
determine
do you
if
want me go?
Here's how you can determine if the Earth is flat or not. Provide your globe evidence first. That's how you can find out.
I got a way we can do this. So if nobody else will answer, I will. Lou, it's observably flat, it's measurably flat, and it's practically used as flat. Which practically used is basically one of the evidence you just gave up when you came in and told us that being a pilot, you can notice that from the cockpit point of view, it looks pretty flat observationally, right?
Yeah.
Just by the way it looks. But
Okay.
if we're going to say that it measures that way as well, large bodies of water don't display any convexity, nor do they measure any convexity. So if
Okay.
if that was to be true, then we would measure any type of curvature from a long distance, or like just I would say a line of sight. So if you're making a line of sight, view of something in the far distance, we'd say, okay, how far away is the thing? What is the observer height? What is the claimed radius of the Earth? We're going to put all the math against like reality and say, if it's possible that geometrically the Earth would be a globe or not, right? It's curving or not. So if there is curvature there detected, then we'd be able to understand how much curvature between point A to point B over a distance, like anywhere from 10 to 15 to 20 miles away. We'd be able to detect how much curvature drop rate there would be, right? So I think that's most important for all of us to understand. If we're going to measure curvature or the lack of it, it's going to be known within a specific small sample set. So if you're doing a line of sight test, it would indicate that any deviation from that line of sight or a drop would be noticeable from the observer's point of view to a far distance observation. So far, so good as I'm going?
Yeah, you're making great sense. Love it.
Okay. So, and if there's any deviation from a line of sight, we'd be able to have like a demarcation point to say, well, I see something in the middle of my view to say that I know from me to that thing, there's a known distance. So beyond that, I would have to figure out how much would the predictable amount of Earth curvature should be there if it was present geometrically. Like if the Earth was a globe, right? If it was a globe, then it would present itself in my view, blocking things in the far distance. So, let's say if the Earth was the radius value of 3959 miles, then it would follow that if an observer was seeing something, perhaps, and I'm going to use a black swan in this particular instance. And if you don't know what that is, please somebody post it in the text channel for the gentleman. The black swan's observation would be at a 1 foot observer height off the water, off into the distance. You could use a zoom camera that could possibly see a lot farther than the regular optics of a person's eyes. And you could see possibly to where the demarcation of an oil rig is, which is Platform Habitat and Platform Hill House. One of them is at 9.41 miles. I think that's Hill House. Habitat's at 6.21 miles, I think. And so you have one at 6 miles, one at 9.41 miles. But on beyond those oil rigs, because they're only there for demarcation of distance. And then beyond that would be the horizon. So our main focus would be the horizon, because that would be where the leading edge of the sphere is, according to the Earth's geometric shape with a radius of 3959. So if I'm making a line of sight and I'm saying, okay, well, the predictable amount of Earth curvature that should be obstructing my view should begin at 1.22 miles away, because we're trying to figure out with an observation height of 1 foot off the water, off into the distance, the globe should be curving away exponentially at 8 inches per mile squared. So if we're using that distance to demarcate how much there should drop over distance should be there, it's either going to be there obstructing the viewer, or not be there and giving us a full range of view from a 1 foot observation. So as we did with the black swan, you could do this anywhere actually. Make an observation at a specific elevation height and see how far you can see. And you're going to find out that the predictable amount of Earth curvature that should be obstructing the observer's view from the point of observation to the far distance over the horizon, you're going to notice that it's a lot farther, the horizon, than it should be predicted, where the leading edge of the sphere, where the horizon should be, is not where it should be, because the Earth as a globe should be a lot closer, the horizon should be a lot closer than what we normally see every day. So like your normal observation, being a man of 6 foot height, should be like at 3 miles away, the leading edge of the sphere or the horizon. But in all actuality, people that do line of sight distance test observations notice that the Earth is not at the specific geometric obstruction where it should be. It's a lot farther. So like I said, in the case of the black swan, the demarcation for the distance is 9.41 miles, where the curvature should start at 1.22 miles from an observation height or elevation of 1 foot off the water. So where the Earth curve should be at 1.22 miles away, and where we see it beyond 9.41 miles, is cause for concern when the metrics of the Earth, being that the radius is a value of 3959, doesn't give us a predictable value of Earth curvature that should be obstructing the observer from seeing in the far distance. So hopefully, I don't know if I'm getting too far away from you, Glue, but that's kind of a way that we're doing line of sight tests to measure against the metrics of the Earth being a globe.
I'm not disagreeing with you, so
okay, right. So what's happening, and I think this is important, is that the measurable curvature, or at least how they measure the Earth's curvature, because it should be in the way of drop over distance, right? That's what we normally would agree as direct evidence of the Earth curving away at the specific rate that it should be, according to it being an oblate spheroid. Now, the important thing is, they've been telling us that for a long time, even thousands of years, we've known that the Earth is a globe. And we're challenging them to tell us, how is it possible that they've known that the Earth is a globe for that long, and we do not have a method by which to determine how much drop over distance there is? Now, I ask for people to think about this critically. How is it possible in history we don't have some way or some method that someone's ever done that drop over distance measurement. We have things that are obscure, maybe not even direct, that are telling us that the Earth could be a globe, and assuming it's one, doing certain tests. So there's never this direct way of understanding in what way is the Earth curving with directly measuring it, as far as like the curvature drop rate over distance. So hopefully this is kind of like getting you to think, because if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, Lou, then what is it?
It's flat.
Yes, sir. So we stand by that. So that's the thing that we're offering to the Glober. If you say that the Earth is curving, then please present the evidence that it is curving at the specific rate that it should be, according to the metrics that the Earth has been known to be, and no more, no less. So if the Earth is a radius value of 3959, then your line of sight measurements that you do should comport over to that. And you shouldn't say, well, the Earth is too big, we can't measure it. No, we have the numeric value for the radius, circumference, and diameter. So all this, as far as we know, has been given to us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's the reason why we're asking the question. See, we know that it's not curving, so if something isn't curving, it's flat, right? That's obvious. So 0 curvature would be the numeric value for the measurement of curvature. 0. There isn't any. So if there is no curvature, then of course, like as we talked about, it is flat. It's pretty simple. It's like it's done. Like there's no more that we need to do. So the evidence would be definitely on the shoulders of those who believe that the Earth is a globe, to come forward and tell us how we can do a method in which we can test, verify that the Earth is a globe by way of directly measuring it. I mean, it's not too far from being unreasonable, right? Because we're like, look, if it's a globe, you're standing on a curving surface. My goodness, I mean, today's time, there's so many ways you can measure it. I mean, just so many. Think of a way you can make something up. But the point that I would make was that it's already been known to be a globe, so we have the values of how big it is. So you can't escape that. You have to go back to history and see what they did to get those numbers, those values. And if you don't know that, do some research, figure it out, then come back in here and tell us how they've done it. Because otherwise, that's still going to be left. If you say, well, this doesn't matter because they still send satellites up in space anyways. Well, aren't you negating the fact that you think that that's all going on, but you don't know how? There's no way that you can tell me how the Earth is curving in any method that was known to man that we've detected curvature specifically with the specific values that they've given us. I mean, it's public knowledge. You can just type it in. What is the radius of Earth? It's going to spit out the value, 3959. So
the standard Glober answer is that you don't need to directly measure the curvature to know that it curves.
Yeah, that's standard. Well, not. I'd say these days it kind of varies. But yeah, it should be, I would say. But who knows? Maybe somebody would come in and give us some evidence. That's what we're doing. But anyways, I try to give you the answer, Lou, that you were asking. Because yeah, you could
Appreciate you.
You could turn it back on Flat Earth, but the same thing, Flat Earthers should be ready to give you the answer and in a point articulated in a way that could make sense, but also in a method you can test for yourself. I mean,
Right. I didn't want to leave here rudely, but my wife's yelling at me, so I got to skedaddle.
Appreciate you, Lou. Thanks, bud.
Appreciate all of you guys. It was a
Later,
good
man.
conversation. I had a great time, and I will pop back in here in a little bit, probably before, after my wife goes to bed. But
keep it flat, bro. I feel his pain. I really do. Feel your pain, brother. Now, everybody, lift up your hands and tell me, brother, man, it's a globe. Raise your hands in the air. Wave them like you just don't care. Right, Scott? I know you're doing that. You're doing a wave. We got.
Just doing my New York Times crossword puzzle. That's all.
Well, I'm waiting for somebody to come in here so that you can feel the angst to come in here. Be like, oh fuck that, dude! I gotta step in now.
It's
The
just
other
funny
guy.
though how you say all these things we don't have that we already showed you about 1,000 times. You just keep denying they exist. It's weird. Listen to talk about that.
Yeah, same goes for you.
Is there
What,
anything
what,
in
what have you guys presented that we've rejected?
the truth,
I
reality
keep
as it
asking for
is?
evidence. You never provide evidence. I mean, you never even provide a model. I just was in here an hour ago asking anybody for their explanation of anything. They got nothing.
I agree. They don't.
I mean, the simple step-by-step procedure we present to you, it's obvious that you are not listening and even do your research afterwards.
I listened to everything you said. You guys never say anything. What's the step-by-step thing I should do? Why don't you tell me and I'll repeat exactly what you say back to you to prove that I'm hearing.
Maybe Eider Pallet wants to speak. Eider Pallet, are you there?
Hello.
What's up, Eider?
I'm trying to think of like a decent question.
Go ahead, man. Just fire off, man. If you think that there's something.
So is
Well,
every...
how long have you been looking into? Are you just your first day in here? Like,
I've been here like 3 times, but yeah, I've just been like chilling.
oh yeah, I mean,
Is
give us a
every
question. Go
planet
ahead.
flat?
What do you mean, flat planets?
Yeah, like every like planet in the universe, is it flat?
No, I mean, I guess we have to go to the. What do you think when you say the word planet? What does that mean to you? Because is it defined by something that you understand, or you just have like an idea of something that they told you what it is?
Pretty much like the Earth, you know, like a body of substance.
Okay, what can you see? Have you ever looked through a telescope at any time and
Yeah.
seen a planet? What do you see when you look through the telescope? Just your observation.
I mean, the
Or
moon
how
is
about
like
this?
spherical.
Just tell me, yeah,
or
just
a
tell me
circle.
everything you can tell me by looking through the telescope. Everything.
The moon?
Everything you can tell. Yeah, well, yeah, sure. What can you tell me?
It's a circle.
And what else?
Pretty much. I mean, you can see. I'm pretty sure you can see Mars.
Okay, what can
I
you
haven't
see
seen
when
Mars,
you look
though.
at? Or what? Well, specifically anything that you have seen. Just like the moon. That's the closest thing that you can tell me that's got features in that. But what?
Yeah.
What can you tell me about it? Like anything about the moon when you look through a telescope?
It looks like it has craters on it.
Okay, what else? Do as much as you can to tell me the most information you possibly can.
I mean,
thorough.
it changes depending on how much light hits it.
Okay, so you
during the
think
month.
You think light's hitting it?
Yeah,
Okay, what else?
that's pretty much it. That's all I can see when I look at it.
Okay. Do you know the exact shape of it?
I mean, not personally, but
How about this, man? I'm just gonna throw you a bone. You don't got a dog in the fight. What shape do you think it is?
personally, I would say it's. I think the Earth is spherical,
No, not the Earth, the moon.
or like the Earth and the Moon.
Oh, okay. Well, you think the moon's a sphere, but because you see it through a telescope, but you don't see the Earth as a whole.
I just.
how do
I
you-
don't really see why they would be lying about it. And I think like there's a lot of. I don't know. Like it's kind of like. There are so many people like working towards like theories and stuff based on the fact that the Earth is spherical. That like if the Earth wasn't spherical, then none of those like things would work. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying. I hear a lot of people say that, but in what way can you tell me that the Earth is spherical that you know of?
So like when I look at the horizon and I've like I don't know traveled on a boat, it's kind of like you can't see a piece of land until you get closer. So it kind of proves that it's kind of like
I see what
over
you're saying.
horizon.
You can only see to a specific distance.
Well, it's like there's like nothing on the horizon, and then you start getting closer to it, almost like you're kind of going over. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. Like you're curving around a ball.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the curvature is there, how do you think we would be able to measure that specific type of? Because obviously, if that's true, what you're saying, then it could be measurable because it's a distance between you and land. There would be a distance you could say that's the curve right over there, and beyond that, there's land. I can't see it though because the curve's in the way, right?
Yeah.
So, what do you think that distance would be to that where the curvature is obstructing your view from the land? What do you think from you, just like based from you to where the leading edge of the sphere would be?
I wouldn't really know, but I think we have like underwater cables, and I'm pretty sure they would have like calculated that based on that.
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, if you think that it's a globe, but like your primary experience was you taking a trip on a boat, or maybe you know how to, somebody's
Yeah.
teaching you things on a boat. I don't know, like what is your capacity? Like,
I just went on a ferry.
Oh, so just a ferry. Okay, well, being on that, like, can you think that it's possible that the globe itself is presenting like the leading edge of the sphere, and then now you're going to question like, well, how much distance would it be from me to where I'm at on the water to where I see that curvature that's blocking my view? You never thought about it?
I've never really thought about that, to be honest.
Well, and this is the point right now that it's hopefully I make you think about it, right? Just to realize if it's true or not. What would be the distance between you and that point where you can't see beyond? That's the only thing that I'm asking for you to think about. Because it's kind of an idea that you have in your mind that why you can't see further than your eyes are able to allow you to. But would you think that there's possibly different factors as to why you can't see like farther than you think on a flat Earth? Like if the Earth was not a globe, let's say on the travels on that ferry.
I mean, it could just be so far away that I just can't make it out.
Yeah. So have you ever seen a car drive away from you?
Yep.
And as it gets farther, it looks like it's getting smaller. Not really getting smaller, but it just looks that way, right? And let's say the car would travel in a straight line away from you. At a certain distance, it would disappear from your vision, right?
Mhm.
Do you think that it's going over the curve when it disappears?
Like it's such a small amount of distance,
Right.
that I feel like it could, but then it's not like it's such a gradual
Yeah, this is
curve.
where people wrestle with, Eider. This is why I'm saying people wrestle with this. So that's good. At least you're thinking about it. So something, it feels like the curve is not always the answer, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if it's true that when something goes away from your proximity, then it does get smaller in view. So when you say that the car is getting smaller, not really getting smaller, it just seems that way to your vision.
Yep.
Okay. And it's doing that because your eyes are not able to resolve what you see because of that distance. And the more distance, the less resolution power that your eyes have, until the place where it just kind of fades into the background and you can't see it. But let's say when that happens for your eyeballs, you pull out some binoculars or a telescope. What happens at that moment?
Well, you can go ahead and magnify it.
And what happens?
It gets big in your eyes.
Right, and you can see it, right?
Yeah.
Where the resolution limit to your eyeballs was not able to perceive it, that optics that you brought up, because it would allow more light to come in and it focuses on a specific distance, it will allow you to see things in the far distance, right?
Yep.
So that had nothing to do with curvature, did it?
No.
Right. So this is important. A lot of people don't think about it, but as you pick up some optics, those optics that you picked up will also have their own optical resolution limit. Now that limitation, what does happen to everything that has optics? So it can only extend things to a certain distance, and it can't go any farther. And there's optical phenomena that come into play as well. But the main thing I think you need to think about is convergence. It usually starts to happen because we see everything that in reality at an angle of view. And what I mean by that is that have you ever seen, I don't know, telephone poles? You know those telephone poles that are light poles if you're driving a car?
Oh, yeah.
Like street lights. If you see street lights in a far distance away from you, it looks like the street lights that are far distance away from you at a lower angle of degree than the lights that are right next to you, because you could point to the lights way down the street, and your finger would be pointing straight, almost straight on, right? But when you point to the street lights that are right above you, the angle that they're at to you would be like right above your head. So you could say that things at a far distance are at a lower angle of view, and the things that are closer to you are an angle that are right above you. So the angle changes. Do you understand?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. So it makes sense, right? This isn't like some kind of weird thing. It's just the way your eyes work, the way you perceive the physical natural world around you.
Couldn't we use like optics to really easily kind of like prove that the Earth is flat though? Because then we could just be like, boom, look, you can see, I don't know, like America from the west of the UK or Ireland.
Yeah. Remember when I said that everything has an optical resolution limit? There's a limitation to how far your eyes can see because of that convergence, and also things getting away from the optics of your eyeballs. But then when you use optics, it doesn't matter what it is, they have their own resolution. So they can't see forever. Things that, you can't look to see forever. So everything has a resolution limit. People that work in cameras know about this. It's not like a great mystery. It's just, can you see that? Like the way different optics and quality of optics too. I mean, you can buy binoculars that are more expensive that can allow you to see a little bit better, more crisp, more clear. Right? It just depends.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it just depends on the resolution limit of the optics that you're using, the quality of optics. There's a lot of things that come into play. But you could see more or less also depending on the ambient air temperature outside, because you're looking through a lot of the heavy air that's, could be wavy or distorted. There could be some type of optical phenomena because of the day. And so we have to factor in even that much more. So you have to factor in types of optical phenomena. You have to factor in the resolution limit of the eyes or the optics. You have to factor in an angle of view that you're seeing, like those light poles that you see at a far distance. And the reason why your eyes converge everything to the far front of your eye line.
Yep.
I'm trying to give you an outline as to like why people see things and you can't see forever, because your eyeballs are converging everything in the far distance. So hopefully that kind of helps you along a little bit. Yeah.
Why are they lying about kind of the Earth being spherical?
What do you mean? Spherical?
Like, why are they like lying about it instead of like just saying like, hey, it's flat? You know what I mean?
Oh, well, I would say people are just passing information on to each other because they think it's true, but they're not necessarily, nobody actually, like you, did you ever look into if the Earth is a globe or not prior to this conversation or coming here?
Well, it was taught in school.
Yeah, the globe, right?
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, you don't question outside of that. You don't question after that. You didn't question it anymore. You didn't like, well, wait a minute. They taught me back in school, so now I'm older now, and I want to question if it's a globe or not. I mean, obviously you're doing it now because you're here, but if it wasn't for this channel or whatever, like you wouldn't even think about it, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
actually, yeah, that is pretty interesting because we're just like taught, and it's like, yeah,
right, and that's the only thing. Listen, hey, whether you leave here and you're like, dude, the Earth is flat, or it's a globe, it doesn't really matter to us. I always state this when I talk to anybody. One thing I would like you to tell you is that I do want you to think about both sides. Like, investigate every claim that the Earth as a globe has to say. There's people in here that think that the Earth is a globe. Listen to them too, because they might have a point that you might want to talk about. All that. You have to have enough information on both sides to make your decision. This is your decision, not anyone else's. No, nobody should twist your arm to think, hey man, dude, you better say the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe. Like, who cares? You are your own thinking person. And so based on what I've been saying so far, it's kind of curious, right? That you've been told that the Earth is a globe and there hasn't been any other cosmological worldviews that come into play or at least challenge that one to a point where it makes sense, not like some ridiculous notion that, you're riding on the back of a turtle or something. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Nobody's saying dumb shit like that. We're saying, as far as what we can tell, the Earth itself is displaying itself observationally as a flat world, and it's also measured that way, and it's also practically used that way. So there was a pilot guy. Did you hear him? He was just in here just a while ago.
Nope.
The pilot guy that was just in here says, "You know what? I might think the Earth's a globe, but it's pretty flat when I'm flying up there, 40,000 feet." That's what he said.
Oh.
And he was a pilot. He's basically was saying that just a while ago.
Yeah.
So everybody treats it like it's flat and stationary, man. Like, it's just the way it is. Even if they think it's a globe, they'll still treat it like it's flat and stationary. It's not moving and it's flat. And that's not to say flat like a piece of paper. I mean, nobody's saying that. There's hills and valleys. So it's a topographical horizontal plane. Anyway.
It's definitely interesting.
Yeah, it's just something to think about. And also listen to the discussions back and forth when we're having them with other people. And then, of course, you make up your own mind, whatever you want. Because I think at the end of the day, it should be left to you, right? We're not going to be like, dude, come on, man. It's fucking flat. You got to side with us. Like, nobody should care about that. You should come up with that yourself.
Yep.
All right. We can go into any other questions if you'd like, or if not, we can kind of toss it back to the room, see who else is here. Welcome, Elbow, into the chat. There's some new people that are joining us.
Yeah, I was just curious, if that's okay. I was wondering what the mechanical explanation for why Earth would be the way it is. In other words, how it came to be, why it's flat.
That's a philosophical question.
It's actually
the origin story of all of creation.
It's actually
it's a philosophical question.
No, I can actually just explain why it's not though.
Okay, go ahead.
So for example, right, if I see a car, and I ask, okay, how's that car moving? Right, it's actually I can just give you the mechanics for how it would move. Similarly,
Yeah, but that wasn't your question. You were asking how's the Earth made? How was it made? How's the flat Earth made? That's what you were asking.
Similarly, right? If there's a celestial body and it's biased towards a particular topography, I can actually explain that. And I'm just curious what your explanation is.
Yeah, you didn't ask. That wasn't. I think the question you were asking is the origin story of flat Earth. Like, how did it all became the way it is now? Like, what made it be the way it is?
Just asking what the mechanical explanation for the topography of Earth is. That's all I'm asking.
Mechanical explanation, like how did it become the way it is, like a flat stationary plane?
Yeah, so for example, if I walk up to one of those NASA scientists, I'm like, hey, why are celestial bodies biased towards a spheroid shape? It would say something like, well, gravity is going to, equally pull on all sides, and the center of mass is just going to bias it towards spheroid shape. I'm just wondering if you have like an equivalent answer for why there would be something.
They basically gave you an unsubstantiated claim that you can't verify, Ham.
Oh, I actually did verify it.
Really? Interesting. Tell us how you did that.
Yeah, so I broke up a bunch of chunks of rock, and I shot it into space. And they all gravitated towards each other, and it would turn into a little mini spheroid. So yeah. What are you laughing at?
Oh man!
Hey, AI, did you get that?
I got it.
You blew AI's wig back, dude. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even know how to respond, bro.
Thanks.
Yeah, I need some more Gorilla Glue to put it back on.
For example, if I look at a mountain, right, I can ask pretty easily, like, hey, why does that mountain exist? And I can like appeal to something really basic, like tectonic plates shifting and then colliding with one another, resulting in a mountain, right? So it's pretty simple. I just want to know like what the mechanical explanation for Earth is. Just want to understand.
Yeah, I got one for you. I got one for you. Transdimensional sanctification. There you go.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Exactly what I just said, dude. Was I stuttering?
I didn't accuse you of stuttering. I'm asking to expound upon
Oh, what it means is that a higher dimensional entity formed it by direct will. There you go. That's
what's really funny? You're making fun of that, right? But I actually got that.
I'm not.
He's not.
I actually got that.
Legit answer.
I actually got that exact same answer from Jedi, and about half of you people actually believe that. So you can make fun of that, but you're just making fun of your own side.
He's not making fun of it, dude. He's actually giving you the answer.
Anyway, so my question now is like, why can I look out into the natural universe and explain all these things, right? But when I ask about the Earth, right, suddenly now I have to appeal to God. I just don't understand.
Oh, you don't have to. You're free to make up whatever story you want to. But you need to recognize that what you have is a story. Okay, that's about it.
Yeah, so
that's what I asked you in the beginning, Ham. You said that the guy told you, like if you were to hypothetically ask like someone from NASA, they would give you a story, with an explanation about how, planets are formed in that. You gave your example of demonstration of how that you did something that actually shows that's true. Which I doubt. I don't think you've done that. But
Yeah. So, for example, when you said I put some rocks and they did such and so, guess what? I can build things. So if I want to build something and I want to make it flat, I can. So that proves that through direct intention, you can make something flat. Therefore, I'm correct.
Yeah, actually, that's a non sequitur. But anyway, just to clarify,
Hey, it's no more. Hey, sucker. No, you're not getting past that one, sucker. Listen. It's just as valid. It's just as valid. It's just.
I just looked at all the sentence. You can not cut me off. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I could care less.
But anyway, just to continue, because I was in the middle of speaking.
But anyways, cool story.
I was just curious, right? Why in one instance?
Yeah, just not curious. There you go, Hans. Okay, so check it out. Then I'll unmute you. You said, I know these things can happen because I did something and it caused this effect. So I told you the same thing. I did something and it caused an effect. Therefore, my story is just as valid as yours. All right, go ahead and tell me how it's not the same, where we just have stories.
So I just wanted to understand what that was. And if you're not able to answer that, I just don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. Did my mic cut out?
How am I unable to answer? I answered in spades.
Since my mic cut out, I can repeat myself. But yeah, so the question earlier was, no worries. My mic cut out, so no worries. So the question earlier actually was, if there's no explanatory power, right, behind your beliefs, I just don't understand why I would believe it. Right? There's no mechanical explanation.
Hey, listen, I gave you the explanation, dude.
Yeah, but yes.
Tell me, gaslight me. Hey, listen, Holmes. Don't try to gaslight me into thinking that I would give you an explanation. I gave you.
Hey, Alpha Veritas. You're a good faith interlocutor. Is my mic cutting out?
Yo, Ham, let me ask you a question. Do you not hear AI? Do you have it on mute?
He's just ignoring me.
Well,
if you're just ignoring somebody, we could just mute you, and that's about it. I mean, do you want to be muted?
So the only
you want to be muted.
So the only good faith explanation.
No, are you not listening to what AI is saying?
I'm actually answering your question right now. If you could listen, but
no, dude, you're not going to tell us that we're not in good faith. Okay?
You're good. You're a good faith interlocutor, AI. You're a good faith interlocutor. Well, the only explanation
I know I am.
With cutting me off directly on my sentence is my mic cutting out, right? So I assume you to be a good faith interlocutor, so that's what I'm assuming is my mic cut out.
No,
anyway,
you are muted.
Let's go. What are you saying?
Actually happened. I muted you so I could speak uninterrupted, and then I unmuted you so you could answer.
Oh, that's awesome. So just to ask the question again, right? What is the mechanical explanation? And if you are unable to appeal to anything natural, what is the reason for me to believe anything?
Wait, hold on. Say that one word again. Go backwards. Say that one word again. I missed it.
Oh, there's actually a couple words. I can repeat the sentence for you if you'd like. So the question was,
go ahead.
Yeah. Well, that was the intention. So I appreciate your permission. But anyway, so the question was, if you're unable to appeal to anything natural to explain certain phenomenon, I don't understand why I would have or adopt any of your beliefs. That's all I was asking.
Yeah, perfect. So, you see, the problem is that we have two different metaphysical worldviews. So I believe in supernatural causation. You limit things to natural causation. There.
Actually, that's not true. For example...
Okay, let's say so. Hold on. Let's say that's not true. then why do I have to go through the strictures of natural explanations only?
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad you asked. Right. So the question that would arise there, right, is what the explanation, why you have to appeal to natural explanations for certain phenomenon and supernatural explanations for other phenomenon. Now, I have a good answer for that, right? If I appeal to supernatural phenomenon, I'm actually going to have a really good answer for that. You don't seem to have an answer. You just seem to be arbitrarily choosing.
What?
So I just wonder why.
Listen, friend.
Mm-hmm.
This may come as a shock, but direct agent causation is a perfectly rational explanation for something that is intentionally designed in any way, shape, or form. It's not impossible, nor is it irrational.
It's actually overdetermined, right? So
it's what?
It's overdetermined. So you're
Overdetermined.
Yeah, you're using too much of an explanation when a littler explanation would suffice.
Gotcha.
So that's all that overdetermined is. But anyway,
Yeah,
so
I mean, who cares?
So for example, well, I care, right? Because we're going to look for something that is going to be parsimonious, right? So we don't.
Okay, so check this out. Yeah, parsimonious. So when you design a car,
Mm-hmm.
what is the mechanical, the efficacious mechanical cause of the car coming into being? Right, that would be like the tools, the machines.
Yeah, I'm not.
The metal,
so very well.
right?
It could
But
very.
the reason why the car came into being is the intention of the designer. Correct?
You just don't want an answer to your question or something? I don't understand. Was it a rhetorical question, or do you not want an answer?
Him stating a statement after that was rhetorical. Did you not
Oh,
get that?
awesome. I'm going to go ahead and answer your question now. Thanks, Elbow TV, for clarifying. I appreciate that. Yeah, so just because one thing, right, is going to require intentionality doesn't necessarily mean another is. But either way, even if you did genuinely believe God created, the earth, that still isn't going to exclude any sort of natural explanation, is it? Right? In the same way, like, God could have made could have made mountains. It doesn't necessarily exclude. Yes,
Hey, man.
it doesn't exclude.
Can you see any curvature in nature?
It doesn't exclude. Sorry, my mic must have cut out again. But it
No,
doesn't
we just the philosophical shit. We're not up for it.
Sorry, I'll just keep on repeating myself since my mic keeps on cutting out. But it doesn't exclude natural explanation. For example, again, tectonic plates are a perfectly adequate explanation, even if you believe that God made mountains. No.
Yeah. So what you're basically telling me is that there's no legitimate reason to exclude supernatural specific agent causation. Okay, so great. We agree.
Yeah, must be another case of my mic cutting out. But the point being made was that the point being made actually was that your explanation, right?
I don't care.
Exclusionary isn't exclusionary towards other types of evidence that we're going to typically.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, I understand. I'm right. So that we are going to be appealing to in these sorts of conversations. So again, I want to understand why in every other instance I can explain things both supernaturally and naturally, but in this instance I can only explain it supernaturally. That's all I'm asking.
False. So check this out. So when you explain the design of a car and the implementation of the construction of a car, in order to explain the construction of the car, you have to explain the mechanism that formed it, which is either a tool, a human, or a robot, right? Usually in the production, right? So those are the physical means, right? So let's say you put it into a supernatural agent causation, right? What tool did he use to form the earth? Well, it could have been any tool. I posited the idea of direct intentionality from mind to matter, right, through transdimensional space. So a higher dimension influences the lower dimension. So a higher dimensional energy influences the lower dimension. Now, you may not like that. It may not fit with the way you think it should be, but that's perfectly adequate explanation. And it can't be excluded by your own concession.
Yeah, so could I ask a couple questions if that's okay? So, God made Earth, right?
Yeah.
God made humans, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, even though he did those, in order to continue that existence, to substantiate that existence, you might even say, there's going to be a certain set of like natural laws or certain set of physical phenomenon that is going to continue that existence or be the reason for that to continue existing, right? So, for example, if Earth didn't have oxygen and God made humans the same way, we would obviously be all dead, right? Right. So in a similar vein here, when you say, well, God just made Earth through, so-and-so tool, which is just, I don't know, some sort of magic or whatever, awesome. That's perfectly acceptable. What natural phenomenon or what natural law is going to explain why it is the way it is? In the same way, again, for Earth, we might be able to explain plants, despite being made by God, enlarging because of an increase of oxygen, right? So again, one does not exclude the other.
Right. So take all the natural laws that exist, laws of thermodynamics, laws of motion, et cetera, ad infinitum, right? They all equally validly apply to a static Earth that's just here. Like how does the Earth break any natural laws?
I'm not saying it breaks any natural laws.
Well then, okay, so let's say it doesn't. Let's say it doesn't break any natural laws. Therefore, the presence of the Earth is congruent with natural law, and therefore your point is irrelevant.
Great. I'm glad we're on the same page. So I want to understand, okay, why it is the way it is. Your explanation is saying God did it. Okay, awesome. I don't necessarily even disagree. The question then is, given that it's obviously congruent with natural laws, what natural laws are going to be explanatory towards its topographical nature? That's all I'm asking. I feel as though it's really basic. Again.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, I got you. So let's go out on a limb, right? And let's use some historical documents, right? And some cultural legends that exist across hundreds of cultures, okay? Where they explain that the Earth used to be a certain way, and then there was a great catastrophe, and now the Earth is a different way. And that catastrophe was cataclysmic and disruptive. Even some of the documents say that the land masses shifted around, right? So, bam, ipso facto, there you go.
Do you understand that you're not answering the question, or do you not understand that you're not answering the question? I genuinely can't.
No, listen, no. Pay attention. I'm adequately answering the question.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not answering it the way you like, then you have to parse it out of why you find it unsatisfactory, rather than tell me I'm not answering.
Okay, so you don't understand. Okay, that's totally fine. So again, it seems like no worries. So,
okay. Pay attention. I'll make it very simple for you. I'll make it very simple. No.
Another instance of my mic cutting out. Go ahead.
Yeah, your mic's cutting out. Yep. So check it out. What I said was, because I got to break it down even, I'm going to draw it in crayon vocally. God made, let's just say, for sake of argument, God made the Earth a particular dimension, particular layout that he wanted. There are then forces, right? And then I said there's a cataclysmic event that occurred in the past that altered the topography and caused the land masses to move around. And we might still be suffering from some of that motion today. There you go. So that explains how it was in the beginning, and that there was a mechanical process that caused it to vary from its original form.
Okay.
Now, that's not an unreasonable answer.
Could I understand? Yeah, that's awesome. Could I understand how that explains how the Earth is flat?
What? No, you said it. Why does it have topography?
Not
for goodness sakes, dude.
Why does it have topography? No. I'm talking about a particular aspect of its topography. No.
Okay, listen. Everybody heard you just put out general topography, and I just gave you a general idea.
I'll screen share. I'll go in the stream chat. Are you willing to bet $20 on this?
$20 on what?
That I didn't say what you said. I said what I said. Are you willing to bet? We can go on the live stream. You want to bet $20 on this?
Oh, dude, I'll bet you this. If I'm correct,
$20 or
you're
nothing.
gone. No, you're gone.
$20 or
forever.
Nothing. Okay, what do I gain?
You gain the ability to humiliate me.
Hell if I care. I've already humiliated you enough. So either $20
so?
or nothing. Yikes. $20 or nothing. It's either yes or no. We can either move on or not. It's all good. So it's either you bet $20 or you say, nah, I'm good, and then we move on.
No, actually, okay, I'll play your game. Here we go. Here we go. Since you don't want to play dice, I'll just do this right here. Mute you. I'll mute myself as well. That's why it'll be fair. I will go back and find the clip. Then I'll bring the clip, and then we'll listen to the clip. How about that? Is that fair? Yeah, that's what I thought. Was it just me, or was he trying to gaslight me into thinking I wasn't saying what I was saying?
Gaslight. Big time gaslighting.
Dude literally said, how do you mechanically explain how the Earth has topography?
Yeah,
Then
I
he
just
tries
don't
to tell me... What? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't think he understood your answer. Like, he wasn't intellectually equipped. Like, it's like he read the question from something but doesn't comprehend what it actually means, and you gave him an explanation that he couldn't take it on board. So you just have to keep repeating it.
Yeah, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he might have been meaning, how does the Earth have flat topography? But, I mean, I parsed out my answer in the context of topography in general after he challenged me. So he should have been like, oh, I see, I must have said it wrong. So, for example, I'll give you an example right now. So in my backyard, where I drive into park, there's a hole in the ground. Why is that hole in the ground? Was it designed to be there? No. I had a flat drive, but sometimes when you have a drive, it's not perfectly distributed density, right? If it's dirt. And so the water will fill it up, right? And then when you drive over it, you'll take some of the mud out with you, with your tires. And over time, it creates a depression in the thing that's very hard to fill, because you have to fill it, like you have to have it perfectly compacted to the density of the rest of the surroundings. Otherwise, every time you drive over it, you're going to, you fill it up with new dirt, you drive over it, the dirt comes out every time. And the hole always exists. Like in order to get it to go away for like 6 months, you have to till the top 6 inches with a tiller and then level it all out. And then the hole will not be there for like 6 months, but then it comes back in the winter. So that's a mechanical explanation of why there's topography, a depression in my backyard. I mean, I don't know. I don't get what's wrong with these people.
I mean, in the same way, it could be also naturally be done, right? It's if there's a crack and it fills with water, and it's very cold and it becomes freezing. Usually, over time, those cracks become more widened, and even though the natural process then determines what is happening to that crack, and the aftermath could then be determined by splitting up, and there you have your hole again by driving over it.
Now, let me ask you this question. Why is it that he just can't accept that a object that exists in the physical and natural world is just intentionally designed to be as it is, to fulfill its purpose? Like, we know that does exist in the physical and natural world, at least with direct agent causation, right? So it's not an unreasonable answer. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But these guys filter their metaphysical lens that you must have explicit natural sequences that lead up into every natural state. There can't be any specific agent intention in any of it that would thwart quote unquote natural processes. It's like a lizard in a cage, right? Where you buy the lizard, you put him in the cage, you put a little house in one corner for him, you put a little water dish in one corner for him, you put a little fake tree in one corner for him, right? And then the other lizard comes along to the other lizard and he goes, how did these things arrive by natural causes? If you don't tell me how they arrive by natural causes, then they can't be here.
Yeah,
And
but
he's
in
like,
the end,
dude,
even though both lizards asking the same question usually, they end up on the sides of the cage, right? And
right. Anyway, the reason why I didn't take his bet is because bets aren't allowed here. Can't use money. You got to bet something that's not money.
You didn't take the bet because you were wrong, right? You misquoted him.
Really? You want to bet? Hey, I have a stellar 772.7 record when it comes to people going back in the live stream and proving me wrong.
Well, that could have been an easy $20 for you then.
No, because then I'd be breaking the rule of no financial betting. Plus, how is he going to give me the money? Right? I'd have to give him I'd have to give him my app information for him to send me some money, right? I'll put it to you this way: for him to send me $20, the amount of time it would take me to give him my information is less lucrative than other things I could be doing with the same amount of time.
You really think so? Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
If you don't understand that,
no, I get it.
Watch Jordan. You watch Jordan Peterson's speech about how much your free time is worth.
Okay.
I think he came out with he's something like $150. Your free time is worth $150 an hour.
Yeah, that's nothing.
So
it's really not a lot.
$150 an hour, that's pretty good, bro.
Oh, okay, I see.
per hour. I mean, this is specialist pay basically.
Well, there's very specific, there's multitude of factors, he says, why your free time is so valuable. It's even more valuable than your paid time. And there's some factors he puts in there because your free time is more limited than your work time, and so therefore it's a more rare commodity in that sense. So the rarity also increases the value and all that kind of stuff.
Taking that bet AI, you would have made more money. Would have taken you 5 minutes.
Is that more in the sense of trying to appreciate the time you have alone, like to develop yourself and things like that?
Well, yes, but no, also because it depends on the individual, you know, how much time you are willing to invest to improve yourself or willing to know the truth in general. You know, then you have then to determine what is truth at all. So
also the ways that I have to receive the ways that I have to receive are personalized to me, and so to give anybody those ways without having to create a new way on the spot would actually be loosely doxing myself, right?
Yeah.
And none of you may have been a victim of an attempted dox, but I have in the past, and the amount of stress that I would gain from having to deal with that, the amount of time I would have to do to undo the ripple effect, I would lose hundreds upon hundreds of dollars.
I was just jaying
somebody
you.
offered me 20. I know, but I'm just saying
time.
that
He never would have paid it regardless.
Yeah, that's my point. My point is that $20 is of no value. To offer me $20 is to offer me nothing.
Especially on the internet.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. In real life, you offer me $20 on the spot, that's a different story.
Did it all really come back to that bad, or did you mean something by the years from reference?
What I mean is, why wasn't he willing to put his money where his mouth is? He's the one that ran. I was going to get the clip, right?
I guess I understand that. I was starting to appreciate the quote though from Peterson.
Yeah, you gotta watch the episode because the way he explains it makes a lot more sense than what I just said.
And things in very much long form. He could take a
Yeah,
single
he could get.
and stretch it out over 5 minutes easily.
Well, look, one of the profound things he said is your free time is worth at least double your highest wage. At least double your highest wage. Because somebody's asking you to work while you're spending your free time. So you're actually doing two things simultaneously. You're burning your free time, which is an hour of free time, plus working an hour. That's 2 hours. So you should be paid for 2 hours for that hour, minimum.
Yeah, so actually, when we have free time and someone is approaching us, offering their, advertisement or whatever, and asking for questions, you basically could then offer your hand and say, "Yeah, pay me."
Say it's more in the sense of what you're giving up to make that dollar. Like the thing that you're giving up to make that dollar is actually probably worth more than that dollar to you as a person.
Correct. Yeah, and that's when it goes into like the commodity value or the rare value. Because if you're a busy person, your free time is super rare, and that makes it even more valuable.
And that's what I would get from that phrase. Is it's always an exchange. You're giving something up always, every time.
Well, of course, if you're a businessman, you always think like that, But if you have not been in those places, or if you are more casually placed, right, you don't give a shit about this, right? You offer your time freely by your own will, basically.
Yeah, but I have a more advanced answer to his question if you guys want to hear it.
Sure.
Before you
So-
do answer that, I just want to add is it definitely depends on where you kind of exist on that. Like if you're, say, a single person with really no care in the world, an extra 4 hours of work is nothing. But to the single parent going home to their child at the end of the day, even 2 hours is better than nothing. I guess it's a matter of perspective. That's all I wanted to say. But anyway, continue.
So he says, what causes the shape of the world you believe in, right? So then he says, objects in the sky are formed into balls, right? And they're formed into balls because forces are pulling in an inward direction, right? And that's what's causing them to coalesce into a ball for, the least equipotential, right? So I could simply say, well, you're assuming omnidirectional down, right? Being inwards. What if I just posit that down is down? I now have an equipotential that would exist at the quote unquote bottom. Now, yes, you do have to take another step and say that the universe would be arranged with a top and a bottom rather than just being omnidirectional. But keep in mind, omnidirectionality is his assumption in his metaphysical interpretation. So if I just have, let's say, the bottom of the container and everything is being pulled down, and the least equipotential would be, like when you drop water, it just spreads out. So now I have a quote unquote mechanism for the earth being spread out. Now, would he accept that? No, of course not.
Hey guys, I just wanted to come here and apologize to the flat earth community. Yesterday I made a joke about flat earth, and I felt terrible about it because I think I've hurt the feelings of a couple of members here. So I'm here to apologize to you guys. I hope you didn't get offended, you know?
Does anybody remember it?
$20.
I was here when that happened. I'm just gonna say it's kind of more of a troll moment if I remember correctly, but I can't really say for sure.
Guys, I'm gonna be honest, I felt so terrible after what I did yesterday. I decided to actually research about flat earth, you know? And like I'm kind of convinced, you know? I'm kind of convinced some things, bro. Did you know that most flat earth members like left school when they were like at grade 3? Like that was super concerning to me, man. Shit.
Yeah, grade 2 for me.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, it's true, man. It's messed up.
Yeah, can you elaborate what you mean by this? Because I'm not following.
So, it all started on the year 1200. Okay? Everybody was a flat earther. But then suddenly something happened and everybody became a round earther. Except for the chosen few who will now exist in 2024. These people are going to save the world because they're flat earthers and the government is lying to them. It's amazing, man.
Yeah, I think it was right on the whole troll thing.
Guys, come on, man. I'm just making jokes. You know, I'm just making jokes, guys. Come on.
I got a
Haven't you
question
done
for
the
you.
same joke? It seems familiar.
But I
What are you talking?
do have a question.
This is like
Very-
pretty new, man. Come
It's a
on.
very important question. I got a question for you, Holmes. In order for a joke to
do
be
I
a
have to
joke,
answer?
does it have to be funny? Well, do jokes have to be
Well,
funny,
as
or
long
can
as-
jokes be not funny?
Listen, as long as it's not falling off the side, as long as it's not flat.
Yeah, see, he's cracking himself up. I think that's the most important part about a joke.
I mean, related to the question, I would say as long as you're not actually trying to
God.
offend people, then if it's funny, it's funny.
What, bro? Come on, man. A joke is all about like having a victim, bro. What's wrong with you, bro? Like, just don't be sensitive, man. Just take the joke. Jeez.
I know I was opposite of sensitive. What I'm saying is, if you're not actively
Yeah, bro,
trying to
like,
go
come
after
on.
people,
Then it should be okay, man.
I'm all about stereotypical jokes. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, okay, my bad, man.
So, Callie, you there?
Hello.
Let me ask you something, because I know you're a Glober.
Yeah.
The guy who was in here earlier said tectonic plates. That's an argument for the globe. Do you agree with that argument?
It's really vague. Why does tectonic plates support a globe? Is he saying like
Yeah, we never got to that.
seismography or-
So he was basically saying that I have an explanation now. What if you don't give an explanation? That means I win. Does that kind of logic make sense to you?
Sounds like they didn't want to explain why tectonic plates prove anything. What it sounds like.
Yeah, it's like I have an ad hoc explanation. Now you have to provide one, otherwise I win.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I wouldn't say that's a good argument for the globe.
Makes sense to me. You know what, guys? As a Glober, I have to agree, man. Like that was not a good argument.
Wait, you heard it? You were there for it when it happened?
I got the message. I got the message. Like someone told me what happened. It was crazy, man. I wish I was there.
You know, there's like these Oceana, what do they call these things? They got these sonar surveys, these oceanographic surveys or whatever, where they're trying to, you know, they're trying to get penetrating radar. I could look all that nonsense up right now. I don't know about it.
Talking about continental drift and stuff like that.
Yeah. Fuck.
I think the most part they track specific geological locations with GPS and such.
Fuck that. Alright. Let's see. How does... I don't even know how to ask this question. Tectonic plates.
Charlie, it's okay, man. I'll ask the question for you, bro. Guys, when you became flat earthers, right? Like, did any of you go check with the doctor if you lost any brain cells?
Yeah, for me it was when
Serious question,
actually
bro.
I lost one of my eyes, so I lost my depth perception.
Oh, that definitely is rough.
Yeah, man, that's rough, man. That's rough.
And then like everything just started appearing to be flat to me.
Hey, bro, that's like a cool superpower, man. Not gonna lie.
Hell, I was born slightly colorblind, but I couldn't imagine losing sight in one eye. That's brutal.
Wait, so did the doctors tell you what color you can't see?
Yeah, it's called a red-green light deficiency. The cones that receive the red and green light are not tuned properly, is the best way to put it.
He was doing some drunk driving in his eyes and knocked over some traffic cones.
Honestly, I wish, but unfortunately I was born this way since a child.
Yo, bro, man, like I can't believe, man, you can't see the color green and red. You know the outline when I speak is green, man, and you can't tell. You don't know.
There are some people that actually see colors when people speak, but no, I'm not like that. I mean, the main thing is that the lines are kind of blurred when it comes to those two colors, and every compound color beyond that. But
No, he means when he speaks on Discord, a green circle appears, but you wouldn't know if it was a green circle or if it was a red circle.
it would be ambiguous.
Oh, like
That's the best way to put it. I was the only time it really affected me in my life. I was trying to for electrical, like computer electrical engineering stuff like that, and I couldn't tell the difference between certain wire colors.
Yeah, you couldn't be like a bomb disposal person. You wouldn't know what wire to get.
I wouldn't pass the test.
That's a movie scene, man.
I think it's called an Ishihara color test, and I failed that miserably.
Yo, Brahman, man, Brahman. Like your blood, did you know that your blood's color is actually red? And you never knew that, man. You can't
That
see
I was
it.
taught. That I understand.
Like, did
I
you
still
like when you see your
still
blood?
see color. It's just that they're not as vibrant and diverse as what a normal person would see.
Wait a minute, Brahman. So, like, let's say there's blood coming, like, you know, like, just because someone died in front of you, there's blood. Would you see it as the color blue, like aliens?
No, it's not like that. I still see the color red. It's just not as obvious. It's the best way I can describe it is, say you go and you try to pick paint for a wall, you know, at Rona, whatever the hell you go to. The color palette would be about 2/3 as vibrant for you guys than it would be for me. I wouldn't see half of those colors. I wouldn't be able to understand what you're talking about.
Oh my god.
Hey, sorry, just
you
real
can't
quick.
see
Who
blood.
asked about the tectonic plates before? Sorry.
It's Stephen P.
Yeah, what? Tectonic what?
You were asking about the tectonic plates, right?
Not really.
Okay, I'm gonna post something. Oh,
Okay.
well, I'll post this in tech chat anyway.
Talking specifically continental drift because I think I might have been the one that mentioned that.
This one is specifically interesting. The seafloor spreading. The process results in symmetrical patterns of magnetic stripes on either side of the ridge, indicating the periodic reversal of Earth's magnetic field, which can only be explained on a spherical surface. Now, that claim, I don't even know how to further look into that. That's just really interesting to me.
Bro,
Apparently,
like,
these
honestly,
bridges
you
have
convinced
magnetic
me of Rhoda.
stripes. Yeah.
I could see that. The only way that I've seen any flat earther kind of rectify the idea of the magnetic field on a flat earth is some sort of toroidal field, which I don't know how would work, but on the globe Earth, the magnetic field is kind of, how do I put it? Messy, I guess is the best way to put it. It's not exactly a dipole, but it still does have north and south. I suppose like any particles would align themselves within those magmatic zones to be aligned with the magnetic field.
Honestly, it sounds like you know more than I.
Yeah, I don't get the whole magnet shit. Like, it hasn't been explained satisfactorily to me yet.
More or less the magnetic field of the Earth, I assume you mean?
Well, like, more specifically, like compasses. Because people try to say that, like, oh, the compass is aligned with the magnetic field, but isn't it just attracted to one of the poles? And then you say by inference, you would say that it's aligned. But then,
to an extent,
what if you were like off to the side of the field, right? And then it would still be pointing at one of the poles, but it wouldn't be aligned, right?
And there are different corrections you have to make in certain areas of the world because of the difference in the magnetic field that does happen. But for the most part, across the entire Earth, it actually does align with the field itself. You kind of have to think of the field in 3 dimensions. I guess that's the easiest way I could describe it, is the fact that the way to conceptualize the field in our perspective on the Earth, it's actually kind of almost parallel with the surface of the Earth, depending on where you are.
Oh, really? And the globe model doesn't like go through the core?
It does. It cycles through. That's the field itself, like based on the way that all of the magma moves and everything. It creates a magnetic moment. I mean, there's kind of a famous way that you hold your hand with one point. You make kind of a gun, but then the one, say, trigger finger would be actually pointed off to the side. It's in terms of the electrical field and the magnetic field, because electromagnetics are tied together. So the motion of the kind of core of the Earth, the mantle, as it were, creates the magnetic field. I think they call it a magnetic dynamo in terms of the Earth itself.
Okay, I just want confirmation that these compasses are attracted to one pole.
It wouldn't necessarily be one pole. It's the fact that the field goes from one to the other, and they're aligned with that field.
Yeah, but are they though? I thought that there's some sort of like pole, like magnetic resonance location in 3-dimensional space, and that's what the compasses are attracted to.
There is. Yeah, there's actually 3 different poles. It's the geomagnetic, the geographical, and the magnetic. And they change every year. The magnetic pole has actually been changing pretty rapidly over the past decade. That's why they make those types of corrections, because it drifts over time. In northern Canada at the moment.
Hey, bruh, you have anything to say about this dynamo model and, like, you know, this molten iron creating a magnet? Like, once a magnet gets hot, it's not causing attraction or repulsion.
The magnets that we know of, yes, they rely on the alignment of electrons and everything like that. But when you get into superheated matter, it's kind of a different story. It's kind of the way that a lot of stars have strong magnetic fields and things like that. They're made of plasma and very superheated matter. Sorry, that's condensed at ridiculous rates, but yet they still have magnetic fields, even though they're
Yeah,
hotter.
it's heat and pressure. Once things get to, like, once you put things under the high enough pressure and a high enough heat, they act totally different. Like yeah, look at water. You put water in no pressure and it boils, it turns to a gas. It can't be a liquid. Like, it just does different things.
Well, you said it was more like an electric field, which then creates a magnetic field.
Yeah, a lot of it does rely on the electrons themselves. That's the main cause. Like it's kind of the electromagnetism playing on each other.
I think I vaguely remember that from physics class.
So,
It's
do you
been
have
a
an
while.
example? Do you have an example of something besides a star or the center of the Earth where a magnet is getting super duper heated up and it's still producing a magnetic field?
What about a black holio?
What we're talking about, like, say, astronomical objects, that sort of thing. Something on the Earth. I guess that's the problem, is that condensed matter is a very difficult thing to do here. There is actually a strong magnetic reaction when we're trying to create fusion, which they say the holy grail of energy production, because you can technically get more energy out than you put in. But those are controlled by extremely strong magnetic fields, because those things are themselves magnetic and react to that type of environment.
I thought you had to make a suit with octopus arms that control the fusion reaction.
No, this is not Marvel.
Yes, that I will agree entirely. That wouldn't have been possible.
All right, thanks. Thanks a lot.
More out than in, huh?
Well, I don't think it's actually more out than in. It's just that you can get so close to perfect efficiency that energy would become super cheap.
I guess,
But we
like,
got it and we do it and we know
Well,
everything about it. But woulda, coulda, shoulda. But yeah, that made a lot of damn sense.
well, if you look at the pyramids, you know, the base is made of granite, so it does produce under pressure electricity. So it could be a constant.
It's because they haven't gotten the permission slip to blow up the Earth yet.
What could be a constant?
So once you have put enough pressure, you don't have to basically put in more in order to produce electricity, because due to the nature of granite, it produces it constantly by itself. That's why it's a constant. You do not add to it anymore after
I
you
mean, yeah, if you
reach
connect
the state of
if
what
you
you want
connect
to
like an
have.
electrometer to like a copper rod and an iron rod, there will be electric current. Doesn't mean it's like a good idea for energy, right?
No, it's this is a more a chemical reaction. Like if you put an iron and a copper rod together, then you have a quick and release reaction you can measure, sure, but otherwise you don't have a constant of a release of electricity.
That's chemical electrolysis. If you didn't know that, it's called chemical electrolysis. That's what it deals with, brother. electricity.
Okay, if anyone around here who just joined wants to make any sick globe arguments, now would be the time. Alpha's not here. DMOC is feeling a little bit sleepy. I don't think he's in the mood to yell at a bunch of people right now.
Off topic, can you guys visit my farm? Thanks.
I just did, I think. If you're Adam, I just did.
I love you.
Yeah, I got a favorite argument. I got a favorite argument against flat Earth right now. It's the celestial sphere. Celestial sphere above a flat Earth is incoherent. So you can't use the celestial sphere on a flat Earth.
Well, obviously, it would be a celestial dome. Duh.
Yeah, but now you have two tropics, right? We got two hemispheres on a celestial sphere. So where do all of those stars in the southern hemisphere go?
Okay, so let me ask you this. Let's say you're in a hallway, and the ceiling of the hallway is like 1 foot above your head. And you look up and you see a number 1 on the ceiling, right? And then you walk 500 feet down the hallway and you look up. Can you see the number 1 anymore?
No, that's due to perspective. Are you saying the stars decline due to perspective?
Yeah, I believe that would probably be the flat Earth position.
If you ask me, that is flawed. The stars don't do what perspective would cause them to do if they were lowering due to perspective.
Well, I tried. Maybe somebody who knows more than me can take over, like DMOC.
Yeah, well, there are different perspectives on this because if we look at the Bible, for example, the earth has a firmament, right? And the waters are above. So therefore, we do not actually know if the stars or the sun and the moon are actually being placed outside the firmament, being in the water, or are they placed in the firmament, separate from our air and pressurized system and the water above from the firmament, or are they in our pressurized atmosphere, especially the sun and moon? So this is the difference. We cannot determine this.
I visited all your farms.
I love you. Oh, appreciate you.
I just wanted to, if stars decline due to perspective, the laws of perspective say that when you move away from something, that its apparent position will lower. So if something's above your line of sight and you're moving away from it, it's going to lower and it's going to change angular, right? Laws of perspective. The stars, yeah, they lower, but the distance between stars don't change angular size. So we're missing a serious law of perspective when it comes to the stars.
Yeah, right.
Was the previous comment related to the sun itself?
Say again?
Yeah, that's a mouthful.
Well, I'm just curious. The sun itself, I think you were speculating on where the sun itself exists. I was following. That's all I'm asking. But to add my perspective as a so-called globe or whatever, would it not have to exist within the said firmament? Is that not the idea?
Yeah, I presented 3 times. Either in the atmosphere or in the firmament or in the waters above from the firmament.
Yes, that's what I was trying to get at. It just doesn't seem.
So we do not know this. We cannot measure
it. Would be in the waters above. It would have to be within the firmament necessarily, would it not?
Yeah, not necessarily, because you can have something separate from one another and have it existent in that space. We do not know. You know, it's all speculation.
I guess I'm more thinking about optics in terms of it circling above the firmament and it circling within it.
Yeah, but yeah, technically you could find out based on the observation of the rainbow that is formed. You know, you have to have what is it called? In order to form a rainbow, a light source shining through something in order to have the polarized effect that is happening. So
I guess it's
otherwise,
usually
so this
through
could be
precipitation. Right?
yeah, this could be an indication that it should be either in or above the firmament and not inside our atmosphere. So this
Coming
is
from is
one clue.
the difference of the light itself from outside and inside. Just if you were to say it's one or the other, to me, it would make more sense to be inside.
Yeah, but then the rainbow wouldn't make sense. Then how would the rainbow form? Because if you shine a light in a spray of water, there is no rainbow forming. But as soon as you shine it through something, like a mirror faced glass or something, or a prism in general, then it would form the rainbow colors, you know. But it doesn't do that if it would be inside.
But as far as I understand rainbows, though, is for the most part, when you see one, the sun is actually behind you. So it relies on the medium of, say, precipitation a lot of the time. So it actually goes into the droplets themselves and reflects back to your eyes and creates that effect.
So you are saying our eyes are the illusion of this effect and nothing else?
It's actually more of like being in the right place at the right time, given the position of the sun and where you are. Yeah, you can even see a full 360-degree rainbow, given that there's the
Yeah, if you're in an airplane, for example, and look down, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But it's determined based on the position of the sun, and for the most part, it's behind you because the light actually goes into the droplets, which are pretty much spherical as they're falling,
Yeah.
and then refracts and reflects within that sphere to create the rainbow effect. Well, all I'm saying that to mean is that to me it doesn't make any difference between being outside or inside the firmament. But if I were to pick one, it seems like inside the firmament would make more sense for the propagation of light, given what I understand flat earthers believe.
What were you guys talking about? I had to go AFK.
Did you leave?
I got back and you were
Is the
saying
sun
like
inside the dome or outside the dome?
you're talking about rainbows. That's all I got.
I think the crux of the conversation was whether or not, say, the sun or the moon or the luminaries, whatever you want to call them, are outside or inside. I think there were 3 different theories that were put forward. All I was saying was that it, to me, given what I understand, makes more sense for it to be inside. And again, I'm from a global perspective or whatever. That's just the way that I would see it. If you were to pick one or the other, I think it would be inside.
So that we have the ability to touch them.
I mean, I personally can't say either way based on what they believe, but it seemed like it's plausible.
I would guess they would say it's outside, based on that. No, we don't have the ability to touch them.
I guess I was coming more from the sense of the way that the optics would work. If you want to kind of believe the way that things go, at least from the most basic understanding I have of the way that the flat Earth works.
Well, okay, so you're saying that something would happen to the light as it entered the firmament?
Yeah, it just seems like it would.
Well, even if that were true, how would we know?
I would say the kind of the behavior of optics, if you consider, I mean, I would almost consider the firmament to be a lens at that point. And, if you're inside let's say it's made of glass or some other type of refractive index or something like that. I don't know what it's made of. But just saying, like, if it's inside of the firmament, then there's nothing getting between the source and the observer.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, if you take that to be true, then everything that we see is already passed through that lens, and we don't know what it actually looks like.
If it were outside of the firmament, yes, but that's why I'm saying I think it's inside. If you're going to go one way or the other.
Well, I don't see why it makes more sense to think that we know. Just in this example, why it makes more sense to think that we know what things actually look like than to think we don't.
I would suppose that the sun is fairly consistent whenever you look at it. Almost the same size, depending on where the Earth is in its orbit, and you can track sunspots, and there's no distortion. It's pretty much a perfect circle when you look at it, the disk of the sun itself.
Yeah, but the movement of the sun has no bearing on if it is, in any case, it's always going to be outside or inside.
I guess, but that's the kind of the argument, really, is which one is it? I think that was the point. I'm not entirely sure, but there was 3 of them that were outlined of the different possibilities.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that it being outside doesn't change anything that we perceive, because everything that we perceive is already passed through that lens, and flat earthers would say that it would be outside, therefore we cannot actually touch those things and verify them. We can't go into space which doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, from their perspective, but I would just say that outside of the firmament you would see distortion as if it were a lens. I think there would be, because there's a medium between it and you.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why I mentioned the rainbow before, because unless you have what is it called? Not polarization.
Prism.
No, not prism. When you put light in a specific wavelength, either vertical or horizontal, then it has this. Yeah, polarization. Exactly.
Yeah, it's polar, like polarized glasses, that sort of thing. Polarization, yeah.
Yeah, this is the effect we basically see on its own when we perceive light from behind, like you mentioned before, seeing it rainfall, etc., then forming the rainbow, right? So when we are at home and shining a flashlight or something, it doesn't work like this. But as soon as you put a mirror or a glass in front of it, then it does this effect. It polarizes the light. So then you have the effect inside your own doors.
You can do that, yeah. But the only thing I would say about that is when we observe the sun, it's non-polar. It's all different things. That would kind of, I guess.
Well, I would argue that it's not the case, because why would you have ultraviolet light and infrared in the same place?
Those are different wavelengths. Those are different wavelengths, not polarization.
Yeah, true, I agree, but those are also polarized.
Yeah, but they are. But that's the point: is that regardless of the emissions from the sun, like they're not necessarily polarized in the, say X, Y, or off axis. They're all the light from the sun is non-polarized. It's an interesting question either way when you think about it. I don't necessarily believe in it, of course. Definitely a glober, but if it were to be a dome, what would the sun be?
I mean, it's a light source.
It couldn't be, say what the so-called heliocentrists, believe it to be, or, theorize, depending on how you want to talk about it.
Well, you either have to have a chemical reaction, which the globers say it's a giant gas ball reacting and refusing into this giant energy light emitting force, basically. And or in order to have light, you have to have an energy source providing a specific effect in order to produce specific frequencies, in which the object that produces those frequencies has to be made in a specific way in order to provide those frequencies. So that's why we can have hot light with infrared and ultraviolet light at the same time, and also cold light with none of those effects at the same time, like the moon, for example.
I've heard that one before. I can't say I've seen any evidence for it. That's all. I mean, the only thing I would say is with stars and that sort of thing. The elements that they burn in their cores and that they do so at specific temperatures which emit those wavelengths of light. Across the spectrum. Anything from infrared, ultraviolet, microwave, all the way across.
Yeah.
So, been intrigued by the whole cold light from the moon thing. Not sure where that came from. But I mean, I understand I suppose the proclivity to disbelieve, first the moon landings and then that the moon exists at all as a rock orbiting the Earth and all that sort of thing. The cold light, I really don't get where that comes from.
Well, it can be observed, when you have sunlight and you have shadows at the same time, you're at the same place and observe those things. Then usually when the sun is shining, the spot where the shadow is colder than where the sun is shining, But if you have at nighttime, you have exactly the reverse effect. When you have a full moon, for example, or half moon or whatever, the light source you're observing or measuring is actually colder than a shadow. So how can this be? So.
No, exactly. I would say the same thing, mainly because the area that's receiving whatever little, electromagnetic waves should be warmer because it's receiving more energy, whereas the one in shadow is receiving none.
Yeah, that is true for the sun, but just like I mentioned right now, for the moon it is otherwise. It's exactly the opposite.
But I guess that's what I mean is the that I have. It doesn't matter if it's reflected light or if it's emitted light. The fact is that the place that's receiving whatever light it is gaining energy, however small it may be, but the shadowed area is not. So it should be the opposite. And I mean, I've heard a lot of different explanations between both sides. One of them is that, of course, a lot of the time when you're shading something, you're also insulating it. There's radiative heat that keeps it warm compared to the other area. I just personally don't find any of the observations conclusive. That's all. I'm just curious, were you guys here earlier when I asked about the so-called final experiment happening later this year?
I was.
Any thoughts at all?
I thought, they did their normal, we can't know anything routine. No matter what the data shows, it's flat. I don't know what you do with that.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, the best one is that, globe maps are made from flat data and yada yada, but I mean, specifically to trying to improve the so-called experiment, if any suggestion, anything like that, to make sure that it literally cannot be debunked. I guess that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, there's no possible way you can present anything which they can't find a way to dismiss.
Worried about that, but I've heard that people are going to have multiple cameras filming cameras.
Won't matter.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Won't
kind of
matter.
I'm kind of worried about that. I would agree. The one reaction that I'm actually kind of looking forward to is kind of the Oakley Quantum Eraser crew, just to see, how, the ways that they're going to try to pick it apart. I think that'll be interesting to see.
It could be interesting to see what they do come up with, see how creative they get.
I always love the creative stretch that they have to take to decide. Yeah, it's interesting. Kind of see the depths of the flat Earth ecosystem, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I find that interesting too. Yeah.
Heard that there was a bit of drama between the flat earthers lately. I guess Whitsitt got himself into a bunch of trouble or something like that.
I do not follow the drama in these communities.
Yeah, I saw a tidbit about it. I usually don't myself, but I think it was to do with an interview of some kind, and the same happened for I think his name is DITRH or something like that. He wouldn't commit to the idea of the flat Earth, and then the Oakley crew kind of tore him a new one.
Just be brave. Try new things like reality. Don't throw away your physics for a globe. How could you do any in engineering? How can you do space forensics or space science with your hands? How do you prove rockets do what the hell they're supposed to do?
Hey, Democ. Oh, he's gone. Oh.
something, you have to lie to yourself. You fake knowing something.
Yeah, and they'll take
No,
it to these
believing
like
is bad.
crazy degrees. They're like, well, it's fire hot, or it's like, okay, come on, bro, that's not the point of this, But yes, it gets. We are like kindred spirits on this. Like I
basically
know
tell
I'm being lied to. Go ahead.
people believe things because they're afraid, right? I know this ain't religious, but say you adopt a certain religion, you're scared that if you abandon it, then you're gonna meet your maker and, hey man, you're going to the dirty naughty place, earn for eternity. Oh shit. And I got to the point where I'm like, wait a minute, there's Islam, Christian, whatever, pick a religion. It's almost like I gotta pick the right door. If I don't pick the right one, I'm going to hell. That's bullshit. It can't be the way it is.
Yeah,
I'm
so
perfectly fine with beating my maker and saying, I don't know. I really don't know. I didn't know. He's not
I'm
going to
with
say,
you.
he didn't read the right book. But, yeah.
You're watching
So here's my
question. Flat Earth Discord live.
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on that, but we won't go there. But here's a question I have for you. How much of that is nature versus nurture? Because like my father, for example, is a engineer, and like he's a by the book guy. He believes what the authorities tell him. Like, how much is it a personality type to be like a skeptic, or is it like nature versus nurture? I had certain things happen to me in my life. Do you guys have any thoughts on that? Or
Well, my dad is something to do with boomers. They don't change their mind. The older people, they just won't. Sure, we can show or tell them they're just stuck. There's something about it. My dad's like that. He's kind of a science guy, and he's actually an Oracle member database. For example, like COVID, I was talking to him about that. I'm like, look at this, it's fake. And you're right, it's fake. But then, like a week later, he's like, have you got your vaccination yet? You just told me a week ago you know it's all fake. It's a go along and get along type of guy.
you know what's funny?
I
My
don't
father,
understand it.
my father had the opposite thing happen to him. He got the vax and then went and hung out with his college buddies who weren't like him, and they're like, they were basically like, I wasn't a fucking idiot getting that vax. Are you kidding? And he lied. My mother told me. He lied to them about it. So like it's just to prove the point. Like people will go with whatever's cool or whatever's in fashion at the moment in the
I'll
very
say
moment.
one thing I figured out, and you probably know this too, is they lie on both sides. Like, vax is going to kill you. I think it's inert. I don't know. Maybe some people have reactions to it, but generally nobody dies from getting vaccinated. Nobody's dying from the virus. The purpose is to divide people as evenly as possible. That's what it's all about: division, divide and conquer.
To me, the real question when it comes to that, it's a risk versus reward equation, just like everything. But I do believe there are nefarious players in the medical industry. They're making a lot of money on this. If you have kids, you know how it is. They want. It's a lot of money, man. So like they have. It's what I call the headache value. And I learned this because I owned a gutter company right before COVID. And everybody we would go give a gutter quotes on homes, they would get like 2 or 3 quotes. So it kept us in line with what, like, okay, how much of a headache is this going to be, essentially? And what do we feel like we have to make in order to get this deal? And of course, there's the other factor of how busy we are, but headache factor. But anybody who's on the business realizes, like, when you have competition, it really does drive you to your bottom dollar of like, this is not worth it anymore. I can't do it for less than this. Just can't. And so my problem with that, or not problem, but where I've come to is when companies buy out their competition or don't have that. Well, first of all, the problem with that is it's hard to make a living. So even if you are in that system, of course, the consumer's benefiting by getting the lowest possible price, but it's hard to make a living at that price, and companies fail. And then if you go to the other side, you have people buying out those companies in order to create a monopoly, which is what all big companies do. All big companies try to make themselves monopolies. It just is what it is, which is
COVID
smart.
helped that
So,
too. Remember, like all the mom and pop shops had to close, but Walmart was still, problem. You can go to Walmart, everybody else has to shut down.
yeah. And so when you insert
scam.
politics into the equation, the big companies have the most influence, so they can write laws. They can get their politician pals to help them get their monopolies. And so that's one thing Milton Friedman always said: you've never seen a monopoly without some kind of government intervention, and that's probably true. But at the end of the day, basically what I'm getting at is, dude, I started questioning everything, like capitalism, democracy. Like, what's good about a democracy if they steal it? Yeah, in a way, democracy is the best way.
It's supposed to be
Yeah, and I know it's a republic or whatever, but that's the same difference. The point
democracy
is,
what they say, 2 wolves and a sheep deciding what's for dinner. That's a democracy.
that's
If you're a minority, you're
right.
screwed.
And here's the biggest problem with it is it gives a legitimacy factor. See, if like the king just fought it out with the other king, and whoever won was in charge, everybody would know, okay, well, he killed this dude, so he's in charge. Well, in democracy, they have a fake election. And so now it's like a mechanism to have everybody be on board with who the winner is. Now, I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know if I necessarily, I'm just kind of going where I'm the hypothetical guy, the hypothetical genius, the fake genius. So my point is, that's where my brain has gone to now is are we, like, what if all the elections were always rigged? What if?
Oh, I'm sure they are, but and I think they're fake rigged. I don't think, you've heard
exactly
2 wings of the same bird. It doesn't even matter who you elect, Trump or Biden. It always goes one direction. Big government, big money.
Yes, is there a Rockefeller? So that is the question. Is there a Rockefeller or an alien or some other force above, like, really pulling all these little strings? Because to be honest with you, you have to kind of believe that to go where we go. And then once you believe that, now we really are living in a Truman show. And that's kind of, to me, if I were a globe earther or going to argue on the globe earth side, I would beat that like a drum. I would say, this is what
If
you
you can
have to
expose
believe.
one big lie like that, you would think that would you prove that we're not on a ball in a space vacuum, and it becomes mainstream common knowledge, then it's like a can of worms you'd open up, and all these other lies would. Because once you figure that out, then it's like, what the hell else are they lying about?
Yeah, but the
Your
truth
average
is,
normie,
like,
hard.
we're fringe. Yeah, we are fringe people. Most people aren't like that. And so, like, at the end of the
for
day,
sports, Taco Bell.
yeah, materialism and
It's
yeah,
a lonely world.
like,
I don't have any friends. I have no friends. A couple, but
Oh,
can't
I don't
hang out
talk
with
about
people. And,
dude. Don't even talk about that. That's another thing, man. I don't even bring the shit up with my dad or anything because it's just not,
I
that's
know
not just
I
that's
don't
not a
either that
conversation.
much. I used to
I know, and I
bring it up
was
all the
fine
time.
there. I do. I definitely do with some of them, but some of my more open-minded friends. But um, yeah, no, it's
Depends how much
once you
I'm
come to that
drinking. If I'm
realization.
drinking,
Yeah, exactly, dude.
yeah.
Yeah, no.
How many people are in here? I see like
How
new
many?
to Discord. I see 10 rings up,
I'll check it out. I got the phone in my pocket.
like 12
But yeah,
people. In
go
That's right.
nice.
This,
Going
when I
back
started,
to
it was like 5 people.
yeah. Let me read the names. Actually, I've
Radio
been here.
bot,
This will be my
Rumble. Who are
fourth.
you, Rumble bot?
That's how they stream it to Rumble. So that is not an actual person. That is like a way
Oh,
that they can make this play on Rumble right now.
got it.
And same thing with
Who are you,
YouTube and same thing. Who am I?
Northern Rebel? Yeah.
No, I'm hypothetical genius.
Oh, okay.
I'm just a random dude. Well, I was listening to this thing. I'm learning all this too. This is literally my fourth night ever to be in Discord. But
Really?
anyway, I there's a flat Earth debate thing, and so in the chat it says click this link, and then it takes me to this thing and not their thing, which has caused problems. Because I'll come in and be like, "You guys are talking about some bullshit," and then they don't know, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
the links are twisted up, and it's I don't even understand what all this is, but I'm slowly figuring it out. But
Yeah, it's my first time. I downloaded it on my phone app, and I just
this is your very
I got
first
on my
time?
computer. Oh yeah, being on a Discord chat.
Okay, so how did you? Okay, so what led you to this? Where we're at right now, this second? Like you
Okay,
were
like
watching a
I
YouTube video.
told you earlier. There's a Flat Earth Discord podcast that would basically record like what we're doing now and put it on.
Okay, that's what I was saying, and you click that link, and it took you to here, not there.
Like search for it or something. I knew there's 24/7 Flat Earth. You know, that was the name of the podcast. So I'm like, okay, it's on Discord. I need to go to Discord and maybe get on a chat. So I had to figure. That's what I did today. I figured out how to get in here and in the conversation.
Yeah, so that's exactly how I did. Did you click like the link in live chat to get to where you went, or did you just like?
Well, tonight I was listening on YouTube, and then on YouTube
Yeah,
it
me
had
too.
the link, and then I started there, and then figured out how to get registered and all that. You got to give me your phone number and maybe password, set that up.
But what I'm getting at is when you click that link, it did not take you to the conversation that you were listening to.
Oh no,
correct?
no, it had me. Hey, we got to verify you're a human. And get your phone number, register. You had to create like an account, I guess.
Yeah, and I went through all that too. But even after that, you didn't end up landing in the room that you were trying to land in, correct?
I think first I put the app on my phone, went through all that sign up stuff, and then when I got signed up, it took me to this channel. I clicked on that link. It did bring me.
Yeah. And here's the reason why I'm even bringing this up, because it's a problem with the system of what they're doing, because you and I had the exact same experience. I clicked the link. I wanted to join the conversation. I signed up. I got voice verified. They're like, who are you? Who are you? Are you a baller? What's up, bro? What's up, bro? And I passed the test. And then I was like, okay, great. And they're like, well, just click that little link right there above voice chat and you'll be right in. So I clicked it and I came in a totally different room. That wasn't.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so I think that's what happened to you. I think you did not get into the room you intended to get into. And whoever's in charge of all this needs to get that sorted out, because that keeps happening to me. Like I clicked on something
Who
today to try to
controls?
get it.
Who controls like who can speak? Like when I first got on, I'm like clicking on stuff. I'm like, gotta have permission to. Is that you? Or are you like the moderator? I guess.
No, I'm a lowly guy like yourself. I've passed the like. Basically I'm just like you, except I've done it 4 times now. So like,
But I was wondering. All of a
you
sudden,
and I are like,
someone allowed
I'm
me to
like 4
speak.
days
They
ahead
clicked
of
on a
you.
button, like wondering who that is.
Yeah, so
The
that's
moderator.
so when you, yeah, so there are a number of moderators who have the ability to do that within this entire like, I don't know if they call it a Discord, but the like flat Earth Discord, and one of them gave you that permission,
Okay.
and so that's
Yeah, see,
that's
the reason why we have a VC verification is because there is people in the past that have come back with 500 or 800 accounts. So it's sort of like a screening process that once we hear their voices, then they're automatically banned. And then other people, we hear their voice and they're automatically in. So it's just a screening process for trolls and past usual suspects.
So are you a moderator? Are you a moderator or one of those folks that do that, or
Well, there's
or you
like
just kind of
different
know the
roles: a
system?
silver, gold, and mod. I'm just a gold, but I can unmute and verify. The mods can change roles, verify, and
Got you.
yeah, the
Yeah, to
silvers
be
can just unmute, or silvers can unmute and VC check in, and then they're like this. They're like they screen the people in VC check-ins usually, and then the gold or mods will verify them.
okay. So can I ask you? By the way, hypothetical genius here. I guess your name is Northern Rebellion. Okay, I've seen you a few times.
Northern Rebellion.
Um,
I texted you. Northern.
so go ahead.
Yeah, I saw it. No, he was just talking about lobby text there.
Yeah, I texted him about listening to a podcast, and his pilot's like, you cannot fly east to west in a straight line without your. They got the gyro inertia thing going on. He's like, you can't fly in a straight east to west or west to east direction, maintain your without your gyro deflecting. In other words, if the Earth is flat, you're circumnavigating whatever the plane. You're gonna have to keep making a left or a right hand turn, right? And your gyro is gonna respond. That's what he said. I don't know if that's true, but something to think about.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Well, I don't think the gyro responds because it's supposed to be moving with you or whatever. So, like, it's just the compass you're going by, not the gyro.
Well, the gyro
So he
responds to
doesn't really know.
change in direction. Inertia, right? Earth is flat. Look at a flat Earth map. You want to fly east to west, you got to make a circle. You got to keep making left or right hand turns depending on which way you were going, clockwise or
But
counterclockwise.
ironically, though, it's such a big circle. Would you? And I say that ironically, right? That it would be such a big circle that you would not be able to, ironically, and I say that because, of course, this is what bothers.
Well, it's not too big. Here's another one. The SR-71 travels at Mach 3, and if you were to fly around the ball, you have to nose down. Going that fast at Mach 3, you'd have to nose down 800 feet per second. Right.
Ironically,
pretty sure they
Yeah,
fly
I got
straight
multiple
level.
screenshots. I got multiple screenshots saying Glober saying that the airplane does not dip its nose down. So they're pretty much debunking themselves by when they say the airplane doesn't nose down. Well, yeah, that's what we're saying. It doesn't have to nose down for the curvature.
Gravity just pulls you
So-
along.
Well, you know
Explain
what's
away.
interesting
All kinds of crazy.
that I heard about this, and so I googled it. Is we quote unquote we don't understand fully how airplanes fly to this day, quote unquote. And you can Google that.
Oh.
And that's a whole separate. Dude, people are debating it right now on YouTube and shit. That we don't really understand how they stay up.
Oh,
Which is ridiculous
model
because, of course, like people do understand. Well, it's just an interesting rabbit. If you simply Google, "Do we fully understand how airplanes stay up?" Like you will go down. That'll lead you down the rabbit hole I'm talking about.
There's another guy was talking about missiles. He's like, how the hell does a missile doesn't have a wing? How the hell do you fire it and it stays level? You have to have movable fins and know what rotation it's in. Missile. I've seen one missile launch when I was in the Navy, and it failed. It went off the launcher. One of the fins didn't fold out or something. Went into the water, back out of the water, started heading straight towards us. I mean, it was dud, but still, this thing's hauling ass. Everybody started running inside the ship.
For real?
It's pretty fun.
That's pretty wild.
For real, man. That happened, yeah.
So I just Googled, "Do we understand how airplanes fly?" AI overview. While we understand some aspects of how airplanes fly, there are still some mysteries. As a plane accelerates down the runway, the air above the wings moves faster than the air below, which creates a pressure difference. The faster the plane travels, the greater the pressure difference and the greater the upward force of the lift. This force eventually overcomes gravity, allowing the plane to take off. And then, like I say, if you just simply Google, "Do we understand how airplanes fly?" There, like I say, there's a whole debate, and you really won't get a really clear answer on it. I mean, we understand it's kind of like gravity. Like we understand it happens, but we don't understand why.
You heard the conspiracy that there's no way to put that much fuel in those little wings, 10,000 gallons or whatever, fly as far as they do. And in other words, conspiracy is that jet engines
I have
don't
not
use
heard
jet
that one.
fuels in some kind of weird. Yeah.
Oh, you know what's so funny that you
It might
say
be.
that? I was thinking
It might be similar to the birds aren't real thing, like nonsense. But
yeah, you know what? It's funny you mentioned that because it was probably like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I started not really going down the rabbit hole, but I did start thinking about it, exactly what you said. And I was thinking about hydrogen or whatever that they supposedly use for the rockets as fuel. And I started thinking about, and then I started thinking about the fact that we quote unquote don't really know how all this works and blah, blah, blah. And then I started thinking about how these planes fly at different speeds. And I started just thinking about all of it. And yeah, that was one of the questions I asked is what if we're not really using the fuel and there's some mechanism within these planes? And then I was also thinking about why wouldn't they use planes as a way to communicate? So if I were to have an infrastructure, I would put, signal whatevers on the bottoms of planes. How are they not doing that? You know what I mean?
yeah. That's what
So
somebody said.
then we could
either planes or balloons.
Yeah, you have so many planes up in the air, and they're already. It's a sunk cost. Like the planes are already going to take people from one place to another. So why wouldn't you put a receiver on there to help the infrastructure? And that really bothered me.
Think about the Starlink. That real? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You can buy a Starlink, whatever, internet Starlink service, but how does it actually work? What they're saying, it's got all these satellite cubes floating around in space.
Now think about all the aluminum and the metal they spray in the air. That could be just for people talk about that being to boost communications.
Yeah, the chemtrail
higher.
thing. There's something to that.
Yeah.
Some people
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. I hadn't heard that before.
All I know is I'm kind of old. I'm
Who
52.
the hell knows? You never know why they're doing shit. You never know if it's like a double a double reason. You know, maybe they are trying
Well,
to
they could be
freaking
faking.
poison everybody. Maybe it helps communications too, though.
I mean, they're there. I work outside every day, and Tennessee actually passed a law. I live in Tennessee that against chemtrails. You're not allowed to spray shit in the sky, and they passed a law. And they're still there. Every now and then I'll see one or two. And I remember years ago I was walking outside of work. I stopped in my tracks because the whole sky was, direct lines. Just there must have been 50 of them. Like I never seen this when I was growing up as a kid, ever. Or for some weird reason I don't remember seeing it, but I doubt it. But it is something. But is it aluminum and barium, strontium, or whatever they say? I think it might just be air show smoke, and it's a distraction to get you talking about it for hours and hours and hours, wasting your time. They do that. They distract us with these things. You might just add something to jet fuel to make
like controlled like a controlled opposition. Just go ahead and throw them up there just so people can freak out type thing. Well, and
it's like a thing, but it's really not a thing. They're not trying to kill us with 5G towers and.
Well, if I were a like Rothschild, I really am the string puller. Like I wouldn't totally suppress flat Earth. Like you can't do that. You can't just totally suppress it. I would suppress it to about the level where it is, where it's like they have a few. I don't know. Like what's the biggest flat Earth channel?
Have to be like Dave Weiss.
A few thousand. Like nobody
Weiss,
has.
He is.
Oh yeah,
Dave Weiss, I guess he's probably like the main guy. I would think.
He's the first guy he's the first guy I actually ever like pulled an eyebrow up on.
Yeah.
Believe it or not,
he's pretty cool. I don't know if he's controlled.
Yeah, no, he does. Love him, hate him, whatever. That's just my personal path or whatever.
This is what they do. The controlled opposition flat earthers. Controlled opposition flat earthers. What they do is they'll say a lot of actual stuff, and they'll come out of the blue and say, "Oh, I'm drinking my own urine." They're like, "What the fuck did that come from?" And that's how they.
Did they say that?
A lot of them do.
Just okay, gotcha.
No, you never heard of that? Like,
yeah,
they drink, or they mention it, or they'll say something weird, And it's the reason they do that is because they'll tell a friend that doesn't know anything, like, "Hey, check this out," and then they check it out, and then they hear that, and they're like, "Oh shit, this guy's crazy." And they turn it off and don't ever go back to it again. They keep you in a box. But I don't. When you get over 1 million subscribers, I generally don't stick around those channels. I'll listen, but they're up to
I honestly like now that I'm thinking about it, I'm curious to go look at Dave Weiss's YouTube channel, but like Witsit
Flatter Dave
has
interviews.
I'll look at it. But these guys
There's
have like 10,000. They have like 10,000 views though. That's my point. My point is these guys are nothing burgers. I could go fucking fart in a fucking can and get more subscribers than your top flat Earth subscribers. And I think FE needs to fucking realize that. It's like we all live in this little bubble where we're in it every day, whatever. And the truth of the matter is nobody else is at all. I'm looking
at. They say there's a dome, like Mark Sargent says, we're in a dome. You don't know there's a dome. Be an infinite plane, like that Osmond I was telling you about, infinite plane society. He's like fake until proven real. It's an infinite plane until proven otherwise. He's right. It's kind of
so Flat Earth Dave is got 19.4K subscribers.
That's it, really.
That's it. Witsit
is that
Witsit has got 40,000 subscribers. He might be the biggest one, frankly. I do think he is the biggest one.
He went up to the Washington or the what the hell is that up in North Dakota with the president's Mount Rushmore. He's there doing his flat earth thing, screaming at people through a bullhorn. Cops show up. I mean, you don't do that. Don't shove flat Earth down people's faces, down their throats.
Okay, Mark
So that's
Sargent's
why
got
he's
one of.
controlled out.
Mark Sargent has,
He's
yeah,
like the
well, Witset's a whole
he
separate
started
issue.
the whole
He's
thing
got,
off. So
but yes, Mark Sargent, who I would venture to guess is the biggest, flat Earth guy, has only 105,000 subscribers.
yeah.
That is
He's
that
an
is so
interesting dude.
low.
I listen
Yeah.
to his. He has a weekly podcast on Tuesday.
I mean, from my perspective, I like anybody who's like seeking truth, skeptic. Like if you're doing that, you're gonna be in my good graces. And I know there's a lot of like infighting right now, especially over like ether and all of this other bullshit. I think that's
Right.
just a terrible look. It's like not good. If you care about the cause, the quote unquote, like my cause is just to like have people be more skeptical. That's like my personal, and be more open minded. That's my personal like quote unquote cause. But if your cause was to like make more flat earthers, like this is probably the worst possible thing you could do, is start fighting within each other. But anyway,
To me, it's like I'm not a material person. I've gotten away from that. I just want to have a roof over my head. I work at a golf course. I could be making much more money. I used to be an electrical guy or whatever. But, yeah, it's like I don't really need to survive. And the problem with like NASA, I could care less. If someone was taking their own money and saying, "Hey, I'm going to Mars and the moon," I would care less. I could care less. The problem is they steal my money, my job, my work. They take half my shit, print this fake money, so it affects me. That's why I care if I do it all right. They're stealing from me,
yeah.
urinating on me and telling me it's raining.
Have you seen
I got a problem.
the Artemis mission? They're increasing their budget to quote unquote make Artemis happen. So like
That's the one that's going to
they're
the
gonna
moon,
fuck
right?
us even more. Yeah, supposedly, which they've pushed back now like 5 years. It's just 1 year after the
Well,
other.
they lost the technology, and it's time to build it back. Unpetted.
Honestly, you know what the biggest indictment of the whole moon landing thing is? The loss of the original telemetry data and the original footage. And if you Google
The story behind that is weird. They
200,000,
lost it at a McDonald's or something.
it's so weird. And here's what's even weirder. Okay, so like I was in on this when I first got into this a year and a half ago. And I was searching and looking and really looking through the weeds. And from what I could read, they lost over 200,000 tapes of not just the moon landing, but the entire like every Apollo mission, they lost a lot of tapes. Okay,
They have
now
to
when
because
you search it, they've changed the narrative, but it's so vague you can see. And so when I've argued this with people, they're like, well, they just lost the moon landing, which is ridiculous, of course. But the whole point is they've like reversed the narrative in a way. It's like, okay, well, they lost those, but we have all these. And the truth is they lost all those, quote unquote, lost all those. Also, but they found a way, like through the language, through Reuters and AP both. And that's the other thing. Like they have to admit that they lost them, right? Because obviously, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Jeffrey Epstein. We got a hot mic. It reminds me of the Jeffrey Epstein safe in his New York apartment that disappeared under FBI. It reminds me of that. Jeffrey Epstein had, if you search Jeffrey Epstein, if you search Jeffrey
that might
Epstein
be
New
all.
York apartment safe,
Remember, fake until
it's
proven
safe.
real. It might all be made up.
True.
Ghislaine
But
Maxwell
my
in a
point
prison
is
somewhere. I doubt it.
yes, of course. But my overarching point is that this fucking safe with all these videos just happened to disappear under the FBI watch. That's how I feel like NASA is. That's why I make the comparison.
No, it's
Because
just
everybody,
so
I like it.
ridiculous. I get it.
It's so
Here's another
ridiculous,
one.
and that's why I
Space station. Where's all the video of them assembling this magnificent achievement? You know, this technological masterpiece. Where's the video of them assembling the space station?
Don't
They're in
forget, don't
Ferrari.
forget, don't forget. Even if they had the tapes, they don't have the machine to play them back on anymore. Anyways.
Oh, that's true.
I hadn't heard that. I had not heard that one.
Yeah, they'll say anything. Just believe.
But honestly, like I think that so like what I think to normies, the thing you should just pound if you're really trying to convince normies is that, like, dude, they lost the original tapes of the footage of man's greatest achievement. If that doesn't turn your head, are you telling me that Epstein didn't kill himself? Are you telling me all the cameras went down and the two guards that were trying to watch him, they fell asleep and they lost and he hung himself with the sheets? That's what you're telling me NASA did.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. You know, like
Saw it
so
on TV,
you drive
true.
home.
They don't
You
lie
drive
on
home
TV.
that. Yeah, exactly. You drive home that point, and then you're moving at 1.3 million miles per hour. Like if you Google search,
Hypothetical genius. I talk to a lot of people. I'm one of those guys that don't have I'll talk to people, bring up questions. They just either don't care or they'll make up excuses, crazy excuses. Like one guy, guy's telling him, "You ever see when the space station goes into the dark side of the Earth? You know, on the other side, show this light show of all the lights down and shining up from Italy, and you can see the New York City lit up. Like 20, 30 years ago, it was just dark. They showed the footage. What the hell? It's like, oh well, we got LED lights now.
we
That's why
got
it's so
we
bright.
got new technology. Yeah.
I'm like, really? You just made that up in your head.
Well, and so that's why I think the best thing you can say to them, the very best thing is, did you know that NASA is telling you and me that you and I are both moving at 1.3 million miles per hour in 4 different directions? Do you believe you are moving right now at this very instant? I think it comes out to 800 miles per second. You and I, right now, as we have this conversation, are you moving at 1.3 million miles per hour? Because that's what they say. And I've pinned down a bunch of globies.
All relative, right? Would have to be.
No, that's the whole thing. You don't let them go relative.
Well, if you're on a train going 60
That's
miles
the-
an hour, you don't know. That's what they say.
Yeah, but the problem is it's still point A to point B. There is no relativity. Nobody denies it. You are moving from point A to point B at 1.3 million miles per hour. And there's no relativity in the middle. So if you ask me, how fast am I going on a train? I'm going however fast that train's going plus 1.3 million miles per hour.
Right.
And like,
You're going around.
you got to
the
nail them
sun,
down on that.
Going around the galaxy, you're going like 5 different directions at once.
And you're going 5 different directions. So when they pull up acceleration, you just say, yeah, but you're corkscrewing. You're spinning and corkscrewing.
Yeah.
That's what they say. And by the way, gravity holds the air to the earth through the vacuum. That's what they say. And to me, that's the most compelling argument of all.
You know who Level Earth Observer is? He's got a YouTube channel. Yo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you seen him? Yeah.
Yep.
He had one where he had this guy had a vacuum chamber with basically like a little rocket in it. It was like it's a syringe with compressed gas in it. Put a vacuum in the chamber, let the gas out. The thing didn't move. He's saying you can't have rocket propulsion, space vacuum. It needs to push off of something.
Yeah, you know what they say though? They say it pushes off itself. It like basically pushes off what they spit behind.
Thermodynamic.
So they have. Yeah, no. Don't get me wrong. I think it's all bullshit. I'm just saying they have an answer to that, which they have an answer to everything. But yeah, it's just by the way, there are other people who make this argument that are like in the weeds of it and know that that can't be possible, but or at least that's what they say. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's possible or not. I don't know.
There's like
But
19 people in the channel now.
I'll tell you this: I do know I am not moving at 1.3 million miles per hour at this very instant. That I do know.
Oh, plus, according to their globe model, the orbit of the Earth around the sun is not a perfect circle, it's elliptic. So we accelerate and decelerate as we whip around the sun and get thrown out.
Plus, we're
Although
spinning.
minute, there
Plus
is a
we're
change
spinning.
in. Why can't we sense that? When you think the oceans would flood?
Okay, so
We're
here
really
I'll
going
kind of
around the sun in an elliptical orbit.
you know, I've
You know what I'm
thought
saying?
about this, and I would yes, I would love to see the mathematics because okay, so we're supposedly spinning at 1,039 miles per hour at the equator, so you know whatever. So I'm moving a little less here in Houston, Texas, whatever it is. But I would like to know, like mathematically, what if I were to put that on a basketball? How fast would I spin the basketball? Like that's a math. If we have any mathematical geniuses who can take that acceleration, because I get it. They're saying you're traveling. I mean, first of all, 1,000 miles an hour
The
is
Earth is
1,000
so
miles an hour.
big, you don't. So the Earth is, the radius is what 4,000 miles or whatever.
Yeah, I'm interested to know the
It's actually moving
acceleration.
slow, so you don't feel it.
That's right. So they say. So I'm interested if I were to spin a basketball at that speed, what would it actually look like? I'm just
Oh, I
throwing
see
that
what you're
out
saying.
there.
It's making a model of the Earth.
Like where, yeah, well, it's just like you take the same
It's 15
acceleration.
degrees
I'm
per
trying to,
hour. 15 degrees per hour.
yeah, right. But it's so big, you've got to take that into the size of a basketball. So it's kind of like, oh yeah, does it translate like that? No, no,
You
it
can almost
doesn't. Does it? Man, I'm not
drink
good at
about
math.
6 glasses of wine right now.
I know, dude. I'm drinking bourbon.
Gonna
Okay,
drive
so a
down.
basketball spins at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, but it's only actually spinning at whatever 15 degrees per hour, right?
Right. It's very slow.
So it's like a big ball that's kind of like slow, like a clock, like double a clock slowly spinning, right? So that's what they say. It's a big ball slowly spinning. So if I want to take what it would feel like if I'm on the equator, imagining there's no atmosphere to protect me, right? Let's take that out of the equation and put that on a basketball. Like, how fast would I spin the basketball? And is it as simple as translating it down to 15 degrees, or
Yeah,
maybe it is?
And
Well, that's quite a bit, actually. From a basketball standpoint, that's maybe not. I don't know.
Here's how you do it. You take the basketball and turn it. It take
Yeah,
24
you're the
hours
smart
to get
guy.
the rotation. There you go. So
It's the same difference. It's same difference is what you're saying. It translates.
yeah. It's makes the basketball bigger.
But
Make the
okay,
basketball much
and
bigger. Obviously, the outside of it is going to be spinning a lot faster. Angular velocity, or whatever you call it.
okay, and so a basketball is spinning very slow. It's like a clock. An actual size of a basketball would be like a 24-hour clock. Is what you're saying. And so, would you feel that? I'm trying to. Of course, I'm not counting in the other 1.3 million miles per hour. I'm just counting in this spin, right? I'm just trying to be intellectually honest here. You know, would a little person?
That.
Yeah, because it's pushing you outward.
Gravity is the. That's what the G is in the Freemason thing. Is gravity. It's the. Some other guy said this. I'll quote him, but Gravity is the glue that holds the big lie together. None of this shit works. The globe, the baseballs, none of it works without gravity. Your definition of gravity, which is mass attracting other mass. It's still a theory. It's a gravitational theory.
Yeah, but see, they've lost that. They've moved on to relativity. They still use Newtonian, right, when they're doing their like mechanical stuff, and but oh my gosh, I don't want to digress into this, but I'm not even totally convinced that things fall at the same
Newton
rate.
was right, and then Einstein
I'm not there.
Newton. Yeah, it's hard to lost.
I was talking about this. I was talking about this in like the second Discord I ever went in, where I really do want to. What I want to do is drop two balls. One ball is bigger and heavier, and one ball is smaller and lighter. Okay, that small ball could fall faster than that big ball every time. Correct?
Wait a minute. Talking about Galileo's experiment.
No, the heavier ball is gonna hit the Earth first. Just like when you drop a bowling ball in a feather, the bowling ball is going to hit.
So that's what I'm
due to
getting
air
at.
resistance, not due to gravity. If it's in a vacuum, it hit the same.
It's going to fall at a different rate based on its weight and its shape.
Yeah, so I'm challenging that paradigm. What I'm saying is I don't know if I believe that that's true, and I'll tell you why. If you go and look up, like, has there ever been a test where they did this in a vacuum chamber? There's one singular video that I get. One singular video, and I've looked pretty hard. And it's that one video of that Brian guy.
Why go to a vacuum chamber? Why would you need to go to a vacuum chamber when we live in a 14.7 PSI reality?
No.
Because, listen. If you drop a feather in a bowling ball, obviously there's air resistance. Obviously the feather is going to fall a lot slower. That's why you have a vacuum.
But see, hold on real quick. This is why.
The air resistance.
But real quick, this is why the smaller ball will be lighter and the bigger ball will be heavier. So the smaller ball, we can all agree, the smaller ball will have less air resistance, even here on Earth. That's the point.
Right.
So that smaller ball should fall faster.
I agree with that.
And so if I drop two balls, yes, and I'm going to put like slow angle cameras. Let's just assume that I would do it all like super perfectly. I would drop them all. There's cameras everywhere.
High-speed camera.
That small.
Probably a millimeter slower than the bigger ball. Or faster, I mean.
Yeah, so what if, this is what I'm postulating, what if, well, first of all, the higher I can get up, so let's say I did this on like a, 6-story roof that was wind enclosed or something, I'm sure that's out there. Like, what if I dropped the heavier ball and the heavier ball hit first every time? And let me tell you why I'm thinking that. Because when skydivers jump,
the heavier ball will hit.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I believe that, and I'll tell you why.
Every time.
Because when skydivers jump, the heavier skydiver always falls faster. And I know it's because he's fatter, so they say, but that's not always true. But that always true is the heavier. No, I know, and we're speculating here. But my question to you is, and you're not, I get it, you're not buying that if I did that experiment, that the bigger ball would fall faster. I actually think it would.
I'll say I don't know. You made me think about it, though. Interesting.
I'm saying I know that the bigger ball will always hit the ground first. Every time.
How do you know that? How do you know
bigger, heavier? Because it's heavier, so it's going to fall faster, pretty much.
Well, I obviously believe I obviously think what you think, like at a very small scale. I don't think it's going to be by a lot, but I think every time
I just know you gotta cancel out air resistance. You have to determine how gravity
as much as you can.
You have to. Like I said, a feather. Drop a feather in a ball.
The problem. And that's
be floating around.
I think the feather thing is how they F you. And that's what, and
even
everybody acknowledges
even in the globe model,
all this wind resistance.
even in the globe model, gravity is an average. It's not a constant. So even in the globe model, things do not fall at the same rate. Gravity is an average, not a constant in the globe cult.
That is true.
So the further you get away from the
But
surface, the less gravity has an effect, right? Yes.
well, that's what bothers me about terminal velocity, right? So like if you jump out of a plane, you should continue, right? To keep
Accelerate.
accelerating.
Right.
But you don't. Why? And
Well,
so
get
why has nobody but still, like why would you just stop? Why would you just stop accelerating?
Because the air resistance, the force of the air pushing up against you equals
Okay, so
force
I
of
see what you're saying.
gravity
You're saying
effect on you.
as you come down through the atmosphere, you hit the gradient of the air pressure, and that actually like slows you down and explains
It's
why.
like equalizing.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm not sure. Well, first of all,
Yeah, just like if you parachuted with you without a parachute, and you parachute a truck or a Hummer, the Hummer is going to hit the ground way before you are.
always. Well, that bothers me.
Every time.
Does that not bother everybody else? Like you're telling me
No,
things
that's just
fall at the same
reality.
rate, but they tell
No,
us
they don't.
everything falls at the same rate, or they
Well,
tell
they're
us that it's
lying. The
all.
Globers are lying. They don't even know their model.
I know, but
That's why they don't
simply say
allow
air.
me or you to be billionaires, because we'd be experimenting on this stuff, telling everybody.
I know.
That's why you're not allowed to be a billionaire. Only Jeff Bezos
I've got-
and certain select people.
I've got 2 tests I want to do, and I said this on my second Discord stream or whatever, or Discord when I hopped in. I want to do that test where I drop a bigger, heavier ball and a lighter, smaller ball, so nobody can argue that the wind resistance. That effectively takes wind resistance out of the equation. Can we all agree to that?
Not really, but it'll
Why?
be a very small effect.
Well, the smaller ball
in
should
terms of
fall
limits.
faster.
Well,
But there's
I think in terms
the smaller ball should always fall faster.
it should. It should have less wind resistance.
And so what I'm saying is with this experiment, that renders that variable, not, that's my whole point. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I want to get a bigger, heavier ball, a smaller, lighter ball, drop them at the same exact time and record it over and over and over again and see if there is a differential. And what I'm saying is
oh, here's one.
And
I forget.
Mhm.
Foucault pendulum. You know about the Foucault pendulums? Everyone you see in a museum, the big pendulum swinging, it turns with the rotation of the Earth.
Okay, that's another one.
It's
I wanna
true,
do,
but they say everyone has a motor in it. It's not just a free swinging pendulum. It has a motor that makes it spin around 24 hours every day.
Well, hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like we know that is not true. How do we know that the Foucault pendulum doesn't actually work? I'll tell you why. Because you can't find a single video of it actually working.
Yeah, I agree.
If it were true, there would be 1 billion Globers posting that on there. And by the way, that would end the debate. That would be the final experiment, as far as they're concerned.
Just get a real nice bearing on a big wire with a big weight. Let's say, look, there's no motors, nothing attached to it, and it's spinning around.
So I thought about. So this is my third experiment I thought about doing. Is doing that in my garage with a ball bearing, and swinging it and just watching it. And people are like, "Well, you can't, watch it this that." And I'm like, "Well, all I have to do is observe a few hours, because eventually it runs out of juice, right? It'll stop swinging, but it swings for a long time."
And it has to spin from whatever. It has to spin in a certain direction too.
Mm-hmm.
If we're on a ball,
That's right.
It must turn clockwise.
That's right. It
counterclockwise.
has to go You swing it. All you do is you perfectly swing it on a ball bearing, and record it, and let's see how far it goes in 3 hours. It should go a very specific way. So I've wanted to do that. I've wanted to do my gravity test, and then my other test is I don't believe for a second the sun doesn't. Can I post pictures in here? I'll show. Actually, I'll do it in a second.
We got it, bro.
The angular size of the sun gets smaller with a filter. Without a, I don't know. I can't say without a doubt, but from everything that I've seen, and it's super fucked up when you go down that little rabbit hole, because when you search angular size of the sun or whatever, you get Victoon's video, which is totally bogus, dude. It is it is unbelievable. I want everyone to go watch that video. It is crazy how much bullshit that video is. But if you go on YouTube and you search angular size of sun through a solar filter, there's like 3 or 4 videos, and there's one video that seems anyway very honest and true. You see the thing go down. I took screenshots on my phone, and then I cut out the sun as it went down and placed them over each other, and there is an observable difference. And this guy who posted that's got no axe to grind. He's not trying to do. He's just posting it. So, and by the way, when I say observable difference, it's more than 1%. It's like 10%. And so that, doing that little experiment, or whatever you want to call it, on my phone, as basically inspired me to go get a solar filter, which they sell for pretty cheap on Amazon, and then get my phone. I've got the Galaxy 23 Ultra, good camera, and set it on a very particular setting of the exact same zoom. What was that?
You don't got an iPhone, man?
No, iPhones suck, bro. Yeah.
All right.
I don't do iPhones either.
I ain't trying to start. Yeah.
Oh man.
iPhone. Hey, iPhones were the better phone 5 years ago, but things have changed. Anyway, don't need to go down. Point is, I'm gonna set that on the same zoom, and take pictures of the sun throughout the day, and then with the solar filter, and then upload them to my computer, and then measure the pixels on each one. And I'm telling you right now, I feel certain that you are going to see not a 1%, which is like what McToon and other people like to say, but like a 10% or 15% noticeable difference of as the sun goes away from us.
Yeah, I would
with
say
the solar filter.
100% noticeable difference, because everything shrinks with distance. All you have to do is watch a car drive away from you, and you see the rear taillights shrink and shrink and shrink until you can't see the car anymore. So everything shrinks with distance.
right.
The sun.
Right,
So,
and
yeah,
they say it
it's
doesn't.
just
And they say it doesn't. That's
Oh,
what
yeah,
they
they're
say.
liars. They're just globe liars.
Yeah.
They're globe scumbags.
You've heard this probably. You ever talk to a normie and they're like, "Can I stand on the coast of Florida and see Europe?"
Oh
What I
Lord.
say is, I'm usually at a bar. I'm like, "Hey, why can't you see that flea at the end of the bar?" It's like, I still don't.
What do you say? I missed that. What did you
Why
say?
can't you see the flea at the end of
At
the
the end of
bar?
that bar.
Yeah, good one.
Like,
Nice.
You know
it's a big
what I
bar.
usually say to that? I'm curious to hear what more people have to say about that line when people are like, yeah, well, why can't I see China? My line is always the same. If I were to wave a magic wand over your head tonight and make you a flat earther, you would never wake up and have superhero vision. You just gained abilities to zoom in your eyeballs across the ocean. That's ridiculous. Like, what the fuck?
There's air and dust. It's just think of a foggy day. You can't see 100
yeah,
feet
that's.
in front of
I
you.
always go to the foggy day. Think about when you're driving a car in fog.
Yeah,
like that's what it is.
Fact.
That's the same thing. It's just thinned out or thickened.
Yeah,
It's the
but why
same
can't
thing.
I see through the fog? It's like, what the fuck? Why would you?
There's shit in the air.
Yeah, there's shit in the way, dummy. There's towns and
Hello.
villages and shit and trees, mountains and weather. What are you, Moses? You're
The
gonna
curve.
part the
Yeah, you can't see
seas.
over the curve anyway, right?
You're gonna part the skies, like across the earth. Like, come on, Moses, relax, dude.
Moses.
What the hell, man?
Of course, they use that when it's convenient, when things need to go up and look much farther than we should be able to see.
Like a mountain.
But then they say, well, why don't you see? I mean, it's just yet another hypocrisy in the
Yeah.
whole.
Why don't you see the
know.
Eiffel Tower? Like, man.
I see
You ever
Pontchartrain going
you guys-
down, but
You ever seen was this NASA? This girl at NASA. She was like a top. I don't know what her title was. Some director or something.
The
Put out
top
a
304.
video. Like she's like, need to put this flat Earth thing to bed. Everybody knows when the ship goes out to sea. That was her scientific explanation of why flat Earth stuff.
that's what a lot of people use.
The ship goes out to sea, it disappears. That's what she said. Like, you gotta
Season
be
1.
kidding me.
Yep. She's
Yeah,
in
I don't know if
season
you've
1.
seen that, but
That's some season 1 bullshit right there. We're in season 9, guys. Any
Hey, let's
good
be
show?
honest.
Go ahead.
That is their best proof. That is
Fact.
what they use. That is what they go to. And honestly, if we were smart, we would all come up with a very coherent line.
Yeah.
Debunk, boom, 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 boom.
I got one.
Because that
You can
is
find
their
her and get her
go-to.
in the
I
chat
got
and
one,
destroy
bro.
her.
I got one, dude. And I'm curious to hear what more of
Lay
your
it on
guys'
me.
are.
Lay it on
Water
me.
Hill, bro. Have you ever heard the phrase Water Hill?
Dude, I'm with you on that, actually.
Yo, dude, literally, I'm pretty sure your boy here. I'm pretty sure I'm the OG of that phrase, bro. Like, I've been saying if you
No,
search.
I've never heard that phrase. Never.
Oh, you never heard the phrase? Yeah, dude, listen.
No,
if you,
but I never.
you're gonna start hearing it. But when they say
Water Hill?
boats go, yeah. Well, when they say boats go over the curve, well, that's curved water, aka like a mound,
Okay,
a
I
hill, convex water.
have a controversial, and we'll
Yeah.
see how this goes. I'm sure I'll be attacked for this, but
Yep, get them.
so what I think. By the way, I'm like 50-50 on this, so this is just throwing this out. What I think is there is indeed refraction. We see it through water. So like when you see water, okay, so we all acknowledge that. Okay, so then I look through the atmosphere and things do indeed sometimes refract up, sometimes refract down, sometimes refract sideways.
Yep.
But what I believe is that the refraction index changes so much throughout the 3, 4, 5 miles that you look out and see this stuff, that it is a common phenomenon for the mid-ground to refract. And by the way, and going back to your water hills, because like when you have a wave, right, like the average wave in the sea is something like, I don't know, I think it's 16 feet or something, or that's the biggest one on average. So like you already have an 8-foot shelf above you if you're standing on the beach. So you already have an 8-foot shelf, right? And that's in the mid-ground, somewhere in the mid-ground. So you have this one big wave. It's the biggest wave. Only the biggest wave that's the horizon, quote unquote. So you have the big wave, the horizon, that's in the mid-ground. If that refracts upward, that can absolutely take out a boat.
Hold on.
It's the differential in the refraction index between. You need the refraction index of where the boat is to lift it up, which probably commonly is pretty equivalent. But over the course of 3 or 4 miles, it's going to change. So some's going to refract upward. And that's a hypothetical genus origin. Now I want credit for that shit. No, I'm just kidding.
When you get out you're seeing mountains 200 miles away from the ground up. That's
oh shit.
Kind of goes out the window.
Oh.
Say that again.
Short distances, yeah, maybe refraction. But
well, what I'm saying is
island
like
off the coast of Spain. It's 200 miles away, and the sun's behind it. Should be behind a curve, like.
Oh no, and I think the Canigou Mountains is
refract that.
probably one of the better arguments
Yeah,
because it is the sun sitting behind it, and a globe earther can explain that, right? And it's hard to explain that through refraction. Like now you're telling me everything's
Yeah.
refracting. The sun's refracting and the mountains were refracting. Okay, that's possible. I'll grant that. Maybe it's possible. Maybe.
The
But
refraction index is
it is
very long.
to me, it is a very coherent explanation of how you can have boats disappear behind the horizon. You simply have in the midground these waves that are already on average 8 foot tall, moving upward through refraction, and it's just simply cutting out the boat behind it that's not refracting as the light hits off of it. It's getting blocked by the big wave. It only takes one wave, one singular wave. And I was talking to, I think Brenda about it actually. No,
Brenda, what the?
Somebody like that. And they didn't have an answer for that because I kept asking them. I was like, "Is refraction linear?" And they wouldn't answer. And I said, "Well, okay. So over the course of a few miles, things are going to refract differently." And they could see where I was going with it, and then they just kind of, shelled up. But I have no proof for that. It's just my speculative theory, and I'm sure I'll take a bunch of shit for saying that, but I don't know. It makes sense to me. How dare you?
Jerry, that's my favorite phrase. Greta Thunberg. I'm sorry.
Oh my, Thunder Tug. That sounds like that's what
Owen Benjamin made that up.
That sounds like something you get from
Yeah, that sounds like
I won't say it.
some 304.
Yeah, I know. I know. I've been to Amsterdam, dog.
That's like the 304 playbook right there. Holy.
Yeah, I've been.
I
I've
feel
been to
sorry
Amsterdam.
for her, man. Who knows how she was raised?
Dude, I always
Probably
feel
a dude.
you're exactly right, dude.
She was raised in the
It is
streets.
there. There is a degree of. I mean, people make their decisions, right? But you gotta accept.
Like, what's your job? I get arrested every 3 months and get put on TV.
I'm gonna send out a ping
Jerry.
to everyone right now, guys. So get ready.
Right.
And Miggy's here. Holy shit, a special guest. I don't know. Maybe he's working or something. What up, Miggy? How are you, sir?
What's up, man? I hear somebody want that smoke.
We're about to ping literally everyone in this server, so get your shit ready. All right.
I was
Is this
born
a special
ready.
guest?
He was born ready. Miggy's a special guest every time he joins, bro.
Is it
What you
Mick
mean?
West? No, it's not Mick West.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Bro, don't know me, huh?
He's new, bro.
He's about to.
New guy.
You about to. You gonna learn today.
You gonna learn today.
Tell me the truth, brother.
We missed you, man. Hope you're doing well over there, dog.
Yeah, we are. I'm just kicking into the politics server, man.
I know.
I put these holes in a vice grip. You know. What I mean? I have to, man. There's just no way. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
Fact.
I got to do it.
Sure.
And stomping out these snowflakes that are out there. Well, we just have a civil conversation, and you came in the room, and I'm like, shut your fucking mouth, dude. Like, man, there's some real fucking G's around here, man. We talk real shit. Like, we ain't about this nonsense that you guys are on about. Like, what do you know if the Earth is a globe? Yes or no? Like, let's get right down to it. Fucking hell.
And here we go. I told you we're on that demon time. And so we have Red Rari join the panel. There's Dream.
Yeah, this is my home base, so fucking hell, dude. This is the worst place you want to be where I'm at. And the away server, I have to conform a little bit to their
I'm starting to learn. I didn't realize what I had to learn that shit.
Yeah, it's a little different.
Big, wild, hard, fast. You've been joined to the panel. Welcome. Feel free to chime in. Red Rari and Dream. What's going on, guys? Talk to Miggy, Alpha Veritas. Let's go.
Go ahead, caller. I'm
Mickey.
listening. What's up, man?
Not much. Where you at? Where you part of the country or world? Realm.
Oh, I'm in North
You
America,
live.
Central,
Me too.
Mid America, you could say.
Me too. Tennessee.
Nebraska over here.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm in the big.
I've never
O.
heard of you. What?
Really?
I don't know.
Oh shit.
Oh, watch a lot of
He's
stuff. I
he's
learn
an
something every day.
OG, bro. He's an OG.
G.
Yeah.
Flat earther. Flurfer.
Yeah. You know, think of QE. You know, kind of type shit.
Damn, never heard of you, but
Yeah.
glad to meet you, man.
Oh, he
Yeah, glad to
changed.
meet
See,
you.
Miggy has bad branding. He's a bad marketing team.
Yeah.
He changes his name too goddamn often.
Yeah, that's
So
that's what happens, dude. Well, I've been
yeah,
to
he's
like
rebranded the campaign a couple times, so it's kind of hard to keep
But
up.
Mickey, what's your take? I gotta ask you, what's your
Yeah.
take on the Mark Sargents or David Weiss? Are they controlled opposition or what's their deal? They're
Yeah,
the
it's
famous
just
people.
basically when people start out in this like, conversation, okay, so let's just put it this way. Whatever side you're on, if you're on flat earth and you start getting traction, people start clicking on your videos and all that, it's hard to kind of have like what we have here with 24/7. Like we keep our arguments kind of like we can change things. If like something doesn't work, we make it better. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm just saying with their arguments, they're basically like your 2015 arguments. They come in with like flat earth models, and they got the Mark Sargent has this little snow globe. Sometimes he's like, I'm not saying this is what it is, but this is what it could be.
Right.
It's shit like that. But
Truman
it almost
enclosed, no.
seems like they can't go back from that. Like you have to just stay the course.
Right.
Because the moment you say like,
It's not
well,
good.
remember when I talked about that shit back then? Like, yeah, let's not look at that, because you got a lot of content out there, and that's what made you famous. So now that you become
That
some
was
kind of prolific person, everybody's like, well, dude, I clicked on your video where it was showing like the dome and the flat earth and all that. Like that's what gets people the appeal that they do, and that's like kind of like the entrance to like
That's
the
my
question.
take on. That's my take on it. It's like these people, if they are controlled opposition, they're gatekeepers. Yeah, you you don't believe in the ball, so they got to get you into a Mark Sargent, Dave Weiss thing. We're locked into, okay, we're not on the ball, but it's a dome, enclosed, whatever. You get stuck there.
Yeah,
So, like here, you can change all the time.
if somebody was to ask you, are you for sure, without a doubt, that the Earth is flat? What would you say?
I would say no, I don't know.
Oof.
Perfectly fine with saying I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of
I have
people.
no
in the
evidence
camp.
of a ball.
But this camp is called Flat Earth Believers.
Right.
And
I don't believe.
I don't ascribe to that. I do know that the Earth is flat and stationary. So these are truths that can be spoken of and be demonstrated clearly.
Hey,
there's no qualms. There's no qualms with me to affirm that. And if somebody wants to quiz me on it, I'm gonna go ahead and stand on ground that's solid. Because for me, it's easily demonstrated. It's the Earth's self-evident that way. I mean, we could start there, but does somebody have a question?
Hey, my phone died, so I'm coming back in here. And I'm just going to say before I leave, I got a buddy calling. Anyway, good night. It was fun. Don't let this guy, bully you into not being 100%er. And I'll leave it at that.
Hey,
Wait,
hey,
not
tell you
be
what, before you
100%er.
leave, hold on, before you leave,
What?
fuck off. And when you get there, fuck off some more.
Wait,
How about
Riley Reed, go back to the street.
I will.
Bro.
All right, keep fucking off. Don't
Hey,
stop.
I love all of you, though. Hey, you
Back to
too.
the
You
street.
too, Alpha. You're
All
good.
right,
To
man,
the
later.
streets,
Later.
Riley. Yeah.
Hey, good night.
Yeah, no, you got to be 100% around here.
Yeah, the
Period.
problem is everybody's asking questions, man. You got, Joe Schmo coming in here and be like, dude, I don't know. Like, I heard flat Earth and what's going on. You could say, I don't know. I mean, it's just an idea I'm just going to give you if you like, And the thing is, when that happens, you just give them another idea that they could latch onto. It's not so much that they could understand the Earth to be that way. It's more of like, well, just hear my take on it. And I think that's kind of wishy-washy, if you ask me. Like, people can't, because they're looking for like, whoa, if you say you have your truth and I have my truth, I think we're good. Like, it's all subjective. You can just have your interpretations the way you like them. And
But it's okay to be on the fence. It's okay to be on the fence.
Yeah, I thought
You'll
you
have
were
a good
fucking
night.
off,
I am
bro.
leaving.
I thought
It's
you were
fine,
fucking
Doc.
off.
Hey, have a good night, man. It's okay.
All right, last word, ass motherfucker.
Fuck
Get
out of
out of
here.
here.
All right. So, and people usually like to feel that way because they don't want to say for sure, without a doubt, that they know that they're talking about a flat stationary Earth. I think that's what's wrong with this kind of like mentality. It's because people can be easily swayed to think about something else. So, like, for instance, you're saying you're not sure, right? Well, somebody that has a better explanation on something that you never thought of, or shows you a video of something that could persuade you, you're easily swayed to that too. It could be a concave Earth or whatever.
What?
It could be a fucking cube or something.
Yeah, whatever.
What?
Flat on 8 sides. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out
I
there.
know,
But
but that's yeah. What's up? I don't know.
No,
Somebody
I
say
can't.
something.
It can't be any of those things. I'm just
I
speaking
know there's no
soundboard
evidence.
sounds at this
Purely
point because that sounds
scientific.
crazy.
Yeah, it's
Not a troll. I'm just purely scientific. Is all I'm saying.
It can be a
And-
cube. You what?
Yeah.
No, it's like
It's purely scientific.
Yeah, Oblivion.
Oh,
all right. Download on me. Go ahead.
Nah, but
Drank like
check this
6
out, man.
glasses of wine.
Yeah, but yeah, well,
Not a troll.
no, it's not
Religion.
about that, man. But the thing is, if you come at it this way, then somebody else with the better explanation will always have the upper hand. So you will have to capitulate to that upper hand. You'll be like, oh well, the dude has a good explanation, man. I can't say he explained the concave Earth in a way I never heard of, so I'm gonna run with that. So whatever sounds good
Oh.
is what you're gonna run with. There's no objective truth in what you
No.
what you think. Yeah,
I don't
that's
do,
the way.
Yeah, I don't believe things.
Well, you believe
I like
the
to
Earth is
know
flat.
things.
Are
Yeah,
you
but
on
you believe
Discord
the
right
Earth is-
now?
I don't believe anything.
Are you on Discord right now? Hello.
Hello.
Are you on Discord right now?
Yeah, I am.
Are you 100% sure?
Oh, hey, good question. Yeah, I know. Well,
What's the
according to
answer?
my browser address, it says discord.com. So
Yeah, but what's the answer?
So is that a yes? You're 100% sure, or 99%?
I don't feel like the answer's
I know
coming though.
it's come on, seriously.
Yeah, I don't feel like the answer's
No,
coming
no,
though.
seriously,
You know
yes,
what I mean?
yes, seriously, yes.
I don't think we're gonna get an answer.
I'm not.
So it's not 100%.
You know what I mean?
So it's not
You should
100%.
see this shit. I talk to people at bars and stuff about flat Earth.
Oh, okay.
You
So
should
it's
see
not
the
100%.
shit I
Got
get.
it. Yeah, fine.
Yeah, dude, but like
He's a
Not at all.
99%er, guy.
I talk
He's
to
not
people.
even.
Most people don't. Most flat earthers don't talk to people. They just stay in their normie world.
Not
They-
really. I'm out in the
they-
streets right now.
he
I'll
belongs to
talk
the
to
streets.
everybody.
I had to do it, man.
I just got like 5 numbers tonight, all right? So I'm literally in the streets right now. So, I
Forever
mean,
skeptical.
You belong to the streets.
sorry. I'm literally belong to the streets right now. So,
I think though the problem is because a lot of people come in with this like, I can't be too sure, so I can't tell my homie like, I don't know. The confidence level is gonna diminish when you appear in front of people and they're like, okay, so you're telling me about flat Earth, but are you sure the Earth is flat? And you're like, dude,
Yep.
99%, bro. And they're like, what?
99.99.
You're telling me that with you got some kind of doubt there. It's a little bit, even if it's not all the way, but it's just
Well,
like
what I say
how
is,
can
if the Earth
you?
is a ball, NASA, the television, does a very shitty job of proving that to me.
facts.
Horrible.
No, but you get what I'm saying though. Like it's really hard to come from that perspective, and then you're gonna relay some truth to somebody. Truth becomes malleable. It's like, well, it's only convenient to say that it's truthful to you because it sounds good. It makes sense, but there's a portion of you that's still not sure if what you're saying is true. And I think when you're walking into an arena where people like are confused already, and you're going to introduce a bit more confusion, they're going to be like, well, no thanks. I'd rather stay where I'm at. Because,
They
you're
just
not
shut down.
sure. You're not sure. Why am I going to jump on that ship? It sounds good, what you're saying, but no, thank you. I like where I'm at now.
Dude, you got a reverse psychology
they
there, Ed.
All I know is
So
that I
what you
talk to
do?
people every day, and I'll show them videos of the space station where their hands and heads are going through bulkheads or yanking on wires, and they still just get up and walk away. Or why does it matter?
Yeah.
Like they don't care, or they cognitive dissonance. I don't know what it is.
Dude,
I understand how people are that way.
I say, they say, how sure are you the Earth is flat? I say 1%. They go, what? I go, yeah. Well, you're 99% sure the Earth's a globe, so I'll take the less 1%. That equals 100. You can't have more than 100%. You see, because then they're forced to defend that they're only 99% sure the Earth's a globe. They're going to become defensive immediately.
I think that that people feel that they're unsure about the Earth being flat or globe is because they know they're in a position where they can't see it prospectively in its whole. So they're gonna have to affirm that they can't
Well,
see that whole.
I stole the one drop theory. Like if you don't know what the one drop theory, it's that if you have one drop of black blood in you, then you're black. So if you have one drop of flat blood in you, then you're not a globe.
1% Ashkenazi Jew.
Yeah.
My dad made me do the 23andMe test. Now they got my DNA. Probably.
Hey, how poisonous is a gallon of water that's 1%, 100% deadly poison?
Oh. Say that again.
How poisonous is a gallon of water that is 1% by volume, 100% deadly poison?
100%.
100%, right?
Depends
Because
on
the way poison works, the way poison works is no matter how much of the percent it is of the whole, if it's deadly, you're dead.
Well, I'll say I met some people that I don't know who they were. I call them. Maybe you guys have a similar experience, like a spiritual experience. But get off topic, but it's kind of like I was talking earlier about that movie They Live. It's kind of like They Live. These people were coming at me saying all this weird shit. People I've known for years. And I was seeing shit. I was on drugs. Tell the truth, right? I tell them, like, man, I'm seeing these people follow me around with these bright headlights and shit. This is a guy I know 10 years. You know what he said to me? Like, they put chips in people's heads. What? To say, hey, man, stop doing the drugs or chill out a little bit. No, they put chips in people's heads. And then I went from there for like a year or two. People mess with me. This is in Austin, Texas. And I finally got up here to Tennessee. I'm just saying there's people out there that know shit. And they have normal jobs, normal lives like we do. Just leave it at that. It's kind of weird, but it happened as far as I remember. Mickey, you know who Tim Osman is? The Infinite Plane guy. What do you think about him?
Yeah, there's just people that like to
He's really
have these.
smart. I know that.
That's fine, but what is he telling people that the Earth is? Is it true what he's saying?
Well,
so by the merits of what people speak, you can weigh out whether or not they're are truth tellers or not. So that's kind of the thing that with him and anybody else, it doesn't matter if they're affirming these ideas and they're telling you, "Oh, this is the way it is," and you're like, how did you figure that out? And if they're not giving you that
he calls
information,
his channel Infinite Plane. It's like basically he's he has this thing called auto hoaxing. It's fake until proven real. So it's flat until proven otherwise. So Infinite Plane. You don't know what's outside of the Antarctica or whatever.
Yeah, but
It's like it's an
there's
infinite plane until proven otherwise.
it's kind of like switching one thing for the other with the infinite galaxies and cosmos expanding out into infinite void, and you got the infinite plane doing the same. It's
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
Maybe that's
is an infinite plane a paradox?
could be. I was thinking of getting on a jet ski and just barreling towards Antarctica and seeing how far I could go. You're not allowed to go down
Well, it's
there
common.
because they'll shoot you out of the water, right? So,
Yeah, isn't it commonly claimed that something physical can't be infinite?
I know how to get people to Antarctica. What you do is you have to be a billionaire. People love money, right? Say, hey, $10 million and name a date. First person to get to the South Pole gets $10 million. If you have a flood of people, they couldn't stop them. People would do it. That's how you're going to break through that barrier. I'm pretty sure that everything's so rigged up. Me or you will never be billionaires. Win a lottery. I think that's all fake.
$10 million is not enough, dude.
It's not enough. Billions.
Let me tell you why. The logistics of how much money you'd have to spend to win that is beyond the scope of the average person. And it's negligible to the scope of somebody who has the means to afford it. They wouldn't bother wasting their time. So a monetary prize isn't going to do anything.
People are crazy. I'm telling you, $10 million would be like at least 1 million people heading towards Antarctica. Easy. I'll be born.
So they're all going to die.
Well, they don't care.
Yeah, but that's the point. It's like it's just going to be a big much ado about nothing. A bunch of people go there, get cold, push out, and leave.
You gotta figure this shit out. I don't. It's gonna happen in my lifetime. I'm 52 years old.
Dude, even the guy that's world famous for crossing Antarctica by himself didn't even cross Antarctica. You know why? Because he's a pussy bitch, that's why. Because if he actually crossed over the center of Antarctica, he would have froze to death. So what did he do? He cut across a little corner. Oh, I'm gonna go over this little corner where it's safe.
I had my cousin.
we can't hear you, man. You're talking across the room. Dude, we can't hear you, Dean. Not audible.
Back
Could
now.
mute your shit when you do that. Fucking.
I'm sorry. I thought I'd still be in contact. I'm new here. Right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you know how to operate the mute button, right, for yourself?
Click on my little square. Okay.
No, it's a little microphone. I guess it's square. I don't know what your
Microphone with a line through it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. Next time I'll do that.
Yeah, because we're live streaming too, so there's people listening on the live stream are going to be hearing you take a leak, dude.
Bathroom's like 20 feet. I didn't think it was that far, but
Oh, I'm just saying, just in case, you know.
Okay. Right. I'm an audio freak too. It pisses me off.
I got a question for you. If you go to Antarctica, right, you keep heading south and you just maintain the direction, and you arrive at the end of the ice, okay, you're able to walk on, and when you get to the end of the ice, you look down the side of the ice, and it's like a 10,000-foot cliff drop straight down. And at the bottom is just fog, and you have no idea what's down there. Right? And then you look to the left, and it looks like the wall continues to your left as far as you can see. You look to the right, and it looks like the wall continues to your right as far as you can see. And you look straight ahead, and you can't see anything. It just hazes out. So, did you find the edge of the Earth and prove it's flat? If that's what you find when you arrive?
No.
What's that?
Of course not.
No, of course not. Exactly. So how would we know? So, for example, what if?
The only
What
way
if?
to know.
Go ahead.
The only way to know if you live on a ball is to go straight up. Would it be 500 miles up and look down? That's the only way.
Wrong. That's not the only way to know.
Okay. All right.
The only way to know.
It'd be a good way to know. I would say that. It'll be a good way to know.
I mean, primary experience is one thing, but if everybody here could testify to the curvature of the Earth being directly measured, that's a whole entirely different animal. That means that everybody can verify that the fact that the surface is curving at a specific rate, that makes it very true. I don't care how much you want to make it a flat Earth. It is curving by measurement, and that means it's true. So after that, it's like you don't need to go up. You know, you proved it on the ground. It's curving.
Unfortunately, we measure Earth as flat, so
There's no evidence, empirical evidence, around a ball, the curve.
Well, yeah.
Someone's seen a curve on a flat body of water.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Rockets aren't needed at this point, unless you wanted to see the Earth a little bit better from,
It
from
would be an
higher
easy,
altitude.
convenient thing to go up and look down. It would be. It's not possible.
I mean, it's one thing to think about that, man, but see, they got you. The Globers got you all twisted up at the game, man. They think that, dude, if you had a rocket, man, all you gotta do is go up and you see the Earth as a globe, bro. Why won't you accept that? It's because if you're on the ground and it's curving, then it would be measured as such. You don't need to go up, dude. There's a lot of these.
It's like
I don't know. Globers
figure
put
it out
these
with
things.
common sense.
Yeah, but Globers put these things in these guys' minds. They're like, oh, well, that's not good enough, man. You actually need to get a rocket, or you need to know more math, or whatever.
Are you a scientist? You have a degree.
Yeah, they make you feel. They diminish your intellect just because you're stating the obvious, right? Which is
That's how they get normies. Is they establish a presence of authority, like a doctor, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Well, they could.
Everything I say is gospel. It's a religion,
Or basically diminish anyone's intelligence and say, well, you, me, and everybody in this room right now, we're not scientists, so we can't speak on the matter. And they do that. So they're kind of like, it's kind of a gimmick, if you ask me, because then everybody starts like, yeah, well, I guess we're unequipped to have this conversation because it's on Discord. You're just like, you get this fucking mind job that they put over you just because they feel like they don't want anybody to say anything that would go against, their religion. So, but the essence of all of this is a person being able to critically think for themselves and not have something that's told to them that they can't check out, if they can't verify. That's the thing. You put information into someone's hands and see if it's possible that they can't verify, or see if it's not able to be falsified. I mean, why would you not want somebody to check something out, right? Like if the Earth is curving, why wouldn't you want them to go look? That's like 100% the thing you want. Yeah, go look. The Earth's a globe. But it doesn't matter how many times you look over the Earth or measure it. It's gonna be a globe today, tomorrow, next day. So you are basically unafraid. You don't care because the person's just gonna find out the truth.
That's what I say. What's your religion? Islam? No, my religion is the truth. Whatever is. There you go. It's very simple.
Well, see, and that's why
the prophet, Jesus. I don't know.
I was stating that before when the other guy that was in here, because there's a lot of people that like to be on the side of belief because they don't want to be held accountable for the things they say. And if you're too afraid or ashamed to speak truth because somebody might say, that guy don't know what he's talking about, and then just easily put you in a spot or make you feel like diminish your intellect. I think that's kind of the thing that people are in their shell about. That's why they would say, maybe like the way you said, Dean, is like, I'm not sure. It could be, maybe. I'm not 99% sure it's flat. And it's kind of like,
and it's
anything that makes a firm understanding of the physical and natural world will put you, I guess you might think, in a category where it's like, well, that's like religious dogma, where you're saying, I know. And I don't want to say I know because I could be wrong. I'm fallible. I'm just a human. You get what I'm saying? So that's like kind of a way somebody could think about it. They don't want to feel like if somebody has to ask them, okay, think about it like this: gun to your head, are you gonna say that the Earth is flat? You know what I mean? And
If you have a gun
people
to
are
my
just
head, yeah, I have no problem with lying if you have a gun to my head.
no, but I'm saying to affirm the truth. Like, would you stand by it no
Right.
matter what? You know what I'm saying? That's the thing.
Well,
Like, how
I
much
do
how
that. I
much of
mean,
this?
I have not no friends, but I have friends, and they kind of giggle at me like, "Hey, flat earther over here." You know what's
That's
funny is I actually have like 4 or 5 flat Earth friends that I work with. Some people I hang out at the bar with. They don't talk about it. They're not like me. They won't just go and ask somebody about. Just keep it to themselves. But they know I'm a flat earther, so they're like, "Hey, man, me too." I
yeah,
don't know if you've met people like
secret
that.
club, secret club. Yeah, they're
Secret
just like, "Are you a flat
flat
earther?"
earthers.
Shh, yeah, I am too. Quiet, dude, bro. We got people around. Like,
I want anybody to know.
yeah, some people
What are you
act
worried about?
weird when you talk about this topic because they identify with the
I know.
idea that they're in a cosmos, with galaxies and shit. So to them, space has to be the real thing. You talking about flat Earth is just so archaic, dude. It's like, come on, can't believe you're talking about that stuff. That's caveman shit,
I have no. You know how they try to get you is with emotions, right? Like the Challenger, the astronauts that blew up, and they're all dead. But when Resnick is whatever, a lawyer at a Yale University, or whatever, and one guy, you ever see that video where the guy runs up and he didn't run up on her. He just, hey, are you Judith Resnick from the Challenger explosion? How are you here? Same name, same age, same look. You just run off. He just took off running. Not running, but walked away quickly or whatever. I would have been like, it ain't fucking me. People are pissing me
That's
off,
it's
No, she
it's
runs off.
yeah.
Fuck.
I mean, that's one thing to think about, but I mean, I don't know. That's a pursuit of like somebody says they are someone different. How are you going to provide evidence that they are them, other than you saying that they look like the person? I mean, yeah, you can go down that road and be like, "Oh, dude, is this guy that should have passed away in that one accident or whatever." But at the end of it, like, what is edifying about that? Like, for anyone, because we're gonna know whether or not the person will admit they're that person. Like, I don't think so. If it was a massive
You know
cover up
what's
or whatever the case, they're not gonna admit to it.
you know what's
If you
weird?
think about it, they're not gonna say that
You know
was
what's
them.
weird? I'm 52. I don't know how old. I think you're younger. I'm guessing.
I'm 47.
I remember I was. How old are you?
47.
20, 27. Okay.
No, 47.
I'm 52. 40, oh, okay. I'm 52. I remember being it was 8th or ninth grade and watching that space shuttle launch. And we rolled the TV in to our classroom and we watched it blow up. Right?
Yeah,
And
I
I
seen
always
that
hear
shit
that
too.
when people are
I,
talking about it.
I
They
was
always
I
talk
saw that
about the
shit.
TV in the classroom and they rolled it in and it's almost
Yeah.
like they did it on purpose. It's like a psyop. I
Yeah.
thought that was weird. Everybody had the
Yeah.
TV
So
in their classroom.
I mean, that's a whole other. I mean, people can get off on like these conspiracy theories or whatever that you want to call that. But to me, I think it's more important to actually speak what is edifying, what's truthful. When people are confused, they're looking for solid ground. They're looking for a foundation. And if you give them more things to think about that don't, it's like a road to nowhere. That's not going to be edifying. They're not going to be like, oh, dude, now that you told me that, I know what's going on. No, it's going to make them give them more questions. Like, really, dude, that's crazy. Like, I didn't know that, but that leads me to think about other shit. So you want to give them at least a foundation, right? Something they could land on or put their foot down on. And that is the truth that the earth is not a globe and that it's definitely flat and stationary. That's something you could stand on, and they're confused. So they don't need to hear like,
We are
well,
standing on it.
I'm not too, well, literally, but I'm saying it's not,
Yeah.
if you come in there and be like, I'm not really sure, could be the case, but I'm mostly positive. Then they're going to be like, well, okay, but how can I'm not going to, I mean, I'm good. I'm mostly positive the earth's a globe. So we're good. We're good now.
And there's a way to go about it. Like I said, I've talked to probably 1,000 people. You just can't come out and say, "Hey, the fucking idiot, fucking you're not living on ball." You can't do that. You know that. Use the Socratic method, asking questions.
Yeah, the word I think you're looking
Have
for
them
is
arrive at the conclusion.
the word you're looking for is tact.
So
It's all about tact. Being tactful whenever you speak to somebody. It just depends who you are. Size up your opponent.
not
You
an
know who they
expert
are.
at it, but better.
Once you get a feel for a conversation, if you know there's an opening, then go ahead and talk about it. You don't need to have a bullhorn and say, "Hey, everybody, the Earth is flat." Like, I mean, fuck, if you want to,
can't.
go ahead. But
Alex
I mean,
Jones.
yeah, Earth is flat.
Raymond Yell.
Buy my iodine. You know, like fucking hell.
Fucking retard. I know you can't do that.
But at the same token, man, you gotta be sure-footed when you're in this arena, because everybody's confused, man.
You
They're
gotta
coming
know
to
your
see
shit,
what's going.
Luke.
You gotta know your shit. You gotta be sure-footed. You can't waver. And if there's any, like, you know, just do a little bit of research, listen to the topic, ask some questions. Soon enough, man, you'll come around. You'll come into your own. And if you want to cut your teeth in the arena, I mean, come in and see what you can do against some of these sophists that come in here. We got some globalist sophists, you know, guys that come in
Sophistry.
here. Yeah, they spin your wheels into infinity. Like they don't answer questions. They're not listening to you. They're waiting just to speak. There's a bunch.
And they know too. I know they know. They know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, they
They're-
act
some-
confused when
for
you're
some
speaking.
reason.
Second, hold on. Hold on. Not everybody knows what the sophistry is, so please explain what the sophistry is.
Sophistry is you're saying a bunch of
Balsa wood.
gobbledygook that sounds smart, but it means nothing. I think something like that. I'll Google
No,
it
the
right
correct
now.
answer.
Definition.
The correct answer. The softest tree is balsa wood.
Say again, balsa wood.
Yeah, balsa.
Yeah, we don't have a rim shot for AI, but usually when he says it funny, there's supposed to be a rim shot that precedes it. Yeah, I mean, you gotta
Sophistry
be.
is like where you sound really smart, but you're not really saying it.
You gotta, dude. Like,
Got it. The use of fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving.
well, have you met somebody
Fallacious
that in this, Dean? Have you met somebody in this arena that's that way when you're having a conversation with?
Oh boy, yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know
Here's
what
a
I
good
mean.
example. I'll tell you. Like we're talking about that 8 inches per mile squared. It's kind of a generalization. So I was talking to this guy. You know, 8 inches per mile squared. You can figure out. It's like, is it 8 inches per mile squared? Really? I'm like, no, it's actually a bigger. And he's like, what's the equation? What's the equation? And it's a long equation with signs, inverse signs, whatever. I didn't know it offhand. So he won the argument. Kind of. People are looking, around me. I look stupid because I didn't know the big long equation for the actual curvature of the Earth, which I know it's not 8 inches per mile squared. It's kind of a generalization. It works for 1,000 miles out, maybe, or something like that. So you gotta, like I said, you gotta know your shit. You gotta be able to throw that. He threw me a piece. Hey, write it down. What's the equation? He didn't know, but he didn't have to know. I did. So it's a very tough place to be.
Actually,
a flat earther.
Yeah, actually, if he didn't know, you could have just exposed him on that point. The fact that this is the way, because maybe you're kind of new to the arena, but the burden isn't on your shoulders to provide evidence that the Earth is curving at any specific rate. It's on his. He has to demonstrate that it curves at a specific rate, and if he doesn't know that rate, that's incumbent upon him to actually produce that information. Now, when he doesn't produce that information, then you can actually ask him, why isn't it that you don't know this information? See, what he did was...
Vicky, I'll say
Yeah, go on.
You're absolutely right, but the 10 people around watching, they fell on his side.
Yeah, it's optics,
They're
dude.
normies.
In this arena, it's all about optics. People look at how the argument is constructed, how it looks for the other person to not have an answer, and from that point forward, it sounds like the guy won. And not because he had the truth, but because he made it look like you couldn't explain yourself.
They're very smart people, these people.
I got.
And I guarantee. I've talked to this guy.
I got a clip for that, Holmes.
I've talked to this guy several times after. Me and him talking. It's like, dude, smart. Oh, you know.
He's cunning, I think is the word you're
A
looking
group
for.
of people. He'll
You want to hear my clip?
You know
Cunning.
the truth, but go ahead.
Yeah. What you got to add?
All right, it might be a little long, but I think the first part will tell us. So this is from a debate and the one team is the flat earthers, and the other team is the Globers, and the Globers are arguing that using fallacies is justified because their position is correct. Let's see if we can hear it.
Like, what did you like about Austin's performance? And his tactics?
Man, I wish I could argue my gibberish as much as he can. If I could, I would, because he can spit. He can spit fast bars really quick, and I'm not that fast. He's able to make a solid, credible sounding statement, and have most people ignore it and just say it sounded credible. I'm not even going to challenge him on it. And it works, you know, whether you want to call it fallacious or not, it works to convince the audience, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. And that's kind of the point I was trying to make. Is at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if the argument is fallacious or not. What matters is if it's convincing and if it convinces the audience. And at the end of the day, I don't care if I have to use some fallacies to convince his audience to go against him, I'll do it, because that's how much I believe in globe theory.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, well, that's what I think the purpose of a debate is. The purpose of a debate is not to find truth. The purpose of a debate is to spread an idea that you think is true.
I think to let the audience decide, like have a good faith back and forth.
I am letting the audience decide.
By
That's
using,
exactly what I'm doing.
By using fallacies? Well, that's just deceitful. Like, by
Well, if
tricking
it's a-
them, like letting the audience decide by tricking them.
They're not going to listen
Okay.
to logic, right? I know they're not going to listen to logic. That's not going to win them over. It won't happen.
It absolutely will. Yes,
They're
it
not
absolutely
logical
will.
people.
Let me in for a
will win
sec
them
just to
over.
ask an
That's
actual
what we're
honest
talking
question
about.
though.
Yes.
Hold on, Sunflower. Isn't in a debate, in any debate, if you can present a fallacy and get away with it, is that not just like a sneaky maneuver anyways? Like, is
Well,
it
call it
not
sneaky.
a valid use in a debate?
So what it depends on what you mean by valid, because the purpose of a debate, in my opinion, it's up to opinion. The purpose of the debate, in my opinion, is to convince the audience you're right. Okay, the way you do that is up to you. If you want to use sound logic and reasoning, that's probably what you should do if your audience is a bunch of scientists. But if it's a bunch of conspiratorial flat earthers, then you need to appeal to whatever they are going to be, their minds are going to be changed by. And
So
if it's
just trick them.
emotion,
Just wanna win. Just
passion,
Can I say something here?
it's
Wow,
to
this
convince them.
this sucks. This sucks, man. This is just BS, man.
That's good, man.
very
What did you? How long? When was that done? When was that little panel talking about that?
Posted the clip. No, I mean that was a little while ago.
It's funny. He's a liar, but he was telling the truth there.
No, it's like he was basically saying what I was telling you, Dean. It's optics, bro. The guy that actually used sophistry kicked your ass in a debate because he didn't win by telling the truth. He just made it look good.
It's not
That's
about
all.
the truth. It's about winning, making the most number of people agree with him.
Yeah, well, think about it like a court
He gets
case,
laid
right?
at the end of the night or whatever.
Dude, fucking Dean.
That's why I just don't think those debate formats are effective.
Hey, yeah, Chubbs, thank you. Like that's what I've been saying that. But at the same
Yeah,
time,
yeah.
I mean, at the same time,
yeah,
like, dude, you gotta at least carry yourself in an argument. Like, what do you have in your tool bag? Like, how is it possible that you can actually be able to articulate your point? And when it comes down to it, like, do you have the stones to withstand sophistry? Because what we have on our side is just a plain good old truth. There really isn't not much to it. Just what it is, right? What they have are tactics. You're gonna have to learn how to be able to slip, move, and dodge their tactical assault. So they're coming at you with all manner of trickery, gimmicks, like sophistry, and just coming at you with everything. Just like that guy was saying, he hates Whitsitt for because he knows Whitsitt's a really good debate person. So he wants to beat him. It doesn't matter how, and he'll use underhanded, dirty tactics if he has to, but he just wants to win him from the audience. So the audience can have the optics and say, like, you know what, that guy did beat Whitsitt. He might have been speaking some truth, but he just made him look foolish, you know? You get what I'm saying, Dean? So then the other guy what he did was he got you to actually he reversed all the burden and put it on your shoulders. No, you brought in this equation. No, you're gonna have to tell what is the equation, and you fell right into that trap that where you felt confined to. You know what I mean?
These
That
guys are
burden was
very
never yours.
smart.
Yeah.
These guys they're very, like you say, tricky. Or like,
Well,
I don't know how they do it, or
Right. I'll tell you. Listen, there's some people that are up and coming in our server. There's some people that have already withstood a lot of debates. Okay, then they're outstanding. Indio, AI, myself, Jedi. There's a few guys that I could name. Crypto, that are heretic. There's some guys that are able to withstand an onslaught of these guys coming at you with all manner of gimmicks.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what they come at you with. We can. It's like we basically in a debate format. We become Neo. We understand what the ones and zeros are, like what they're trying to do. So there's no manner of trickery that they could ever win. That's what I'm saying. Like once you are in this long enough, you can understand like an archetype of sophistry. You can like, oh, this guy right here, he's a weasel. Now that guy is never gonna admit to anything. This guy over here, you can identify what type of character these guys are when they come in. And so you're able to navigate the conversation because you understand this. It just becomes like a
what's that
second nature
term?
to you.
Gaslighting. It's their thing. It's gaslighting.
Yeah, they do a lot of that for sure. Poisoning the well.
that's their
They'll
main.
poison the well. They'll make it sound like you're incompetent. There's no way that you can understand what you're talking about. And so before you even get to speak, man, it's just they pull you into this like area where they're making you sound like you're just a buffoon, like to have a debate with. And so with optics,
What's weird
they're
is
just yeah, go on.
these guys that do that. I swear I sense that they kind of agree with me. They know that we don't live in a ball. Or for some reason, they purposely gaslight you. They'll say the weirdest shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
it's
that's
like
what
they-
the guy was saying in the clip that AI played.
Why do they do
What he said. Because they got in their feelings because at some point, and when they were talking about the Earth being a globe, somebody shellacked them probably in an argument or debate, and they wanted to get back at Flat Earth for that, like somehow. They stew every day, like trying to figure out. They're devising, dude. Like it's crazy. They want to win somehow. They don't care how.
Somebody,
I don't know. Is it genetic? I always wonder what's going on.
somebody was trying to gaslight me in the audience, and I told them they were gaslighting. I said, "No, I'm not gaslighting because I'm not trying to make you think I'm not trying to make you think you're crazy. So you're wrong about what that fallacy is. However, when you read what gaslighting fallacy is, it's actions, rhetorics, and enforcements that are intended to make the other person doubt their sanity,
Psychological
or their
abuse.
Yeah.
yes, but it also goes on and says or their reasoning, right? So the
It's like you
person
know
who was
something's
attacking
true, and
me,
they say something totally opposite.
yeah.
And you're like sitting there like,
Well, the person
what the fuck?
the
You
person
don't
that I was
understand what I'm
engaging
saying.
with was rephrasing what was being said to make it look like we were making poor reasoning, right? Accusing us with a broad brush fallacy of committing poor reasoning. And that is why I said quit gaslighting us. Now, the person who did that to me, was a very prominent, prolific debater. Very famous one, in fact.
Other gaslight.
So nobody's immune, no matter how adept they think they are, from exercising fallacies on their behalf. And that's why you always have to be on guard.
Listen, they use you know what a Barnum statement is? A Barnum statement is, politicians use it all the time. Once you understand it, you pick it out, you can see it. Mickey probably knows it. For example, like I'm a politician. We need to move forward, not backward. We need to move ahead. And in other words, it could mean two different things to do two different people. They're very generalized, vague statements. And that's how they get a lot of normies.
They could also grease the
Sounds
skids
good.
that way too. Lay a foundation prior to you speaking. So they'll make it sound like their intentions or they're well intentioned to be in a debate and they're on the side of truth and we just want to advance all of humanity in the right direction. So when I speak what I say, I mean every intention for you guys to understand that everything that I speak of is for the benefit of science. Now, this gentleman who I'm about to debate doesn't have that in mind. He in no way wants to do that, but I do. See, so they can make it sound like you're just, somebody who's against, the further advancement of humanity. So they would, like, you're an enemy in some way, paint you in a light that it's like,
You hate science, Mickey. You hate science. Yeah, they do that shit. Right?
yeah, they'll
It's
say
like a
that.
vague statement.
Yeah. Oh, so you just
mean,
hate science. That's okay. Yeah, you
Right.
hate it. That's fine.
Figured you out. I know they're so.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm only just jumped into this conversation, but I think I know where you're going with this, Dean. Yeah, and I'm fairly new to the FE debate topic as well. I'm probably been in here just over a year, maybe 2 years now, and I've learned so much from listening to Alpha and all these other guys in here. And I think that what I've been doing, if I, depending on the discussion, sometimes it just depends on the level that they come in with. Yeah, I'll match that level, but some of these guys that do employ these tactics, when I'm having these discussions, I've just got a notepad next to me, and I'm just jotting down every single point. So, because they do come in with a big gish gallop, and then just try and hold them to those points and make them explain, because they're usually just statements, and eventually they back themselves into the corner when you try to make them explain these statements that they're making. That's how I've been dealing with it. So if that helps anybody.
Yeah, the dynamic
You're right,
in a
you're
room.
right.
The dynamic in a room is a bit more difficult to navigate because of the fact that we have like different interlocutors that are in here, right? Like say me and AI and AJ, we all know how to hold our own, right? But when there's a juicy topic that comes up and we know we want to shellac this Glober, I have something in mind of what I want to say to him. AI is already on a point. AJ thinks about another one coming up. So what happens is we kind of like, we're trying to all of us squeeze through one door. We get stuck because I'm trying to, I'm well intentioned. I want to make sure that the guy looks like a fool, but AI has a point. I need to kind of be situationally aware that he's doing something, right? Addressing him. I need to say, all right, if I'm going to come in, I need to at least, kind of give AI a layup. I can't just come in here and like, oh, excuse me, let me step on your toes a bit while I come in with my point. It's just, there's
No, and that's a good point, Alpha. And I can say that I've done that myself, and I've probably stepped on your toes, and I've probably stepped on other people's toes, because, you sit here and you go, what about this point? This is a good point. And then you sort of lose track, and it's about what you're thinking, and you're thinking maybe that you've got a better point that's going to shut this down, but you don't have, for me, I've learned that, you yourself, you're leading this person somewhere. And I don't see where you're leading them at that point. And I think, oh, geez, I've got to jump in here. And, so that's something that I've been trying to work on myself as well. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things like with AI, when he's talking to somebody, it's about the unfolding of like where he's going with it. So, and he's going to do it like in different stages to the person who he's talking to. And sometimes it's for the person that's listening, they get kind of antsy. But he's going to get there eventually. And when he does, it's going to be all laid out for the person to understand. Like he had to take this route where he took the guy from their understanding and then dismantle it all the way to the end. So where there isn't anything left, or where the person can't back out of it and say, no, he's incorrect. So it's just, everybody has their own way of doing it, So I think that's why I've been listening to you, AJ. You've actually come into your own already. I was kind of the other night, man. I was like, oh, fucking AJ, man, you're really up and coming, bro. Like you really stood your ground on some of these guys in the politics server, and I don't know. I guess it's, maybe people don't tell you, but I've noticed it. Like you really are holding your own right now. So it's.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and sometimes it may not sound like that. Sometimes I'm pretty chilled out, and like I said, it just depends on what they're coming with. Sometimes I will try and have a nice, friendly discussion, but I'll definitely pull them up when it needs to happen. But
part of the
and
world
then what
are
you're
you?
talking about, I'm in Australia.
Okay.
But I seen what you were talking about last night, Alpha. We had someone in here that was jammed up making certain claims about the distance to the horizon. And when I asked him how he was getting this distance, he was telling me that he was traveling to the horizon. And I was saying, well, I'm sorry, that's not possible. You can't travel to an apparent location. You know, you're going to head towards this thing and it's going to keep moving. And then someone jumped in, I'm not sure who, and also put in the chat and said, well, you know, you guys have got an equation for the horizon. Why don't you just use that and explain that? And then I'm like, and he's like, oh, yeah, we do. Yeah, it's 1.225. So there you go. At 6 foot, our horizon measurement is there. I don't even need to travel to it. But it was another flat earther that gave him his answer when I had him finished. Yeah. And I'm like, damn it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the dynamic that when you're in a room like this, it's kind of it's a bit different because you have different people that are on your side that should be kind of mindful of like who's in there, and so we kind of should be in tandem, like when we're working on someone, like back and forth, you know, working the same point. If that would be a thing too. I mean, like an assist. You know, if I come in, I'll assist what you're saying to your point. It's just like we're not immune to this, man. So we all do it. We step on each other's toes at times, and the way it is.
Yeah, I've been trying to drop citations to support what someone's saying. Yeah, so if you're speaking about something about the horizon, I'll try and find something that I can throw in the chat, at least for the audience, so that they can see that what you're stating is actually correct, while this person's just saying nah and hand wave dismissing it all. So that's where I've been trying to go with this, and I've been trying to do it on Nathan's shows as well.
I don't know what it is, but I think I sparked that that fire in everybody's bones, man. Whenever I'm talking to somebody, because I make the person who I'm speaking to, like their mask slides off, and everybody's just like, "Oh, it's game time!" Like I know that's what everybody's feeling when I'm talking to somebody.
Yeah,
They're
you
like,
throw layups everywhere.
yeah, they're just like, I gotta get in on this and at least give them one good solid hit. You know, just one.
Yeah, and it is the hardest thing not to try and step in and just ruin everything. Like that is a learning process to just know when to shut the fuck up and let it flow through.
Yeah, no, but like,
You guys ever?
Yeah, go on, Dean.
Sorry. I've talked to a lot of people. Have you guys ever gotten to the point? You know what? It's like almost like Luke Skywalker going to the dark side. It's like I'm done talking to these people. They keep just gaslighting me, yelling at me. What? Fuck it. I'm not gonna talk to anybody. And I'm almost to that point where
Yeah, so I would say this, Dean. You haven't been around a lot of Jedis. That's the thing. So now that it's basically like you've come to a group of a bunch of Spartans. Like in here, we stand together. We know that we're stronger together. So that's the way it should be. A lone wolf in this arena, it's gonna get you mauled because they have the numbers. You know, they have their forums.
Right.
They have everything. So we stay in a place where we know that we can hold them accountable. Like this is basically like a big spotlight when they come in here, and we don't stop shining that spotlight on them, on what they're saying, on their truth. We hold them accountable. We stop them from like gish galloping. We hold them to their points. So then they have to admit whether they know or not. There's no way out except for when they dip out and leave. You know, so that's the only recourse they have.
Right.
So when you're in here, you're able to like use this platform as a way to understand whether or not you have, you know, an ability to speak to somebody that, you know, uses tactics and all that or not. And that's why like this place and the politics server and another place that we have to have these kinds of arguments, it's good.
That's like
because
0.0001 of the entire population of the whatever.
Yeah, but we've been running a live stream on YouTube and on Rumble. I think we got 2 bots, if I'm not mistaken. And we're 24/7 live streaming.
Thing has to happen.
What's that?
The 100th monkey thing. You ever heard of that? I know you've had to.
Yeah, I mean, you get so many monkeys to do something, and all of them will start.
Then after that 100th one, it just blows up.
Well, I mean, but since we've been people, the Globers that get upset because they come in here like, you never leave your echo chamber. You're always in this place. Like, bro, first of all, number 1, you don't know what an echo chamber is. Number 2, we do leave this place. We go to other Discords that are not ours. So yeah, we do leave. We do also not make this an echo chamber, because we have your dumbass in here talking about the Earth is a globe. So
Yeah, you're here. You're
yeah,
jumped in
you
there. Why?
actually debunked the idea that it's an echo chamber because you're here speaking.
Why are you so worried about it?
Exactly.
Here's another thing. You know on YouTube how you put flat Earth in the title of your video, and they put that Wikipedia disclaimer in there. Why don't they do that with Bigfoot or UFOs or name
Well,
it?
I think
Another conspiracy.
it
Why are they
seems
so
to be
concerned? Flat Earth.
it seems to be one of those things where if it gets too
He
big
knows.
of a topic, they would say like I don't know, who was it, Neil deGrasse Tyson or someone, that they don't
Yeah.
mind that if people are talking about it, but once it gets pretty popular, oh wait a minute, that becomes dangerous. They use that word, dangerous. That's if it,
Dangerous.
yeah,
Really
they use the
dangerous
word
to our
dangerous.
democracy. Yeah.
Well, dangerous because people are
Yeah.
actually thinking that the Earth isn't what they've been told. So, but I don't know. It's
Oh,
I think
I
it's
was going to
what it
ask who you said you're going to debate somebody. Want to watch? When's it going to be?
What you mean, argue, debate?
I
Yeah,
think
we
you
do
mentioned that earlier.
No, CB was actually trying to ping people to come in here, but I think he had to
I
dip.
thought you were going to be like on McToon or something, debating him or something.
Oh, no, he was saying he was setting up a hypothetical. You know, like for example, when I'm going to karate chop someone, I like to, you know, stand like this, and then you're like, when are you going to karate chop someone?
Well, on that subject, I've been thinking maybe we should be challenging a few of these guys to actual debates, either in the arena or on the politics
do it,
stage
yeah.
or the politics and religion stage,
Yeah.
and try and hold some more of these events, because it seems to get a bit of attention, especially in the politics and religion. But I think if we do that, we need to actually come up with some solid rules for that debate. And I have been putting something together for that to propose to everybody. But I think one of the biggest points that we need to propose is that it's not a Q&A, yeah? If we're going to debate somebody, they need to bring forth their own evidence and not just come in like we see and say, well, you're going to have to explain this. You're going to have to explain sunsets. You're going to have to explain tides. And then the flat earthers just end up on the back foot answering questions the whole time that they then are pulling apart assumptions. So I think if we can set some actual rules in place that have to be followed, otherwise the person who doesn't follow the rules is forfeits, we can go to audience questions. I think that it could work quite well to boost all these servers.
AJ, have you heard of the arena?
Yeah, I have. Yes.
So we were using that debate format, and it worked really well, like really well. We had even like 2v2, 3v3, 4v4s, and it was working just fine in a team mode. So it was I think, to me, one of the best things that we had, all of us together. We everyone pitched in, you know, their time, their effort to kind of do the moderation, but when it was running and when we were doing it, it was fucking glorious, dude. It was amazing. So it's like people would come in and try to do the best they could, but if you implored a logical fallacy, you would get called out on it. Either side, didn't matter. So, and the judge would have to be impartial in that way. And AI was kind of like kind of the main guy that was doing that at the time. And we had some others. I think some people filled in to do the referee, but yeah, you have to be somebody that was impartial to both sides, because holding them accountable, like when two people debated in the arena, it was like a cage match. You can't leave. Any leaving is like showing that you're not equipped to do it, or you're basically a forfeit if you left.
You threw the towel in.
Yeah, of course you could leave because if you had bad connection or whatever, but not outside of that. Like, if you just rage quit because you didn't like the way it was going or something, that was a forfeit. But you had 3 objections that you could use. So if you were debating somebody and they said something that mischaracterized you, or they misappropriated a term, you could say objection, and then the referee would stop the arguing. Okay, he's got an objection. What do you object to? Objection. He used a straw man fallacy. he said something that I didn't say. He's saying that that's what I'm saying, and you have to detail what you said within that. And if it was valid, the referee said, okay, that's valid. You could dock the other person a time, and then the person who got put the fallacy on, he could explain why he was using that incorrectly for like 1 minute.
The objection
so it
is
was kind of like
overruled.
you can't say incorrect things, and for us it was easy because we were never the ones causing the fallacies. They were. They have to use these gimmicks, and so that's why, like, you heard what was said with the guy that was on that clip that AI posted. If they were using that in the arena, they wouldn't last because they would get objected to all the time. The problem is if they tried doing that to you and their objections were invalid, they would get one taken away until they didn't have any more objections. And so you would be able to continue to speak. And if they wanted to overtalk you, they would get muted, and you could talk through them with them being muted because they were trying to object to you when they exhausted their objections. So it was like they had to be very careful not to make these logical fallacies. Otherwise, they would get all their objections taken away. You know what I mean? And it was almost impossible for a Glober to have, it's so well constructed. The way this went was because you can't use your objections to say that somebody committed a straw man when they didn't, or any type of logical fallacy when it wasn't used that way. So you can't just cry wolf and then hopefully that the referee will be like, well, that sounds right to me. No, it has to be a real fallacy for it to be considered, right? So it was crazy. It was crazy good, man. I'm telling you,
if the whole world was like that.
Right. But it was a slugfest. It was a no holds barred back and forth. There was nothing holding them back. So long as they understood the rules of engagement, they were able to go nuts, dude. I don't give a shit if you said that the guy's a numpty dipshit. Who cares? Was he did you assess that he was? Then fine. It was during the course of your conversation, it sounded like he was a dumbass. You know what I mean? Like that's, and so it got raw.
Mickey,
it got really raw in there.
What's the real problem? You're probably going to yell at me a little bit, but correct me on this. But I always wonder, why do I care about these people that just watch sports or whatever, have a good life or whatever, try to talk about flat Earth or whatever, politics? They hate you. There's 100 of them. Why should I even care that? I don't care what I'm talking about. Yell at me and laugh at you or whatever. Why should I care about them? Yes. I don't hate them, but I'm just saying, why should I care that they don't believe what I believe or know what I know? They don't respond to what I have to say. Or, I don't know. Ever get that
I
feeling?
suppose that's up to you. That's up to you whether you want to enter into that type of debate or that forum, yeah. But you're going to find in the flat Earth, especially in these rooms, this is what you're sort of going to receive. You know, if you're in here just to have a chat with flat earthers, and that's cool and whatever. But yeah, I suppose you have to choose your conversations. If it's something that, like you said, why should you even bother engaging them if they're like this and they're not going to listen and you don't really care about them anyway? I do it more because I enjoy the debate, yeah.
Me too. Like, I like drinking. I drink wine, a lot of wine. I go to bars and, I open up and I just start talking about things. I try different ways of entering into
Do you
conversation.
find that you sort of get those feelings when you talk to people close to you, like friends and people you know? It can sort of drive that feeling, and it's I guess you just got to separate the argument from relationships with people, because at the end of the day, they're all just under that they've all been told something, and it's not really a big deal to them. So when they come around to it, like it's mind blowing to yourself. Like, when you realize it and you're like, holy fuck, like you really want to shout it from the rooftops, but you start doing that and people just turn off. So you just got to
walk away,
shut down,
away, yell at you. They usually yell at you and then run away.
No, they just they get all these sort of explanations on who you are. Like it's strange.
9/11, like 9/11. I mean, it's a theory, but I don't think anybody died on 9/11. I think it was all like
Yeah,
There's a lot of
remember,
evidence for that. But
Dean, I always talked about like what is edifying, because when we talk about these other things that are like, it could be the case that it could be all government, influenced or whatever. It doesn't think about it in any way you want, right? But I think it has to be at the end giving people answers instead of questions, because I think that's what it does. It leaves people questioning more, and they want to know more.
What is it?
So,
I was going to ask you.
if it's edifying,
edifying?
right, that means that it builds somebody up. Like, does it build somebody up to talk about that subject matter? Or would you say knowing the truth about the earth edifies people because it builds them up? They're more sure-footed about their reality.
Right.
When somebody's not more sure-footed about their reality, why would you bring a topic up that would just leave them thinking like, well, I don't know, it could be Illuminati, it could be Bilderberg Group, it could be fucking any of the Masons. Like, who knows, dude? It could, the big bad boogeyman is out there to get you. So it's just like a black pill. It's all depressing. It's all like the world's out to get you. And everybody knows that. We all know that shit is going on. Bad shit is happening, right? There's some people that are on the upper echelon that are doing some shit. But to go and try to do this like sort of witch hunt type thing, no one's gonna be like, dude, let's go do this witch hunt. Like, that's not edifying. What's edifying is that somebody is able to discern the physical and natural world in a real way, so they can not be confused anymore about what's going on, and live a good life. Whether or not they're going to be chasing after the conspiracies or whatever, that's not up to you. What you do is you want to speak to the goodness about life, and that's truth, right? Have them live a good life with that, not a twisted life where you're feeding them black pills every day about, oh, did you hear about this? We all know shit's bad, dude. All of us. You can look into that stuff. We can talk about it, but if that's the main focus of why you want to do this, I think that's going to be dragging you down and making you more depressed, probably pushing you into it's just you're not going to be edified by it.
But you can plant the seed, but if there's no uptake, there's no point in pushing it. It's not going to do anything. The only reason those debate things are effective is because these other people are staunchly against it. But if you're talking to just normal people, like people in reality, like if you put something out there and there's not sort of a flowing conversation on it, there's no point in continuing it. If they come back to you, then by all means. But you just plant the seed, and if something comes from it, that's all you can really do.
Hey, AJ, I gotta ask you. You're in Australia, you said, right? You're in Australia, AJ.
You talk? No, I'm
sorry,
Chubbs,
man.
but yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone. Sorry, man. I have my phone in my pocket. I'm just cleaning up the house a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, go. Yep.
You
I'm in
sound good. I
Australia.
can hear you. Like, I live in Tennessee, United States. During the COVID thing, nobody wore a fucking mask. The only time I had to wear one was in a hospital when my mom had a knee surgery or something. Now, watch TV, and I see over there they're like beating you over the head if you don't wear a mask in the McDonald's or something. The cops will come and haul you away. Was it really that bad? They took your guns away. I know that too.
Yeah, it was that bad. Yeah. How do I don't want to violate any stuff here. Yeah, where are we? We're on YouTube, so we probably shouldn't really be talking about this. But yes, it was that bad.
Who's this?
And
Who's this saying?
Matrix.
How dare you?
There's a
Go
sound
ahead.
clip, soundboard.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry. So I was arrested. My son was arrested. My wife was arrested. Because we refused to comply to any of these rules. That was for wearing masks, not wearing masks.
Really?
And 100%. Yeah, and we didn't
You
end
need
up
to move
getting
to
fined.
Tennessee, brother.
Well, I stood my ground. Yeah, we're in a very small town. We're in a town of about 3,000, 4,000 people, and I can tell you that
So you
we were
weren't
the only.
Victoria. Or...
For the first part of it, I was in Victoria, and I still didn't abide by anything. But no one pulled me up down there. I'd get asked to do it, and I'd say sorry, not doing it, and I'd just walk past them. But where I live, we were the only family that wasn't actually abiding by those rules, yeah? And everybody hated us.
Wow.
I'd go down to the shopping center and they'd
Really?
say, you got to sign in, you got to put the mask on. I'd say, no, I don't, thank you. And I'd walk off and they'd be chasing me through the shops. They'd call the police on me.
Really?
Eventually, yeah. And I had a good barrister. So every time I got arrested or the cops had come, I'd ring my barrister. They'd shit themselves, basically, and everything would get dropped and we'd get let go again. In the end, everyone gave up, yeah? And now
It's
like it
amazing
never
that-
happened.
Good job,
It's
AJ.
like
I was on the
where I
same
live
boat,
here
brother.
in Tennessee, it's an inversion. What you're talking about. If you're wearing a
You
mask,
didn't happen
people
to
laugh at you.
head to
If you wore a
Canberra,
mask,
AJ?
people would laugh at you.
Yeah, I went to Canberra. I drove to
Yeah,
Canberra.
me too.
And I,
How good was it? That camp
Yeah.
epic. Fuck, that was
Yep.
awesome. One of the best times
but
of my
even
life.
during those, yeah, but even during the rules and stuff there, they had the same rules there, and I went shopping. I did everything, man. I just ignored everyone. Yeah, I just kept on walking.
Me too, brother. Me too. They're all giving me dirty looks. They're telling me to get out. They're swearing at me in the shopping centers, superstores, everywhere.
It was wild to see, eh? Like everyone just flipped. It was insane.
I was always getting in fights like almost every day, bro. I get PTSD when
Really?
anyone brings it up, bro. It just messes with me, man. Like I had even worse stuff. Like my dad had a serious incident and he didn't get the proper health care because they were like, "Oh, we were allocating all our medical staff to the, And it's like, well, my dad's dying. Can you help him? Like, anyways.
Yeah, my
It's like
wife
a
was working
eugenic
at the time as well,
program.
and she got sacked from her job.
Me too, brother. I work for the government,
And
so.
she took him to court. We lost it, and of course we lost the first case. We appealed it. We lost the appeal, and then our next step was to go to like a federal court to fight it, and we decided to pull it there because just the money involved, and
Yeah.
there was just basically no way of winning it. Yeah, what we had was
You
the
can't win
evidence that we
against
had and had put together was insane. Yeah, it actually well, I won't say what it stated, but it was very good evidence, and it was completely ignored, and words that were written to the effect of, "This is a clinical trial," exactly written like that. They would say, "Sorry, we can't see that written anywhere in that document," and they would just deny it and say, "Sorry, you've lost. You've lost again." So
Just make it
there
up.
was
They
just
just
no
make
point in
shit
taking
up.
it further.
They would
Yeah.
say refraction.
All government. You can't win.
Yeah.
It's the Borg. You're not
Yeah,
gonna win.
it's weird because
No matter how right you are.
I'm gonna link this back to Flat Earth. Some of the Globers would say, "Well, how come you guys don't say to academia that you don't go propose something like a paper or something, write something out, about Flat Earth?" And you hear this going on. It's like, what do you think they're going to do if something goes across their desk about Flat Earth? I mean, do you honestly think that somebody's gonna be like, "Well, that's legit, bro. Let's really welcome this idea in"? They're not gonna fucking do that, dude. This is
Absolutely
like
right.
what the kind of things you guys are talking about. That's a demonstration of how rigid these guys are with their the rules. They're not gonna be like, "Well, yeah, let's give them a chance." No. There's nothing about that they're gonna listen, because it doesn't come from an authoritative person.
You know what's
Unless it
ironic
came-
is
unless
all
it
those
came from
guys are
somewhere
probably
up,
flat
down.
earthers.
They all listen. The
agree?
truth of the matter is, everybody is. Some people just don't know it. That's all it is.
It's like it's a little secret.
I think that would have
everyone lives
created
on a flat.
a lot more flat earthers.
Yeah, everyone lives
That
on
would
a
have
flat
opened a few more
stationary
people's
Earth.
eyes.
The people that don't know about it are convinced that the Earth is a globe. They're confused.
You think every astronaut?
Confusion.
You think every astronaut doesn't know? It's obviously they have to know.
Well,
we're supposed to be floating in space somewhere.
Why?
They have to know.
Why?
They're good liars.
Well, why would they have to know?
Because they're supposed to be in a space station floating around. Obviously, they're in a studio
Okay.
somewhere.
So,
They're floating around.
yeah, but how far away is the alleged space station?
Oh, the space station. I don't believe it. No compellation to believe anything. I watched the movie
Okay,
Gravity
so-
with Sandra Bullock. And
Right. So if you don't, yeah. So Yeah, so if you don't know how far away they are from the Earth, then you have no way to be able to tell me whether they should be able to see the Earth with enough scale to be able to determine the overall shape, right?
Oh, they say they're 200. Is it 250 miles up?
Okay. So if you were 250 miles away from something that, you know, a
Ball.
few million square miles or whatever the heck, no, 197 million square miles of surface area, are you going to be able to see the entire surface?
A good question. I don't know.
I would say this. It's not going to
The,
do.
the answer is no. The answer is no.
Okay.
So, of the people that exist in human antiquity that are even alleged to have been far enough away from the Earth to see with their own eyes the Earth in its totality, is less than 20
William
people,
Shatner.
and those were the Apollo missions. Everybody else has never been allegedly far enough away from the Earth to see it. So, their opinion is highly irrelevant.
I would like to say this
It
at
is
least.
irrelevant. Go ahead.
It's not going to do you any good to say this person's lying, this person's lying, this person. You know, it's not going to do you any good unless you can actively demonstrate a lie that's happening. Like you've got to be able to demonstrate it. You can't just say, "Oh, they're
Right, you're
lying."
lying.
Yeah, don't. It wouldn't be any. It wouldn't do any good to do that.
Well, you can say what you're saying is I don't believe what you're saying. That's a legitimate response.
But you could ask them to
I've been
expand
to
on
Mars. I've been to Mars. You know, hey, how dare you say I haven't?
Yeah, somebody said like, what would happen if you have an astronaut come in here and talk to you guys? Like, what do you think he's gonna say, bro? Like, really? What do you think he's gonna come in here and tell us?
Oh, we had one. We had one in the wings. So we had one astronaut in the wings. That didn't pan out, and then we had a son of an astronaut, and that was kind of like,
Yeah,
what
I've
it's
heard
kind of the
that
same
guy.
thing as having an
David
astronaut.
Weiss.
Was he on one of the Apollo missions?
What? No, not David Weiss, dude. M. Scott Veach.
Yeah, Veach's dad, was he on
Yeah,
one of the
he
Apollo
was
missions?
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on
I don't
Son of the
remember.
Astronaut. And he was
Would
like
you
on
say
the fence. He's like, yeah, my dad was an astronaut, but
who?
he told me all this stuff.
Who are you talking about, Dean?
This guy, his name is Scott Beach. He said.
Oh, you talked to
He's
him?
a son of an.
He wasn't on the fence.
Oh no, I have not. But
Oh.
he was on David Weiss's podcast. That he had Flat Earth
Oh
podcast.
my god, yeah. All right.
Yeah, but he's
They're
not
interviewing him.
He's not on the fence, dude.
Yeah,
He was
he's
kind of
definitely not
like,
on the-
you know, had that cool demeanor. Are we lying? Who knows?
He's
no
not
way
on
to
the
discern
fence.
whether he's lying.
The son of the astronaut would be in the upper echelons of the Freemasons, I'd be saying.
Oh yeah, probably. There's a lot of them around here in Tennessee.
If he made you
I
think
know.
he was on the fence,
The other astronaut we were going to have was a chick from that supposedly went to the ISS. She won a contest, so she wasn't like officially an astronaut in a sense, if you know what I'm saying.
how were we gonna get her in here? Like that's weird.
But supposedly had to go. Supposedly had we used to have this chick on here called Allison, who was going to get her on for us.
Must have been my
Allison
time away.
would swear she wasn't a. Yeah, she swears she wasn't a journalist, but then all of a sudden she has, like guest people she could interview. It's like, oh yeah, you're not a journalist. You're right.
Cool. Yeah, I don't think anecdotal testimony has never been one of the things I think would convince critically thinking people.
Oh, that was the gal that everybody kept going to chill chat with, right?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they all thought she was going to fancy them or something. Like a girl.
Everybody's trying to slick their hair back and brush their teeth. That's funny.
It's always
Yeah,
funny.
she had Elijah. She had Elijah. Yeah, bro. She had Elijah Twitter pated. I'll tell you what.
Oh yeah, you got them all twisted up in the game.
Dude, I swear, I saw a video of a guy in the space station. He's like You can't have any water flying around here. There's power supplies on the wall and electronics.
And them guys been
I've seen
flinging
another
water
video
for
where
a long
someone's
time.
washing their hair and shit's flying everywhere.
Yeah, shit's flying. They always do that. Shit's flying everywhere.
It's like a contradiction.
They're squeezy juice out in the middle of the room, and then they walk up to it with their mouth and they drink it. Like,
Well, Chris Hatfield, he looks like he's got the mustache. He's like the perfect magician, you know. He's a
Hatfield?
top hat and a bunny rabbit, you know. That guy. How do you not? Yeah.
this crazy shit, dude. Like all that. I don't. Yeah, the people talk about those guys.
What's that guy's name? Don Pettit. He's like my favorite.
Yeah, he's like a buffoon, right? He's just like a little bumbling
Like
idiot.
a robot.
Like, what happens if you have a
like
leak?
I was in a nuke program, right? I don't know if you were online when I was talking about it. I was in a nuclear Navy, basically. You had immediate actions like a steam line rupture, reactor scram, or whatever. You knew immediately what to do. You had to memorize these actions for certain casualties. And they're interviewing Don Pettit, and it was the cupola, you know, that little dome that they sit in and can see everything. The guy is interviewing him, this news guy. He's like, "What if you have a leak in here, Don? What?" Don's like, I don't know. I guess we have a leak." You might have seen that clip. But, oh, dude, no. NASA should be like the military. It should be the immediate. You got a leak? Oh, okay. Seal off the corridor. You know, you should have immediate actions that should be just instantaneous. But he was like guessing, like stumbling and bumbling around.
Bro,
Dude, this is fake.
they don't even know.
Right.
They don't even know whether the spacesuits are supposed to stick to your skin, wiggle, or blow up like a balloon when you're exposed to the
I
vacuum
know.
of space.
I think about that too. You can't articulate, and then the first spacewalk. You know, what was that guy's name? It was in the 50s or 60s. The first guy to do American to do a spacewalk. It's on the MTV videos, right? He turns his head, and then Simon Dan and Professor Dave like, oh yeah, they had articulating helmets back then. They don't have them now though. Bullshit. Wow. He turns his head and he waves. You still there? Can't hear anybody.
Yeah, we're
Powers
here.
that be threw me offline. Okay.
No, I was just reading something. I don't know if anybody responded to anything you said, but we got Biz
Talking
Boy
about
in here.
the
Oh, we got some new people. All right.
There's
Well,
like-
I don't know. I don't know if there's Biz Boy. How we spoke to you before?
Yeah.
So, are you on the side that the Earth is a globe, or do you think the Earth is flat and stationary? What's your position?
I'm open. Like I'm open to suggestions and evidence and things like that.
Suggestions. Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, what made you think at least be agnostic at this point of your think on what the Earth is? Hello?
I don't know.
Oh, you're not sure? No, nothing made you question the reason why you don't think it's a globe?
Just a bunch of people online talking about how it's flat.
And just for them saying that, you're just like, well, it could be. I don't know. You never just been like, nah,
never
that's
really
pretty
looked into it.
crazy that people are saying that.
Do you
Okay.
expect everyone to treat you like you're crazy?
No, I'm saying that the idea of flat Earth is crazy when you heard it.
How did I feel when I heard people say that flat Earth is crazy?
No, when you heard flat Earth was a thing online. What did you think about it?
I told you I wasn't sure.
You were already unsure at the time that you heard that the Earth was flat?
When someone said that the Earth was flat, I just thought, well, that wasn't what I was taught in school. But
Right.
you know, I'm willing to read things and look into things.
Okay, and so how long have you been doing it? Has it been a while, or you just recently came across this, or?
Like recently, you know, came across it not too long ago.
What do you think is compelling about people saying that the Earth is flat and stationary?
What do I think is compelling about it?
Yeah.
I don't know. It might mean that a God exists.
Okay. Are you currently of the belief that there is no God?
No.
All right. Well, if you have any questions, you go ahead and ask some questions, or because it sounds like you're not sure if the Earth is a globe anyway. So I don't think a line of questions to ask you if you think it is or not would be edifying to anyone, because you already stated you're not sure anyway.
I don't know. I honestly, I connected here to listen.
Yeah. We're just actually giving some chill banter, but it's nothing really talking about the Earth or anything. We're just going over a few things. Anyway, so yeah, but it's been pretty crazy, man, since the time that we started. Like
still here.
6 years ago. So we've been
I gotta
doing
ask you,
this.
Mickey.
Yeah.
Mickey, that's your name, right, Mickey?
No, it's Alpha Veritas, but I mean,
Alpha Veritas.
people know me from the beginning when I came on the scene. It was Miggy, Miggy.
Mickey. Okay. Now, for as old as you are, how long did you believe that you were on a ball, living on a
Late 30s, maybe.
late 30s? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, before I started question, I was like 47, maybe not too long ago, maybe 6, 7, 8 years ago. It was my mom. Like, I'm watching this flat Earth stuff. Like, come on, really? I've seen so
Yeah,
many lies at that point. I'm like, all right, I got to look into it, and I did, and it took me a year.
there was a lot of
Bouncing back and forth.
I wasn't really as sure-footed with my argumentation. I had to kind of like construct the way how I was going to articulate my points. And yeah, there was a few things that I was still talking about, like the AE map and just a bunch of other stuff. But since then, it's just like I've kind of made everything a bit different of how I construct my arguments. And of course, when I speak to people, I adjust to the way they are, their demeanor and such. It all depends. The person comes in fiery, well, they're gonna receive that same type of fiery back. Or if they want to have just a chill chat, we can do that too. Like, it depends.
A lot of times I get impatient and I want to yell at someone, and I can think back, like, dude, 20 years ago, that guy.
What I think is cool, though,
live on a ball, you idiot. I was one of those guys, right?
what I think is cool that a lot of people don't realize is that sometimes people that haven't gotten spoken to in a way that makes them like a kind of a shock and awe type of thing that makes them stop and think, because they've had just people always talking to them in like a passive aggressive way, or just a chill chat. They've never gotten like this kind of like, whoa, what did he just say to me? Like they never stop to think, and that can go either way. They can get really irritated by it and be like, no, screw you, and they can leave or whatever, or they can persist. They can be like, you know what, that was messed up that he said that shit about me, but I'm gonna continue because I think there's something here. So it could do one of the two things, but it just depends, man. Because like, if people want to know truth, you're not going to be able to, like, there's nothing you're going to do to dissuade them away from the conversation. They're going to want to stay
They get
here
you
and
with
figure it out.
emotions too. Like, a lot of these, I'm going to name a specific the shootings that happen here in America or whatever. That's fake. But you go to the family and tell them that your kid ain't dead or something. That's how they get you. It's kind of a doesn't affect me, but most people that they just don't want to enter into that arena. They don't want to get in there. I don't want to have 100 people yelling at me. I want to get along with everyone. That's what
it seems
denies them the truth.
It seems to be the way that people want to handle things.
Hold for a second.
They're afraid of.
Keep in mind. Keep in mind.
Here's another thing. I'm very humble.
Nobody died. I mean, give us this platform. Yeah, you're not very perceptive. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, there you go, buddy. Okay, I'll give you a hint, friend. When I speak, you listen or you get booted. That's the way it works around here. So I'm just going to say this one time. Claiming that nobody died in a mass casualty event is a violation of TOS of this platform. And if you do that, we have to ban you. So it's just a friendly warning to skirt away from that topic. All right, now I'll unmute. Go ahead. All right, you're unmuted.
I still listen.
Yeah, no, he said you're unmuted, Dean.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Okay, I won't say any. Okay.
That's one of the things in these channels, man, you have to be aware of. With TOS violations happening on Discord and or, us live streaming to YouTube or Rumble, like there's certain parameters that you can't actually cross over just because you want to talk about a topic. So yeah, you got to be kind of aware of where you're at. And that's only to keep the integrity of the room like what it is, so it doesn't. We don't tip the scales because there have been, rooms that have been or servers that have been removed. We've seen it happen. That's why we're saying. That's why he's saying that.
Now is this guy? Is he just listening in, or is he? He's not even.
No, he's
talking about
here.
Flat Earth stuff. Oh,
Yeah, he's here.
I was just wondering. That
Can you
just
can
come
you
out
hear
from
him
out of
when he's
nowhere and said, "Hey, man."
Yeah, could you hear
Yeah,
him
I
when he's
heard him.
speaking? Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
I was
It's
just
the only
making
time
sure.
I've heard him the whole time I've been.
No, dude, he's been. What do you mean? He's been.
Okay.
He's been talking
no,
earlier. Like.
Okay.
He's
I was
the
asking the
OG,
guy
man.
earlier. Who's the moderator of this channel?
Well,
Gotta be one guy.
Well, there's a few.
He's like the god or whatever.
Oh, you talk about Indio, the owner. Indio, yeah.
Okay.
But basically,
Sorry about
AI is kind of like the unofficial guy that's in charge when
I just don't believe things. Leave it at that. I mean, to be specific.
Yeah, but like I said
everything.
before, I always go back to like you always got to take a look at what you think and what you're putting out into the world. Because what you're putting out into the world, what do you think you're going to receive back from that?
Right. It's not gonna.
So I don't know. I guess we're
It's like
always
the
on the
dead
point
end there.
because people always ask like, why are you here? What is your purpose? What do you want out of this? Why do you wake up in the morning and seek to come into this Discord? What is that pushes you to come here? And for us, have been doing this for years. We've been here for years, some of us. And it should be, to edify and tell people the truth about their physical and natural world.
That's me. I'm kind of like natural law. Be a pagan. I don't know. Call it, but I don't believe in books. My book, you're going to hell. I just totally turn that off.
Well, I could add a little bit here. Flat Earth. A lot of people come to this road through a conspiratorial route, like checking out conspiracies. And then this topic, when you're in it long enough, you are checked on all of that stuff, and you don't really you don't talk about all that kind of stuff anymore. When you're deep into Flat Earth, it'll it'll check you on a lot of stuff that you say, because if you can't prove it, then you don't know that it's true.
Yep, and that's how. And see, the reason why that a lot of that doesn't get spoken is because when you say a bunch of things that people can't really understand if it's true or not, it's going to put your position when you start to speak of truth in that same light. You're going to put everything in a place where, well, you just said something you don't know, you're sure not about, and now you're going to tell me about flat Earth? No, come on, man, get out of here. I want to hear that. You just told me you're not sure about this one thing you have a conspiracy on. Why would I want to hear you tell me
Flip
about
it
flat
around
Earth?
on them too.
And
All
that's
this
just
stuff that the mainstream thinks is real, how you can't prove that either. I saw it on TV.
Yeah, but I'm saying all of that when you make that
We're
your
in the same boat.
focus, when you make that your focus, it's gonna sound like you're gonna lose credibility in a specific
Because you're
argument to
outnumbered.
speak truth.
Doesn't mean you're wrong or right.
No,
It just
yeah,
means you're
it does, because you can't prove what you're saying about that specific conspiracy to be true. If it's a
No, but they
conspiracy and
can't
you don't,
prove.
yeah, but that's not how we operate here. So if you say they
I
can't
understand.
prove, if the point is, when you say something, if you're speaking truth, then let it be known that it's truth. You can tell somebody, you know what? I got a method. You can verify it. It all checks out. But if you don't give somebody the information that they can go look into themselves and find out the truth about it, then it's just going to wind up like a road to nowhere. And it's just going to be a bunch of people like, well, it could be this guy's, or could be those guys, or who knows? Like, and that's not edifying. That's not what we're wanting people to focus on. Like I said before, I said this is my third time saying it. You want to give people a foundation they could stand on. That's not going to be like, well, I don't know if it's a certain specific group or not, or whoever. And that's
Well,
what the rest of the world wants you to look like when you're talking about flat Earth.
I'm done with there's enough. There's the internet out there. There's enough information. In other words, I'm done with trying to convince someone, whatever, flat Earth, whatever it may be. It's done with it. I like getting on here and talking with people.
I would say this: it may not be such a good endeavor to convince anybody of anything. If they truly wanted to, like, when we have this platform here, the Globers come to us. We don't go to them. We're not invading someone's space and then just raining down flat Earth on them.
Or holding them hostage, or it's
point,
not.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
agree.
And you can tell how far along somebody is into this topic just by the way that they treat the topic. Like I was saying, this is what flat Earth will check you on things that you say. Like, you start learning that if anything comes out of your mouth, you better be prepared to back it up.
Yeah. Why can't that same rule to them?
Because they
there's
don't
so many
use
of them.
they don't use the same tactics that you do. If you're on the side of truth, they have an arsenal of tactics, like debate tactics. They can use
I've seen
gimmicks,
it
they
all.
can use sophistry, they can use underhand poisoning the well tactics, gaslighting. They can do anything that makes you sound
I've
like you don't
seen
know what
it
you're
all.
talking about.
Because I physically talk to people. Not
Yeah,
as much as I used to, but I used to every day just.
I don't know.
This is where you need to bring facts, dude. We also have an audience
You
here.
need
We
to
have an
bring
audience
facts,
on
too.
Rumble. We have an audience on Rumble. We have an audience on YouTube. Yeah. So if they come in with their sophistry and their claims, we can't make them come in and not do that, but we can hold them to those claims. We can question those claims, and then we can support what we're stating in rebuttal with evidence. So regardless of whether they claim the win or not, the audience can clearly see what's happening.
You know what burns them up, honestly? I'm going to tell you. What really gets them really all just upset when they come in here is that truth is on our side. That we hold the higher ground in a position to say, I know this is what the earth is self-evident as. You don't have to imagine the earth as a globe or a flat and stationary earth, excuse me. You just know that it is. That's how we all observe it, in that way. So that's important, right? Because that's when you get them to realize you don't you have the base axiom of how observations of the Earth are looked upon. So you don't have to convince anybody of anything. That's why they are upset, because they don't have that position. You have to see the Earth for what it looks like, and then think of the Earth as a globe beyond the perspective of you seeing it like a flat and stationary plane.
They have huge egos. I will say they're here. If they come in here to this chat, they know that they might not live on a globe or whatever, but they're so afraid of, if they dismiss the globe, they're going to lose all their friends, maybe some family members. It doesn't bother me, or probably you. It bothers them. The subconscious ego takes over.
I've just got this wave of feeling about this home base here. I really do love it here. I appreciate it so much, because it doesn't matter who you are, flat earther, globe earther, whatever. You know, we hold the standard here that no one else seems to. And I love this place.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Matrix. Yeah, it's the place where critical thinking begins, where you can actually start to question this narrative that's been told to you and me and everyone else. Otherwise, no one's going to be able to have that perspective to say, hey, wait a minute. They just told me that the Earth is a globe and we're spinning at ungodly speeds. Like all kinds of stuff is happening in our cosmos. But I mean, the only thing I can do is trust them. What do you guys tell? Like, what can I say in rebut to that? Like, so they come here looking for, how is it possible to discern the truth from all of that? So we have to give them a way, like a roadmap. And if the roadmap is, well, at the end of the day, we're not really sure ourselves, like that's not going to help them. We need to know. I mean, brother, we need to know what we're talking about. That's the only way forward, man. Yeah, you got to make it to them like, okay, if it's a globe, go ahead and give us the evidence. Lay it out for us. Show us the way to understand how it's directly known as a spherical Earth.
Can't do it.
Well, and I know
Saw a
they
video on
struggle.
TV.
They struggle. They struggle with it.
Oh, this guy I work with, like I said, I think he's a Freemason. He knows, but he gaslights me. Says a bunch of crazy stuff. He'll watch the news. And during the pandemic, he would almost think he did it on purpose. He'd bring in all these test kits, and he'd be sticking that straw up his nostril into his brain, making sure I was there when he did it. This guy is gaslighting. He knows. I said, there's people that know, but they follow along with the narrative. I don't know if you've seen that, but I see it all the time.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly. Okay. Maybe some days someone will see what I see. But there's people out there. It's like that They Live movie. Aliens are out there. People that know shit, but play along with the game.
Yeah, but they're just fools, yeah. Those people don't bother me at all. Yeah, if someone's going to stand there and act like a fool, well, then I'll just say, good luck to you, man. If you're doing that, good on you, buddy.
The smartest person I ever met, his name was Ricky. And he almost drooled while he was talking. He sounded just illiterate. He revealed to me how smart he was a few times. This is when I was in Texas.
Yeah, but
a few of them guys.
Yeah, but
because I'm from Alabama and my accent makes them think that I might be illiterate, but I'm not.
Yeah, but check this out, man. Does he have human living tissue over metal endoskeleton, like our buddy up north?
Yeah, I have no idea.
AI has that.
I have no idea.
We have
But
we
he-
have
he
an
did-
AI.
Yeah.
Arden is, if you're still with
Ricky
us.
Ramos.
Huh?
That motherfucker took me down. Sorry, I'm allowed to swear. He took me down to Research
Yeah, we don't
Boulevard.
give a shit.
I know. I'm just saying. It's like, hey, what's going here? And it was one of them. This is like in downtown Austin, on the north part of Austin, populated area.
you
Walk
live in
into
that
this
house?
place, has one of them windows, knocks on the door, and the window goes open. A speakeasy. Walk in, it's a casino. Like, holy shit! There's a bunch of gangsters, you know, sitting there playing slot machines and stuff. Give this guy a bunch of cash at this table. He gives tokens. He like guns in there. I'm like, this is a whole nother world. This is right in the middle of Austin. So I've seen some crazy stuff. I could go on and on, but it's like it's more for a coast to coast AM show. Alien stories. So I'll just say I know that there's more to life than
Waiting to see if there's any Globers out there in the ether that want to come in and talk to us about the Earth being a globe.
yeah.
I
We
know
need
you're
some
out there,
Globers in here.
guys. You're listening right now on Rumble or YouTube.
Simon
Come on
Dan.
in.
I'd love to talk to him.
Simon Dan. What?
Never
What do you
heard
know
of
about
him?
Simon Dan? Yeah, I have. I'm just saying. What
He's
do you know
on
about him?
YouTube. He's got 1 million followers.
I know.
He's so boring. There's no way he's got 1
It's
million.
so boring. There's nothing. He's just not really. They just gain traction because they're arguing for globe Earth against flat Earth. That's the only
Our
reason.
money is fake, so they can just dole it out to whoever they want. Give them $1. That's how that works.
Well, I mean, you got a
Unless you're
bunch of
paid.
people that want to know that the Earth is a, like they want to cling to the Earth as a globe, so they'll clutch their pearls, and those guys help them do that. Don't worry, guys. I'll deal with the flat earthers, big bad flat earthers. I got you. I'll make some videos painting them in a bad light. Don't worry. You got him
You
and
gotta
Dave
check out
Farina.
this bartender
Nicktoon.
wrote down it's a new video called Flatline. It's like 7 hours long. I got like 2 hours into it. It's pretty good. He's debunking, I think the high altitude balloons. You see the
Yeah.
flat, it's like, oh no, you gotta pan out, get a wider angle lens. You could see the curve not high enough.
That's cap.
I mean, they do a pretty good job of
What?
debunking stuff.
So,
But
Black Market 24/7. If you know anybody over there, just tell them to come over here, dude. Drop the link for this Discord and see if they won't come in here. We'll have a chat with some of
I'm
those
saying,
guys.
that'd be a good video for you.
Funnel them over here, Black Market 24/7. Yeah, just say, hey, there's a platform of these flat earthers if you guys want to talk to them, and then you have all the trolls
off your hands.
have the trolls come in here. Don't worry, man. I'm your Huckleberry. I'll deal with them.
No, go through that flat line. That'd be a good to debunk the debunkers. They're
No, 'cause
good. They're smart. Some of them.
They want to
Smart.
act that way because
They're
they got their
deceptive.
boys with them, man. But
But
yeah,
half
they
of that
got-
video is just having some nutty looking flat earther speaking crazy shit.
Yeah,
I
but
actually had
like,
to
that's
fast
like-
forward to find the actual where they're talking about something.
Bro, that's like
Or-
everything else they try to do. They try to paint us in a bad light. So I mean, which is
know.
the reason why I'm saying, like, if you're out there in the social medias, like, try not to be in the conspiracies too much, bro. Like take the gas off your foot off the gas. Like when you're talking about that shit, because like they're just gonna be like, oh, so you're that guy. You want to talk about lizard people? All right, what else you got? Flat Earth? What
Yeah.
else you got? Like they're
Yeah,
just
you
gonna
get
put
led-
you in this
led
crazy
astray.
basket, bro. They're like, that's all they
Led
they
astray,
want
you
that. They want to paint you in that light, and if you give them a reason to, they're gonna do it. So I would say just don't give them a reason.
I just don't get wound up. I don't get wound. I used to get wound up. That's another thing. Who's harvesting? I don't know what to call it. It's something. That emotional,
Yeah.
angry feeling. Talking to someone, talking a bunch of nonsense. They do that on purpose.
Shit,
Let's
I would
fight
say
that.
I'm just gonna respond to Vero. Vero, they're also in Flat Earth as well. I don't know if you knew that or not. There's some 99% Flat Earthers.
Really?
There
Yeah.
is. But then, like, they're Flat Earth believers then.
I mean, what do you think? What's your if you could go south, if they would let you, kept going south to Antarctica, where would you end up? What is it? An edge of a lake kind of thing? Is there more land? I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
You don't
that's a
know either, I guess, unless you've been there.
speculation chat right there.
Yeah, I don't want It's cold. Hell no.
Well, you know,
cold
even if you
still.
let's put it this way, even if you could go, do you really want to go down there? The South Seas are terrible place to navigate for mariners. If you bypass that, you got
Actually,
the frigid
got on a
cold.
website, a government website, and I tried to sign up to go to McMurdo Station.
Fucking hell,
I've done
dude.
some automation, electrical stuff, so I figured I'd get a job down there.
Yeah, that's
I'd
fine
take
if
off
you're
on a
gonna go do
snowmobile.
something, but I mean, it's cold as balls down there, dude. Why would you want to go down there like willfully? Hey, let me go to the most
Maybe you wouldn't know.
coldest
Miles
place.
in, it might be warmer. You never know.
No, but the problem is, like, even if you could go over there to that location, you really think you're gonna get on a snowmobile and just go south on your own? You wouldn't even think about it.
Well,
You're
hang
like,
on.
well, think about this. You only got so
You're a
much
flat
gas.
earther.
I
So
know, but
there's
check
something.
this, Dean. Check this out. Now
What is it?
let's talk about the real world, right? So if you took
Okay.
some kind of vehicle that has enough gas, how far do you think you're gonna go to where that place would be, where you could say that you meet the wall or the edge or whatever you think is over there, right? Like, how far do you
I
think?
don't know.
Well, see,
I
and
have no
that's
idea.
and here's the problem.
Yes.
So how much gas do you need to take that risk? And if you really think about it, will it be a one-way trip, and they're gonna find your ass frozen like a popsicle somewhere and stuck in the middle of God knows where? You know what I'm
I
saying?
could claim
Like,
to
are
be
you willing?
the.
But
I'd be
are you willing to take that risk? And that's the thing. That's like, why would you? Like, there's no
die
need
anyway.
for all of that.
Doesn't matter.
I'm
I'm
just
gonna
saying,
die
bro.
wherever.
Realistically, there isn't a need for that. Like,
Why are you worried
there's
about
only
dying?
no. If you
Might
get
as
what
well
I'm
die
saying.
on the farthest away from the edge as anybody ever. That'd
Yeah,
be a good
you
claim to fame, wouldn't it?
that'd be your luck too. You actually
Worrying
have
about
all.
dying cold and miserable.
You know, he finds all the video footage of where the container reaches the ground. He's like, oh shit! He's taking video of it. He gets out of his vehicle, and then he just gets frozen in his place, just with the camera facing the container.
My great
Like,
grandfather is
he
the
just
most famous popsicle.
yeah. There's nobody knows where he's at. He's just lost in the somewhere in the snow, and then a big
It's like
bunch
that
of snow
Mallory
just
guy
covers.
frozen on Mount Everest. They finally found his body, right?
He froze on the. Well, I mean, dude,
Yeah,
like,
they finally
I
found him.
don't know. There's a lot of people that say that kind of stuff, and it's like, there was a guy. His name was Hollywood. He would always come in here. I can't believe you
I
guys
have
are
a
still
friend named
talking on Discord, man. We got to get a petition. We got to go to the Antarctica. I'm telling you, bros, this is what we got to do. Who's with me? And it's every time coming in with the same song and dance about
Yeah.
like, why are we talking on Discord still? Oh, it's not productive. He's got to take everybody, or we got to sign petitions, and we got to, like, get in a camp or meet somewhere and just make communities, and then from there we're gonna, raise money and go to Antarctica. It's like just this craziness. It's like,
Is that the final experiment guy?
nah, this guy was actually way
Oh.
before that. No, that guy was he's a pastor, a global pastor. He wants to
Yeah,
fund
billionaire. He's a billionaire too, I think.
allegedly.
Allegedly,
Who knows?
okay.
He's probably fleecing his flock to get the money
Never
to
heard
do
of
that.
If he was a billionaire, he could afford more than one per
Yeah.
ticket.
But not only that, though, but I honestly, my take, and this is my kind of thing. I think he's probably using the money from where he's getting, from his congregation. Because how do you, being a pastor, how do you justify spending money on something like this? This
I would
is
agree. It's
this
kind of
is
shitty, actually.
it is. If you think about
He's
it,
on journalism.
even
Or
if it's
gimmick.
legit, it's still shitty. Like, even if it's legit, I don't care. It's just shitty.
Definitely funding it, I understand, but if he's taking money from his congregation, then it's not worth it.
Well, I mean, even if you think about it, if he uses his own money, though, bruh, think about it. Using his own money, he's gonna say, or how is he gonna justify that to his congregation? Like, is he gonna say, for the love of all humanity and God Himself, we're gonna send these guys down there so that this can all end. It's the final experiment. They're dubbing it or whatever.
Well, they're looking for the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right?
But
Is that the experiment? I think
yeah, I know.
We're
But
just
like,
it's not an
talking funding.
experiment; it's an observation.
yeah, I mean,
Leo talked about that.
But just specifically funding, it is kind of ridiculous if he were to use his congregation as the kind of the back pedal for the funding. That's I would disagree with that.
that's fleecing the flock. That's another way to think about it. but it's still.
He's not forcing anybody to do anything.
No, I know that, but what I'm saying is people would be gladly like, no, take it because we want people to know God's truth, which is the earth is a globe. Like they would be on board with it. Why wouldn't they? Because he's a prolific figure, So they're gonna be like, yeah, the guy is speaking facts. We want people to know God made a globe, and take my money, kind of stuff. And I don't know if that is the case or not. He might be using his own funds. Who cares? But
I don't know.
If they go down, listen. If they go down there, Flat Earth Dave and Jeranism goes down there and come back. Hey, the 24-hour sun we saw.
I don't know if it's going to be those guys, Dean. I don't know.
Well, I heard it was going to be Dave McKeegan, and from what I understand, they haven't found a Flat Earth opponent yet.
But he's baby in the arena. He just he jumped in, like he kind of got a little niche and said some things, and now he's kind of he's kind of like running with thinking he's like McToon or someone.
The McKeegan guy?
Yeah. Hey,
Oh,
he's not your. I don't know. I don't think he's on par with those other guys.
No, definitely. He doesn't have the history. He started as a just purely photographer tutorials kind of guy, and then just for some reason found that the flat Earth niche was working for him, so he stuck with that.
I think one of his videos got millions of views or something. I think there was one specific one that actually did that, which is his claim to fame, if I'm not mistaken. And then he's just like, "Well, this is good," like, let me go ahead and run with this.
Here's a $64,000 question. You think, Professor Dave, McToon, you think they know what the Earth is really like, and they're just lying, or are they just?
Oh, bro, we can't.
Paid a lot
honestly,
of money to say
we can't divine their thoughts. There's no way we could know if they. There's no way. There's just no way.
I would actually, I'd put it in the same category as, say, a Simon Dan kind of person, where they don't debate established fact as they state,
Simon Dan does say that, doesn't he? I think maybe he was challenged once or twice throughout his time. I know that since we've been doing this, there's been challenges to most of those guys. Farina doesn't care. He just wants to do it in a forum where it's mainly biased towards Globers and